All right. Sorry for the sudden end earlier. I was very much distracted. Had some shit going on. But we sorted it. I got some food cooking. Hopefully it'll be good. I just threw some steak in the slow cooker. I know, it's sacrilege, but I also don't care. Because I'm lazy. And I want something. I want tacos, damn it. And the best I can do is some shredded beef and rice. So I'm going to let this beef get nice and soft. Shred it up a little bit. Already got some of the taco seasoning in there. We're already good to go. So we're going to listen to Tim Dillon on Joe Rogan.
The Joe
Let me
Rogan
make sure all my
Experience.
tags are
Train by day, Joe
because
Rogan
these
podcast by
motherfuckers
night.
will go
All day.
off. We're going to talk about that.
Hey, Tim Dillon.
How are you?
I'm much better now that the ladies are back from space. I
Thank
was
you for
worried
having
sick.
me. What were they up there, 10 minutes?
There we go.
Well,
that
it
should
was
work.
very profound. I don't know if
Yeah.
you've seen Katy Perry talk about it, but she's basically a guru now.
Yeah. What were her findings? That's my question.
Well,
what
she
did
brought
she
a
learn?
daisy, which
Right.
is super important. It shows you how quick the flight was. The dead daisy that's like snipped from its life source
We
was
got it.
still alive or still vibrant.
Yeah, and it's
Look at her.
always yeah.
Shut daisy.
Wow.
Look at her nails. So pretty.
Now, so they go up there and they float for like 10 minutes,
At least.
and then they come down.
Let's not minimize this.
No, I know.
Let's
It's a big deal.
let's celebrate
Yeah.
female astronauts.
And because they were
did it.
united.
Because a lot of men astronauts,
Yeah.
they have to go to school.
Right.
They have to learn how to be a pilot
Sure.
first. Then they have to join the Air Force
That's
or
right.
the Navy. And then
Right.
they get appointed by NASA.
That's right.
And then they go to space. You know?
And there has been, that's the other thing, there has been female astronauts.
Let's not minimize this. Let's not minimize this.
We're just gonna
Yeah,
do
like,
it
I
did is
think there was a
extraordinary.
bitch stuck on a space station for a few months. That's terribly more
Let's
impressive.
Let's not minimize this. No, the problem with that story
Yeah.
is that she was rescued by a very awful person
Okay.
who wants to expose fraud and waste.
Yes. Did
And-
Musk rescue her?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
know.
where's that in the news?
Oh, I didn't know
Those
that.
fucking people were stuck. The Boeing jet, the Skyline, whatever the fuck it
Yeah.
is, the Boeing spaceship, wasn't working. They couldn't
Right.
fix it.
Interesting. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yeah.
Elon could have rescued them during the Biden administration. They didn't want to because of his open support for Trump. So they left those
Really?
people up there. Yes. He's talked about it on my podcast. They
Whoa.
left those people
why is that
up
frozen?
there.
And
There
they're
we
just
go.
chilling.
No,
Fixed
they're
it.
dying.
Right.
It's like
Right.
slow radiation poisoning. It's like getting
Whoa.
10 X-rays a day.
And they're
You're just slowly getting sapped of your life force out there in no gravity. Your bones are weakening. Did you see that lady's face when she came back?
She didn't look great.
Bro, her something had happened. Like her chin had grown. Like
She
her
looked like-
chin was extended,
Yeah.
and her
Oh, come
hair had
on.
all turned gray.
She looked like she was
Kiss my
sick.
ass.
She was sick.
Yeah.
You're dying up there, man.
That's crazy.
Can't. I had Commander Chris Hatfield on, and he was at one point in time the longest person that had been in space from, wasn't he? It's like he was there for like 6 months. And he was saying it was unbelievable, like how difficult it was to recover once you get back to Earth. He couldn't walk. It was just like a total vertigo. Like his whole body was like so not used to gravity.
Look
all
at
of
this.
his bones were
You can't
weak,
even
all of his
see where the
muscles
rest
were
of
weak.
XP
But these
ends
bitches seem
because
fun. These
I've been
Well,
offline.
For now.
It was
Let's not
quick.
So
minimize-
long.
Let's not
Right.
minimize the sacrifice they
Yeah,
made.
no,
playing
it was
Warcraft
huge.
3 and
It was a big
StarCraft.
deal.
In fact.
I want to play
Yeah.
more
World.
StarCraft.
They're
honestly.
show
profoundly
people.
different. They're
But-
profoundly different.
to
now.
show people.
I'm hungry.
What's
I'm
inspiring?
lazy today. We're not going to
That's
play
what
any
I'm
of that.
saying.
It's inspiring.
gonna chill.
If a guy who's worth what, $1 trillion, several billion, 100 billion.
Yeah, just imagine
Yeah.
the conspiracies if they didn't make it.
Yeah. Well, Pete, there's already people saying that they faked it, which I think
Yeah.
is silly,
Well, I love those people.
but it's great.
Those are the people that think space is fake.
That's right. Yeah. But there are already people going, well, they faked it, and I'm like, I hope they fake something better than that. I hope. If they're faking stuff, and they probably are faking some stuff,
Yeah.
God, I hope they're faking stuff that's better than that.
I think this is the confusion. I think the confusion is that they essentially got to the threshold of space. They did not get like way out there
They're not in
where
outer space.
re-entry is very traumatic, and it has like if you see like those heat shields that they put all over those things, and if they break off on the re-entry, everybody dies.
Right.
That's because you're way out there, and the amount of heat that gets generated as you're re-entering the atmosphere. I think they're essentially
like
on
hitting the
border of
atmosphere from hitting
Let's see
no
how high did they go
no
up there?
atmosphere to atmosphere is like
Go
Yeah.
above that line. It's called
hitting
like
the surface of the water
So
from the
the
top of a
space shuttle
building.
goes-
They went a
It
little
ain't-
higher than that
100
Rocket Man
It's not gonna
documentary.
be a
That guy who
soft
shot
landing.
himself up in a rocket. They went like a few feet higher than that guy.
Yeah.
R.I.P. That guy drove by his grave on the way to Vegas when L.A. burned down.
Are they even like technically actually in space?
I think that's where the it floats. That's the line. Is
I might go
Farming line,
there.
right?
I might do that.
Do
I wouldn't
it.
go to space, but I might do the 80 miles.
Do that.
So 350 miles is the highest anyone has ever gone, other than the Apollo astronauts.
62.
62
100
miles.
kilometers.
Okay, 62 miles ain't shit, dude. I drive that in an hour. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's. By the way, I agree with you.
It's not that far. That's not even here to San Antonio. 62 miles ain't shit, but it is kind of technically space.
So they get up there and they look at the Earth.
Yeah, that's why everybody's calling bullshit on the outside of the capsule.
Right.
That it wasn't completely on fire and
Right.
destroyed just because they didn't go that high.
Appreciate
go
the
that
tab,
That's all it is.
Canadian
Right.
Goose.
But they did go to space.
You have a good
That-
They
sleep,
went to
man.
space and they lost gravity.
I'll try and be live when you go
At
back
Mint
on
Mobile,
again.
we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this
I
commercial,
appreciate you, man.
we found someone willing to work for candy and approval. Hey, sweetie, Daddy's face is up here.
The funniest thing is they come back and you need a parachute to land.
Right.
Like at all the technology Elon has. Elon is catching rockets.
What could-
with robot arms? Clamp.
What could go wrong in something like that?
Oh, it could explode on the way up for sure.
Oh.
Yeah, the way up is not ensured that those things are definitely going to hold it together.
So
You-
that's the biggest risk.
Yeah, you have these cannons filled with rocket fuel that are burning at like twice the. What is the temperature of rocket fuel when it's hot? Is it like? It's like close to the surface of the sun or some crazy shit. Like what's the actual temperature? So everything has to be contained while you have insane amounts of fuel burning every second. And huge plumes of flame, enormous thrust
Right.
to escape Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
That- you're just hoping all those O-rings and all the shit that blew up with the Challenger.
So it could have blown up.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, Musk has openly said some of these are going to blow up when he's testing them.
Right.
When they would blow up, you're like, oh, Elon failed again. Like, no, we want it to fail because
Yeah.
we want to find out what is the threshold. Like, what?
Yeah, like, what
there's
is
only one
the
way
Wonder
to
failure
if
find out.
point?
all of them were they? You think they were like prepared to die? No.
Katy Perry was prepared to die.
Yeah,
That's why
she in
brought
her
the daisy.
eyes something's off.
She looked like a soldier.
Something's off with her.
No, it's good.
What about the hatch though? Wasn't that kind of sketch?
She has a Muhammad Ada
that's the only
look
thing
to
I
her.
gave
Well,
her
I
eyes.
think the problem is that the hatch is not a real hatch like a spaceship because it's not really going to space.
There's no captain. There's no pilot.
Right.
There's nobody going.
The mundo, all the above. So
Okay.
it's most hatches in that regard. They open outwardly so that the pressure of space travel, like when
Keeps
you're
it nice
shooting
and
that
sealed.
fucking rocket up insane amounts of gravity, doesn't make the door hinges fail and it collapses in on itself and everybody dies.
Right.
Right. So they have to open outward.
Right.
Right. So the pressure would keep them shut. So generally, like there's like a seal, and it's really kind of crazy. Like I have a friend of mine, very wealthy businessman, who brings me over his house the other day. He goes, I want to show you something. And he shows me this diagram. He said, this is from the 1950s. And this is the blueprint for the recreation UFO that they made when they tried to back engineer the one that they found at Roswell.
And they had this was a diagram.
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. And it had a crank handle like a submarine door, you know?
And they
So-
were trying to replicate a craft that had landed, crashed.
Yeah. He thinks they did.
Wow.
He doesn't
Oh,
think
yeah.
it's a try. He said this is the
Yeah.
blueprint because it had the
I
actual.
think they did
By the
recreate
way,
it.
the
And I
exact
think most of what we see is us.
generator in the center of it that Bob Lazar described
Yeah.
in 1989 when he worked at Area S4.
What layer of the government do you think is working on projects like that? Like, is it all the DARPA people?
I think it's people that are completely disconnected from congressmen, senators, presidents.
Right.
It's all
Right.
deep state. Because it's
Right.
all
They
people that
have
are-
to be like, they probably belong to an agency without a name.
Well, there's probably a bunch of those. And,
Right.
And when it comes to this kind of stuff, like we already know now because of Doge that there was money that was going with no receipts, billions and
I want
billions
that
of dollars.
spirit. I'm
It
not
was
so
just
worried
flying
about-
out with no receipts.
I don't really
they
have
no idea
shadow
where it went.
spells.
And Elon openly said, if this
Shadow
was,
Word Pain, I guess.
he goes,
but
if
still.
this was a public company, it would be delisted, and
Yeah.
the people who ran it would go to prison. But because it's the government, you're like, oh, I don't know what we did. We just they have
Do
no
you
receipts.
think?
That
Yep.
could be going to it.
You think they'll bring charges against anyone for fraud?
That's the worry about disclosure.
'Cause
And
that's
I
what-
think that's what's holding it back.
I think people needs concrete
Yeah, we
stuff.
Yeah. You wanna see
Oh,
concrete?
this is
Let's
going to
see
be a
what
good
Katy Perry
episode,
talked
y'all.
about.
Tim Dillon, you might not like him, but fuck, he's funny.
I sent you a few this morning. I said, let's discuss.
I saw her. I chatted about it on my show. I saw her say something about we weren't taking space, we're making space,
That's the one I want to say.
which I thought was an
Yeah.
interesting scientific.
It's not this one.
No. I got another one. I got some better ones. Well,
What is funny is immediately after
actually,
they
that
landed,
one's pretty good.
it is funny
Let me
to
see
do
the one
something
I
like
sent you.
this, and then everyone hates you. Like everyone hates them.
They
now.
shouldn't hate her. Oh, no, that's not it, Jamie. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, this one has all of them.
I have so many of them. I don't think that one has the making space. Try this one. It's so fun when people. Why is it so fun when people get pretentious? I guess because you're terrified that you would ever do it.
Well, yeah, and I also think it's fun to see somebody who has no self-awareness.
Yeah.
They're always the most fun.
I will never be the same. I mean, when you get up there and you see the earth, and it's so beautiful, and it just fills the screen, and it's not just your window, it's like everybody's window, and there's no boundaries, there's no border, there's just earth.
Fills the screen. Oh, we're cooked. Our brains are cooked from looking at these screens too long. As a
And
society.
it just fills the screen.
I
And
like
when
how
you
it
get up
says
there
astronaut.
and you see the earth, and it's so beautiful, and it just fills the screen.
space
Is
tourists.
it what you expected?
Not an astronaut. Astronauts are like scientists and shit.
No.
Better.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you can describe it. Because, you know what I was saying? It was like quiet, but then also really alive. And you look at it and you're like, we're all in this together.
You mentioned this was prior to going up. You said that you needed to go to space to heal. I know you're only a few minutes removed from this incredible experience. Do you feel healed? Now you are
No.
officially an astronaut.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel?
I feel super connected to love.
Behold the branch ergonomic chair, a symbiotic
You know,
companion
people wouldn't be
for the
making fun of him
working
so
youth.
hard if they didn't say silly shit when they came back. What the fuck?
I
Super
will
connected
never
to
be the
love?
same. I mean, when you
What?
get up
No,
there,
that's it.
and
That's
you
it. There's another one. There's another one. She said making space. But
Well, no,
how,
it's
how
just so
great
funny.
is it that they just get called astronauts?
It's
now?
funny to hear the richest guy in the world's wife go, "We're all in it together."
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if people feel that.
Yeah, we're definitely not all
I
in
don't
it with
feel
you.
like we're all
Can we
in
come
it
to your
together
yacht?
with you.
Can we get on your jet?
How in it together are we?
Yeah. What does that mean?
It feels like you hand selected a couple of friends to go do this.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she should have. It should have been a lottery system like Willy Wonka, where just 7 random people
Right.
should have been able to
With
go.
their
with
golden
this.
tickets.
I would do it just
That
to
would
change
be
my.
fun.
That would be good.
Just
Yeah.
7 random people.
Just pull out some guy who's not supposed to be here.
Just a cashier at HEB, someone from MS-13.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Get him in.
Yeah,
someone
a
from
little bit of everybody.
Agua,
Yeah.
and Lauren Sanchez and Gail King, and you know.
Oh, you see, they released the footage,
Maybe
dash
we should-
cam footage or police footage of the guy who they're saying was just a father.
The Maryland father.
Yeah, as he got pulled over with 8 undocumented people in
Yeah.
his truck. They were all supposedly staying at his house.
Yeah, I didn't see that,
Yeah. The wife had a restraining order against him, a protection
but
order.
I saw
in
that there was a
2021.
restraining order. I saw that he was hanging out with 2 guys that were in MS-13.
Yeah, they released the. Yeah, he's definitely sketchy.
He's cooked.
They
But
have
it's
made a
not.
few
He's not this
mistakes.
Maryland father.
No.
The guy that scares me is the hairdresser.
The gay hairstylist.
Yeah, I want
Or
to know
there's
what's
a guy
going
with
on
a
with that.
tattoo, and his
That's him. The hairdresser has
the
a mom
autism.
and dad. Oh no.
Oh no, there was a guy with an autism awareness tattoo, and they thought it was like an MS-13 tattoo, but it doesn't look like an MS-13 tattoo. It's a literal.
The problem is everybody's a liar.
You don't
So
know.
the liberals are liars and the Republicans are liars.
Everyone's lying.
They're all lying. And if they did ship some
Ironically, the
hairdresser-
only people I trust are MS-13
and
because
podcasters
they'll tell you.
and podcasters.
Podcasters and MS-13.
That's all I trust.
I would love if you just had MS-13 on. Just 3 guys.
I actually
with,
agree. I only really trust podcasters. When you get down to it, like, who else can you trust? What, you're going to trust the news? The motherfuckers got it wrong every single time the last 33 fucking years. That's just what I've been alive to see. So you can't trust them. You know, how many times do you have to get lied to before you go, okay, I can't trust that guy? Because for me, I have a pretty hard limit. After about 20 years of getting fucked with, I say no thank you.
tattoos because, by the way, there would be no outrage. That's what's hilarious.
Right.
If you had 3 MS-13 gang members, not one person would go, why did he have that
Why did
them
you
on?
platform them?
Nobody would.
But if I have Ian Carroll on,
If you have anyone else on, it'll be a horrible thing. But if it was 3 guys, MS-13 with head-to-toe tattoos, who admitted to killing multiple people, and you said, now tell me about what it's like to grow up in San Pedro Sula or whatever, and it would be okay.
well, the
that would
reason
be
why
okay.
that's good is because I think it's important to learn about other cultures.
A
And everybody
1,000%. And they
does.
should have their chance to talk.
And what's not cool is talking about maybe Israel did something wrong. You should really not do that.
I think
That was
it's
so funny.
criminal of you to even discuss
I know.
anything.
Well,
It's not right.
Apparently, I've been co-opted by what's called the woke right.
The woke right.
That's what I heard. There's a woke right now.
Yes, and they're
Fascinating.
co-opting.
I still haven't accepted the fact that I've left the left.
I did a CNN interview
Right.
for an hour because
I'm
I'm
with him
promoting
on
my
that.
special, and then
I still haven't
Really?
accepted
Yeah,
that
man.
Who'd you
fact.
talk to?
this girl Elle Reeves.
Was she cool?
Elle, she was cool. She does all the, you know, when you see the Vice documentaries where she talks to the Nazis and the incels.
Oh, Jesus, she does
It was that chick, and
Oh,
they sent
whoa.
her in.
Oh, that's a good move
I
for
was like,
them.
this is hilarious. So I'm sitting there, and she sits down. She's like, "Are there any left-wing comedians?" And I named 10 of them that are all in arenas. And she goes, "Oh," because their whole thing now is that podcasters are the most powerful people in the world. And she goes, "Do you think you're friends of the new establishment?" I said, "Well, there's 22 intelligence agencies, an entire legacy media. There's lots of Ivy League schools. There's this, there's that. Do I think Theo Von's the new establishment? No, I don't think so. I think you ran a really unpopular candidate. I don't think Americans like child sex changes, and I don't think they want an open border. And I think if you co-opted some of those issues, you might have won." They said to me at CNN, they're like, "We're editing the interview." I said, "Put the hour out." I sat there for an hour, and we had a nice conversation. But, we talked for 1 hour, and I was like, "Put it out." I'm like, "I understand if you can't put it out." And then she goes like this. She goes, "I can't believe you'd show up. People have said that they can't come on here because Joe Rogan would get mad at them." I said, "That's absolutely ridiculous."
Why would I
said,
care?
"He doesn't care. He would never care." I said,
Oh, that's so silly.
"It's the silliest thing ever."
They think we're at war.
I just said, "Put out the
Yeah,
thing." Put
right.
out the hour
One side-
online.
if
you
one
can only
side's
put out
at
a few
war-
minutes on.
I have very bad news, guys. If one side thinks you're at war, you're at war. Because they're not going to stop. That's just how that works. And I see what he means there, because I know some people who are pretty left. My sister is really left. And she treats everybody in her family like anything they say that is against her particular agenda is the most evil person on the face of the earth. And she will lie and backstab and cheat and steal and do whatever she has to try and make you into the bad guy that she pretends you are. She will do this to anybody as long as they're not on her side. So, yeah, whatever her side is, I don't know. She'll just decide randomly, I guess. I can't really speak to it very much because she just sort of went nuts. but I very much feel that she is at war in her own way with anybody who disagrees. She wasn't always like that either. So I have, I tend to really agree with that. It's like they think we're at war. Yeah. And if one side thinks you're in a war, you're already in one. I mean, how many people are blowing up Teslas? Now, granted, the batteries in Teslas do burn for quite a while when they go up, but not all of those are failed batteries. There's a lot of people just fucking breaking them on purpose.
On network, fine, but it's wrong to have someone come in and talk for an hour,
Right.
and then
use
not
3 minutes.
and then use 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's
So
fucked up.
how much did they use?
We don't know yet. They haven't put it out.
And did they say we can't put the whole hour out?
I texted this journalist, and she texted me. She goes, "I'm pushing for like a long form release." I go, "Yeah, man, just put out the interview."
Also, do you guys want ratings or no?
Yeah, we had a conversation about all these things you guys talk about.
Yeah, you guys have a website.
Then what are we doing?
Don't you have a YouTube page? Does the
Put it
CNN have a
out.
YouTube page? Put
And
the
she's
fucking
like-
whole hour out.
I go, she goes, "What do you think the Joe Rogan show? Why is it so popular?" I go, "Well, one of the reasons is he doesn't edit people.
Yeah.
They're not edited. They come on, they say what they want to say, and there's no editing. So what's weird about those institutions is they will sit you down for an hour and then, I guess, cherry pick what they think their audience wants to see.
Well, they just want what they think is going to grab the most ratings and is not going to make them look stupid. So if you're mocking them openly,
Yeah.
and
Well, she didn't
explain-
know when she said she goes, "Comedy's right wing." No, she goes, "Name left of center comedians." I named literally 8 of them, and I said they all are in arenas. I go, "What are you talking about?"
It's so dumb.
What are you talking about?
It's so dumb.
I was like, "That's you're saying that comedy's what?"
By the way, I used to be left of center according to the metrics of 2015.
I said there's a lot of Joe's positions if you look at them that are left of center positions, and there's a lot of my positions or anyone's positions. I said there's nobody that you can easily put in a box.
Yeah.
But they want you to be in that box.
Well, they're silly. And they also want me to be an enemy of CNN. I don't give a fuck if
You don't
anybody
care,
goes
who
on CNN.
cares?
By the way, I hope CNN corrects course and does
Right.
real news.
Right.
And just concentrates on the news and all this
Yeah.
fucking... I don't want editorial comments from morons, right? So when you're force-feeding me Don Lemon's opinion on how the world should be,
Right.
and how everyone
Right.
should be shamed if they don't get vaccinated. Like,
Right.
You're force feeding me morons. Like, no matter, of course your ratings plummeted.
Yeah.
Of course, and you guys lied about
Yeah.
so many fucking things and
Yeah.
never corrected yourselves.
Well, they're an arm of the Democratic National Committee, and they're an arm of that party. I mean, they're
whether
you know.
they are forced to be or whether they choose to be because they identify with being Democrat and they want to skew things completely towards the left. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
all of the old Bush era.
Shit. Do we have to go back to
neoconservative
Stranglethorn?
People who pushed the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the Patriot Act and Guantanamo Bay and all of this stuff, all find homes usually on MSNBC or CNN, advocating for war with
Yes.
Iran
Yes.
or
Always.
an escalation in Ukraine. They always so it's kind of an establishment. Doesn't seem to they don't really care about party,
Right.
and you know.
They're doing better now, though. I mean, this when they
Yeah.
have Scott Jennings on,
He's
that's-
yeah.
he's
kinda,
great.
Yeah.
That's the kind of conversations you need.
Let's go turn
Completely
this
ridiculous
in,
people who are
and
out of
then
their
head
fucking
to
minds
Stranglethorn.
versus Scott Jennings. Like, those are great.
You need
because
to
it's
have
like,
some fun, yeah.
It makes these ridiculous woke anchors look retarded.
Yeah.
And they should.
There
they
are
are in the world.
There
of-
are good principled arguments that against right wing things.
Yes.
You just can't have people who are completely out of it make them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, after the election, one of my favorite ones was it CNBC or CNN? I forget what it was. This guy was talking about this whole right-wing podcast ecosystem that's incredibly well-funded and organized. And
Right.
what are you talking about? Like, you
Right.
could literally go to the roots of how it all started. You could see every one of us doing our first podcast
Yeah.
with a fucking
There's
webcam.
no funding. What are we talking about? What are we saying?
And even the
Funding.
idea that we're all organized together, or that like I would want to prevent people from going on CNN.
It's just silly.
Could not care less.
Because that's the way they operate. You always usually, like, a lot of times you end up accusing people of something you're doing.
Right.
So because you are familiar with that. So they're like, well, we have a top-down corporate oligarchy telling us what to do. Is that the way it works with you? Like, no, Joe Rogan doesn't email people at the beginning of the week and go, hey, guys, this is
where you can't go.
This is the most insane thing ever.
But not only that, like, I want them to do well. I really don't care. They
Right.
obviously don't want me to do well.
Right.
But I don't care. I
Right.
hope look, if they turned it around and CNN became great, I'd watch it all the time. It's it used to be great. It used to have parts unknown on it.
The new thing they're doing, this is a very interesting thing that's happening.
Forgot parts unknown.
If somebody says something that they don't like and they can't immediately dismiss it, they go, but the fans of that thing are bad people.
Right.
This is an interesting attack point. They go, but somebody with a massive audience, if they find a sliver of that audience to
Right.
be objectionable in any way, they then go, well, the fans of that type of questioning are anti-Semitic or racist
Right.
or something.
Well,
and they
that's-
don't deal with the actual.
That's exactly what Douglas Murray was doing. Hey, you have to be aware of what pops up behind you online. What comes up underneath it. You're making people think things that they shouldn't think. Oh, fuck you.
Acts or the actual line of argumentation.
Yeah, it's just a sneaky debate tactic.
Right.
When you're dealing with, I have 19 million YouTube subscribers. How can you nail that down to the fans?
Right.
You don't know. You're just
Right.
talking out of your ass. This is a non-argument. It's a
Right.
stupid point. And by the way, when you're talking about actual comments, we've already established that, I don't know what the number is, but there's a huge number of people that are commenting that aren't even people. They're
Right.
bots. They're
Right.
state-sponsored bots.
Yeah.
They could be from Ukraine. They could be from America. They could be from Russia. They could be from Israel.
And I want more of them.
Yeah.
So if they're a state-sponsored bots that can jack my ratings up,
They can.
If they want to come over to me,
Do you have anything nice to say about Israel?
any Ukraine, I'm waiting for the money. I texted Barry Weiss and go, here's the way this game works. I get a little bit of money first. Not I go on and defend whatever the hell you people want to do. I'm not going to get my beak wet?
If you and I go to Israel, will you slap on the yarmulke?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Will you kiss the wall? Will you kiss the wall?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Really?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, and my film is greenlit when?
Do you have to kiss the wall? Is that the word?
No, I don't know anything. The wall is is that the Wailing Wall?
I don't know, but Mike Huckabee's over there like a good Christian.
Oh, well, he loves
'Cause
it
it's
over
Easter
there.
Sunday.
He
That's where
loves
you're
it over
supposed to
there.
be.
Because the fundamentalist Christians go hard
Yeah.
with the Israel thing. They're like,
Yeah.
let's
they
go.
think Jesus is coming back to
No,
that spot.
yeah,
Yeah.
what's very interesting is if Israel said to a fundamentalist Christian, if Netanyahu called Mike Huckabee and said, we're going to have to nuke Iran, he'd go, let's do it.
That's what Jesus
Let's
wants.
do it. That's what Jesus would want, a nuclear war. So that's where we've
Right,
got.
but people forget Jesus was mad at everybody around him at the time. Why do you think he had 12 disciples and not 12,000? Because everybody else was a tripping little bitch. Read that shit.
We've gotten to the
Jesus
point
wants us to use the nukes.
where we have fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Israelis and fundamentalist Muslims on the other side, and everybody's playing this weird game. And
Yeah, there he is.
You voted for it, you got it. America is booming, meeting a quickly growing energy demand with an all-of-the-above
Yeah, all right,
Boy, he
sure. It
looks
doesn't
old.
feel like it.
Jesus.
this is just hilarious. If this is the freeze frame from the episode that
These
we
guys
released, is us watching this.
they stop dyeing their hair at some point in time and just say, oh, fuck it. You know, like Stallone did?
The best hat they have is the Schreimel. They wear it in Brooklyn. It's that big furry Russian hat.
Oh, I love that hat.
looks sick.
That is a sick hat.
It looks like something out of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's a hat. Like, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm
Doesn't
a member of
matter.
the tribe, bitch. I got strings hanging from my belt. And I'm rocking
I got a hat.
a bear dick hat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty sick hat.
Yeah, I like that hat.
I think people can't get past the fact that, like, I mean, it's just
look at that
sick.
hat.
That
hat
is
the
cool.
Shit. What's that made out
That
of?
hat is cool as fuck.
Why, let's answer the
Why do they
question.
have
Why do
cool
Orthodox
hats?
Jewish men? Where's Ari when you need him?
That's a great point.
Ari never had to wear one of those hats, though.
No, but he looked good.
Yeah, I got a ton of hats from different UFC fighters.
Yeah.
From like Dagestan and from Kazakhstan. I got a cool Kazakhstan hat from Shavkat Ramanov.
It's a sick hat.
That is pretty dope.
It's an objectively
Why do they
sick
wear it,
hat.
Jamie? There was an article that just said it before that. The fur one. If you go back up in upper left corner, yeah. Jew in the City is the name of the website. God, I hope a Jewish person's running that website. Otherwise, they're going to get assassinated. The fur hat is known by the Yiddish name, how do you say that? Shtreimel? Shtreimel.
Yeah.
The Shtreimel was adopted by Eastern European Jewish communities in the 18th century and coincided with the rise of Hasidic Judaism. Technically, a Shtreimel is one particular style of hat. There are others. One that might be familiar on site is the Spodek. Oh, you fucking pop-up ad, cocksucker. Enter your email, which is taller and more cylindrical than a Shtreimel. A Spodek is the style generally favored by Hasidic sects of Polish descent. To the casual observer, however, they're all Shtreimels. Shtreimels made from a large piece of velvet surrounded by fur. Fur usually comes from the tips of the tails of sable, martens, or fox.
Nice.
Synthetic Shtreimels do exist. They're more common in Israel than elsewhere. Interesting. Shtreimel can cost thousands of dollars, so it's not uncommon for a Hasidic man to own a second
10 minutes
cheaper
on the
Shtreimel,
ride to Booty
so
Bay.
his main Shtreimel would not be battered by the elements.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. It's a cool hat. Let everybody know you're part of the tribe.
It's a fun hat.
Maybe comedians need like a thing that we wear.
A hat?
Yeah, like a thing that
That's
lets us
where it
know
go.
we don't give a fuck.
Yeah. I like that Kanye West Black Klan suit.
That's dope. How about his giant swastika in diamonds? Have you seen that?
What's funny is a jeweler made that.
Oh yeah,
And a Jewish jeweler.
Yeah.
An Israeli Jewish
They
guy
probably give him
made
a
that.
significant markup.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
I've
I
got to
would.
give you a swastika tax.
I would. It's only fair.
Yeah, you need a tax.
I think
if
it's
you
only
want
fair.
If you want a Jewish man to make a swastika, you got to
People
got to
separate, and I think this is not. I think people got to separate like governments from people, intelligence agencies from people. I think that's the whole thing. I think people are losing the ability to do that in this case, right? Because people, when you criticize Israel, or you criticize something that may or may not have been done by a government or an intelligence agency, you're not criticizing people.
Right.
You're criticizing a group of people making decisions. I don't think America always does things that are in the best interest of the American people.
Right. Well, this is the problem with when everybody sort of picks sides during the COVID thing. Well,
I'm doing quiet time. I'm not talking too much. So that's part of the reason I got a podcast on. I've been kind of raging at Warcraft 3's campaign. It's a little obtuse. It really is.
Whether or not we should trust the vaccine companies. Because, like, you did it because you're on the left and the people on the right were the ones who didn't want to take it. So instead of just looking at it objectively, the people on the left were like, everybody who doesn't agree is a science denier, and it got, like, really kooky because it got ideological. And as soon as it's ideological, you can fucking justify anything. This is how Jewish Americans are justifying, well, Hamas uses people as human shields. Like, they'll say things like that. Like, it's a way you can justify mass murder.
Yeah.
It's a way you can justify anything. As long as the tribe on your side, whatever your clan is, you can justify things. And so people stop thinking. They stop thinking and they just think completely along ideological lines. It's frustrating.
It is terrifying. It is. And passionately.
In my opinion.
Very passionately.
They're right. You're
no
wrong.
one is ever questioning anything.
No.
No one ever
questions science.
No one goes, wait a minute. Like, I think it's healthy to every now and then go, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, there was just something that got released today that showed that COVID-19 definitively came from that lab.
1,000%.
100% proof it came from that lab.
I read it, a little bit of it on the way here.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's nuts, man. It's nuts. These fucking people, they just got roped into this.
And it was a completely
criminals.
man-made
100%
disease.
100%. And they knew that from the moment it happened.
It leaked.
The moment it happened, they just lied. And Fauci is just out there walking around.
That's an interesting. It's an interesting case when someone like that in that position repeatedly lied to people about the origins
sorry, I
of
fucked all that up for a second.
And is allowed to just be free.
And faces zero consequences.
Meanwhile, they were trying to put Trump in jail because he
inflated the price of a condo.
Yeah. Would you see what
he got an appraisal that was higher, and then they lied.
Their appraisal was horseshit.
They lied about it.
Letitia James is now in trouble for the exact same shit.
Really?
You didn't see that?
That makes sense.
They're investigating her because she allegedly, according to Megyn Kelly, who I trust implicitly, allegedly went and got mortgages with her father, listing them as husband and wife.
Yeah.
On buildings,
right,
multiple times, and then also lied about the amount of bedrooms that were in a place,
right?
Because if it's 4 bedrooms, you get 1 tax rate. If it's 5, it's more. So she lied; it was a 5, and she said it was a 4.
Right.
Hey guys, Nick with B&B here. I'm here to talk about the hard-head veteran's helmet. I've worn this thing on 3.
Well, this is what they all do. So I think really the funny thing about all the cases that they brought against Trump, a lot of those cases were rooted in a just politicized version of something that's pretty standard that a lot of people have done.
Yeah, they always overvalue their properties.
Always overvalue properties, and people get away with it, and it's not.
It's not a crime. But here's the thing about the Trump thing is that all the people had been paid. So not only was it profitable for the banks, he paid everything on time. The loan, there was no criminal. Like, there's no crime. No one got victimized. Nothing happened.
Right.
They profited.
Right.
And then this crazy lady with a terrible past thought that she was going to be able to pull this off because she was on the team that she thought was going to win. Like, you talk about putting all your eggs in one basket. Like, they got a bunch of morons to sign in on these things.
It feels like we're in some kind of Cold War.
All right, I'm more than halfway there. We're almost
American
there.
Politics that are using courts and lawyers to go at each other.
Yeah.
It's not a hot war. People aren't fighting in the streets, but it does seem to be these parties seem to no longer view each other as different sides of the same coin. There seems to be, especially when it comes to Trump, it seems to be like they cannot, see him as anything other than an existential threat that has to be vanquished at any cost.
Right. And the problem with that is when you deny good things and only highlight bad things that everybody knows it, well, now you're playing a game. And your game is I never tell the truth. I tell you parts of the truth that I like.
Yeah. And you got to win that game.
Yeah.
If you're playing that game, you got to win.
Yeah.
If you do all these things, they have to work.
And if Trump gets in office,
then
even after you did all these things,
it's a problem.
You're fucked.
Then it's a problem. You know, it's like with JFK, they got him.
Yeah.
Obviously not good, but they got him, and then that slammed the door shut, and then all their people came in and kept a cover-up going on.
I wish I really understood all this stuff that we talk about.
Yeah.
Because there's an argument that we haven't had a real president since JFK got shot.
That's probably a good argument.
Yeah.
And there's maybe arguments that we actually didn't have real presidents prior to JFK.
Right.
So,
well, what do you think is happening now then? Do you think that...
I think you have these guys, right? So these guys that go into the CIA, they learn all about these underground groups. They have all of these different relationships all over the world, right? Weapons, weapons, drug running, weapons, all of these different, terrorist groups, crime syndicates, right? Their job is to know information about every government, all of the, separatist groups that could potentially take over and become the next government. They have all of these connections. And then they either leave the CIA, they retire, or supposedly it never occurs to any of them to make a buck. That's the real question, right? It never occurs to any of these people that there might be a great way to make a buck working with some of these people outside of Congress, the White House, all of that. That's, as it's been explained to me by pretty smart people, that's what you have. You have a rogue element of people in those agencies that have massive amounts of money.
37 quests.
Right. And they're very well connected. And they're running weapons.
Let's go.
And the president has no idea what's going on.
Right.
And Congress has no idea what's going on. They're not briefing a teacher from Georgia who got elected because he promised he was going to build a fucking shopping mall in a suburb of Atlanta about what they're doing in Syria.
Right.
They're not briefing these people.
Exactly.
There's nothing democratic about what's happening. And so then you think to yourself, you're like, well, how do we make sure everyone keeps their mouth shut? How do we make sure everyone keeps their mouth shut?
Cha-ching.
Then we go, not only money, but that's when we bring in Ghislaine Maxwell. That's when we bring in Jeffrey Epstein, right? That's when we bring in people who go, let's all have fun. We've got a great weekend getaway planned. And then we can all be on camera doing something that would get us thrown in jail, have people rightly disgusted and want to kill us. And the worst things ever are now on camera somewhere. Those tapes are somewhere. Now everybody is completely incapable of ever coming out and saying what's going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, and then those people are running a parallel government. It's a parallel command structure. And that's a huge problem.
And it was essentially completely in control for 4 years.
Probably for more than 4.
But for the last 4, for sure.
1,000%.
That's the best example we've ever had of that.
1,000%.
That guy's never really running things.
1,000%.
There's no way they let him.
And it's probably still in control to a certain degree now, because it's very hard to, when you have something like that happening, it is very difficult to completely shut it down.
Well, it's
very hard.
Well, here's a perfect example that we know it's definitely running things, because Trump is still trying to figure out why he got shot. Like,
Right.
he was like, I want more information.
Yeah.
Like there's no information
There's not
coming
going
to
to be.
him
There's
about.
not going to be information.
Yeah, well,
There's not going to be information.
That's a crazy story. That
Well, also
story,
there's-
you should try to
Yeah.
connect. Like, if it's not America that did it, if it's not us, it's not intelligence agencies that did it, then it means a foreign government that hijacked this kid's brain and got him to climb on top of that roof. Like, somebody tried to get someone to assassinate a guy who's running for president, and no one seems to be interested in finding who that person or that group who influenced this kid is. It's
So
like-
many of these ex-intelligence chiefs pop up all over the world. They pop up in Dubai. They pop up on MSNBC.
like to travel.
They love traveling. They're having meetings with people. They're all over the place.
They
and
love
they're,
people.
And they love people. They love cultures. They
Cultures
love
are
meeting
nice.
different cultures.
Yeah, the food's great.
And supposedly, I heard from someone who's, again, smart and I consider trustworthy, that there's actually large sectors of the global economy that are moved more in this direction than you'd think. Like, there are tentacles into very large investment banks and private equity companies that a lot of these guys have. Let's put it that way. Obviously, it's not a shocking thing.
Why would the government let a private equity company operate with impunity?
Right. So you have,
Especially if they're controlling regulations and they're
yeah.
like, let's work together.
Right. There doesn't seem to be a good answer to any of this. That becomes the real issue.
You ever get invited to these like fucking Illuminati conferences or any of these crazy things?
No, they wanted me to do stand-up at one conference, and it wasn't like an Illuminati kind of thing. It was like I don't know, it was like some type of like low-grade Illuminati.
Yeah, that's
like
how
kind
they
of
start
faux
you.
Illuminati.
That's like the minor leagues.
Yeah.
And then eventually you go to some weird ranch in the mountains of Wyoming.
Well, that sounds nice.
Maybe.
Actually, it does sound nice.
Maybe.
No, I think that, like, it does seem weird that a lot of, once you get to a certain level, people take an interest in you that never were interested.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Oh,
For
yeah.
sure. For sure.
Yeah.
People are interested.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. It is strange that people seem to care about you or what you're saying, or people going, I think your read on that is wrong. And you're like, why do you care what it is? I'm a fucking guy with talking into a microphone once or twice a week.
Yeah, but they don't like that. They don't like
Yeah.
people having influence that haven't been sanctioned.
They don't like that.
Yeah, they want all influence to be top down, all
Yeah.
influence to be a part of a giant corporation.
Yeah.
That's what they want. They don't want influence to be just regular people. Regular people are fringe. They're far this or far that. They're problematic. They spew misinformation and There's no one who spews more misinformation than CNN.
They
Over the
spew a
years,
lot.
how many times you guys, just what you guys did over
Yeah.
COVID, if you were a podcaster, you'd be shut down.
Right.
Like, if the podcasters were the one telling everybody to get vaxxed, you get it, you won't spread it, you won't this, you won't that, there's no side effects. If podcasters are saying that, but the establishment news was saying, hold on, this is an experimental vaccine. We should not be asking women who are pregnant to take this. We should be not asking kids who are in no danger to take this. We do not know the long-term consequences. If podcasters were saying that, You know,
It would be
podcasters
for
were
sure.
on the government side instead of CNN. If CNN was the wise ones that told everybody to be cautious,
Right.
they would want us prosecuted.
Yeah.
They would be going after us for all the side effects that people are experiencing.
Yeah.
You have blood on your hands. You're responsible for strokes and heart attacks and myocarditis and all sorts of autoimmune
Well,
issues.
you also have to
and
think about how much
neurological-
easier it is for, let's say, an intelligence community to manipulate them than it is to come in here. Like an intelligence community is not going to go, all right,
all
let's
they
find.
have to do is bring me to the UFOs.
No,
That's all
well,
I
for
ask.
sure. You
and I'm on the
keep
agenda.
telling them that. Yes.
That's all you have to do. What do you want me to do?
It's
You wanna-
very easy.
We're going to go to war with Kosovo? I don't even know where Kosovo is on a map, but if you tell me where the UFOs are, I'll have a guy in here that explains why it's super important. We
But it
bomb
is
the
funny.
fuck.
It's like what they'd have to do is pick somebody, have them become a comedian, start a podcast, get an audit. Like, it is difficult, right?
Yes.
Whereas if you work at
All
a media
they
company,
gotta do is show me the UFOs, and I'm on board. I don't know where, but I'm going. Just like, look, just tell me where they're at. Let me see. Shit, maybe I accidentally see an alien over there. You know what I mean? Just be like, oh, fuck, dude. I'm here for it. Let's
it's
go.
very easy to just some new guys there.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Right.
Oh, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's Mike.
Somebody just shows up. Hey, Suzanne, run everything by Suzanne.
Hey, how does this guy, Bob Woodward, how
Right.
does he get the most
Yeah.
important? This is his first case.
Lucky guy.
He gets Watergate.
Lucky guy.
Wait a minute. What did he do for Navy intelligence?
Right. Lucky guy. That
Okay.
Watergate thing's so funny.
But I've been here for
because-
30 years, Mike.
Yeah, I haven't gotten
Shut
anything.
the fuck up.
Fuck
Bob's
you.
taking this case.
Bob's taking down Nixon, who's keeps asking questions about what happened to Kennedy.
Did you see when Bill Murray was here?
I did, yeah.
Did you see the thing that he said about Wired, the book?
Yeah. Wait, which one?
Wired is the book on John Belushi. He said, I read the first 5 pages and I was like, oh my God, they set up Nixon.
Oh, that's hilarious.
They framed Nixon.
That's so funny.
This is what he said.
Yeah.
He's like, if this is what they say, this is what this same guy said about John Belushi, which is
Right.
100% not true.
Right.
Do you know John Belushi was a lightweight?
Right.
He would drink a couple of beers and he'd be fucked up.
Right.
Like, he didn't have
That's me.
tolerance. He wasn't this maniacal coke
No.
sniffing. It was all lies.
They don't care at all about getting any accurate information.
That time
No.
that he died
Yeah.
was probably the first time he ever did a speedball, according to Bill Murray.
Wow.
Yeah. And Bill
Wow.
Murray was one of his best friends.
Bill Murray knew.
Bill Murray's like, I've known this guy most of my life.
Right.
And then he goes, they framed Nixon.
Right. It's
And,
very,
then I told him the whole story that Tucker
course.
Carlson had told me.
Yeah.
Which I was like, what? That it was all FBI agents
Yeah.
and the whole thing was a complete sting.
It was a sloppy burglary where they wanted to get caught. They traced it back to Nixon because Nixon was doing things they hated.
Well,
And,
this is
you
the
know.
thing that got Nixon on. I
Yeah.
don't know if you know, but what they said to Nixon is they told if Nixon was not guilty of the crime, but they told Nixon about the crime and then he helped them cover it up. That's how they got him.
Right.
But I mean, what is he going to do?
Of course.
If he thinks this is on the legit,
course.
and you come to him with the crime, like, oh, Jesus Christ. Well, don't
Right.
fucking tell anybody,
Yeah.
Tim. Jesus Christ, Tim. What
Yeah.
did you do? You bugged Cap City?
Yeah.
Come
yeah.
Fuck.
They had to get rid
Okay.
of. They had to get.
Yeah.
They had to get rid of him.
Well, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw our phones in the river.
Yeah. Right. Here's what happens now.
Okay. How do we get out of this?
Yeah.
Where'd you put the bugs? Can we break in and take the bugs back?
That's so funny.
Yeah.
They'd be so flattered if we bug Cap City.
I heard they
That's
hate us.
awesome.
Somebody told me last night that they hate us. I'm like, how do you hate me? I love you. I used to love the old Cap City. If you got Cap City, if you
Right.
got headliners and you need them, I'll promote it. I'll promote it on Twitter.
Yeah.
And same thing with Moon Tower. I heard
Yeah.
they're mad at me too because I wouldn't have them at the club. I'm happy to help you.
Yeah.
I would happy to help you. I just
Of
don't
course.
want you to book my club.
Of
That's
course.
all it is.
Of
My
course.
club is sold out every night.
Yeah.
And it's guys like you and Shane and
Yeah.
Ari and all these. I don't want anybody else booking it. It doesn't mean that I don't support your cause.
Of course.
I just don't want you coming into my establishment. That's all it is. I want everybody to do well. There's 5 comedy clubs on my street.
What you've done, I think,
happy.
ultimately is good for the town. You bring people into the town.
The problem is when
Yeah.
people used to be in control of comedy in the town, and then all of a sudden they're not, and they used to be like the person that people would go to, and now they're insignificant.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle
Yeah,
with
that hurts.
that. The idea of that they're losing control. I think that seems to be the angriest I've seen people online since the election that have railed against podcasts and they've railed against. They seem to be angry that they no longer have a monopoly on what people can hear.
Exactly. And they still continue to lie and misrepresent people that do podcasts or people that are have a different opinion say. And that's where it gets really stupid. You know, like they keep saying that, you know, when I had that Daryl Cooper guy on, that I'm bringing on a Nazi apologist and a Holocaust denier. Like that is, neither of those things are true.
Yeah.
It's not true. And the guy doesn't just talk about that. By the way, his stuff about Jim Jones is fucking sensational. You know, Jim Jones was like a civil rights leader?
Yeah.
Jim Jones had an interracial child.
I didn't know any of that.
Yeah, Jim Jones was like, he had an adopted black child that he would take to school, and everybody would be fucking furious at him in the town.
Yeah.
And he was a legitimate Christian, like a real, I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christian.
One of the big things in
Until he
America.
went kooky on
Yeah,
meth.
of course.
The meth got him.
Yes. Listen, there are a lot of
meth will
people
get you.
questioning World War II for not
The
good
meth will
reasons.
get
of
you.
course.
Right.
It's like people that bring up the age of consent. And you go, wait a minute.
Yeah,
you know?
hey.
What's
Yeah,
going on?
whoa,
What are you doing?
buddy.
There are people, I think, that do launder not great reasons for questioning World War II through whatever. However,
I ain't seen it yet.
No
I
doubt.
ain't seen it yet. I'm so excited to see it.
There's
though.
a very
I
interesting.
forgot it was out. Thank you for reminding me, Rat.
The teeth
Holy
really
shit.
come out. The gnashing of teeth come out in this country when you question at all the American war machine.
Yes.
And
You deserve a
the
shout out for that.
pageantry of war and the iconography of the state and of war and of how important it is and how just it always is and how we're always on the right side of it and we're always doing the right thing. And in World War II, we 100% were, but there are a lot of other times when we've made grave.
I think he's funny, and he's kind of smart too. They've made a couple good points. I've always thought he's funny.
Errors with our military.
Yes.
And I feel like it's not good enough for, you can't just point to World War II, which is, again, we were correct.
Yes.
But I think there is this idea that if you do, it's not an accident there's a million movies made about World War II.
Yeah.
It's not an accident that there is a lot of pageantry surrounding World War II.
Well, also,
In fact, I think I just got cucked and accidentally resubscribed to Netflix because I totally forgot that I had that withdrawal coming out. So I might even have it. That might be something I got to do tonight.
that the World War
Fuck yeah.
II movies have heroes.
Of
whereas
course.
the Vietnam movies are apocalypse.
That's
now.
right.
Everything's complicated and it's all chaos.
So I think that inspires the idea that a military solution is always correct and that the use of force is always the right way to do it. And that coincidentally makes people lots and lots of money and their children never end up fighting those wars. That seems to be a lot of it. Now, that doesn't mean
I'll have
that
to
there aren't
watch it.
people with bad motivations.
I need a good
that are-
laugh. I have been a little under the weather. So I need to laugh at some shit.
Genuinely anti-Semitic or that genuinely have fascist inclinations, or absolutely are.
Feel
But
like
I
I've
think
been
there
full
needs
of
to be
shit for a
space
week.
to criticize the mythologizing of war in general and the justification for endless wars.
Kill
all the
Tony
time.
is so good.
Like
dude.
Iran. I hope Trump does not go into Iran.
Yeah.
That seems like a very bad idea.
It also seems like a very bad idea for Iran to get nuclear weapons. That seems bad too.
Yes, but I think there's ways to prevent that without a regime change war. This is what we have to.
Like I've been watching the Kill Tony clips for years now, and it's like now he's on Netflix. Thank God. Good job, Netflix. I think Netflix might pull through. Shane Gillis. Dude, yeah, Shane Gillis doing his Donald Trump is fucking so good. They had... Who did they have? They had someone else do... Like, right before the election, they had someone pretending... They had someone playing Biden and someone else playing... And Shane Gillis playing Trump. Full makeup, everything. It was fucking... It was so good.
Yeah, this is what Tulsi Gabbard, I think, was very attractive about a lot of what she said during her confirmation hearing. She goes, I understand.
Yo, it's spot on. It's fucking so good.
That there are terrorists out there that are dangerous. But we got to find a way to
Like, everybody thinks they have a good Trump impression, and then Shane Gillis enters the room, and it's like, oh, never mind. Nope, never mind. He's good. He's the one that's got it.
Deal with them without committing troops to stand there in an Islamic country. We've done this.
Yeah.
We saw this movie.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out.
Yeah.
You know, and I think we have to stop thinking that it's going to be better this time. If we decapitate the head of a foreign government and we have American soldiers in an Islamic country trying to set up a provisional government, the nightmare of that during Iraq, Paul Bremer, this weird British-looking guy that they sent to stand on that rubble with his boots and, you know, the mission accomplished on the aircraft carrier. Like, it brings back, like, you know, to me, it's like I get flashbacks from it.
Do you remember the guy who was the Iraqi public relations guy who was saying that they're winning the war?
Was it Ahmed Chalabi? Well, no, that
I haven't watched pretty much anything on my TV. The last thing I used my TV for was playing Black Myth Wukong. And before that, it was the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight. And before that, I think it was when I platinumed Bloodborne. Like, I should straight up just sell my TV. I so rarely use it.
That was the guy that fed us all the bullshit to get us in.
No.
Yeah.
It was the guy that people openly mocked. I believe he had glasses, and he was the guy that was always saying that Iraq is kicking ass.
Oh, interesting. No.
Yeah, Baghdad something or another they called him.
And he was saying that we were doing good?
No.
That we were getting...
No. He was saying that Iraq is kicking our ass.
Yeah.
A phone or iPad? Yeah. I probably could. I just haven't bothered installing the Netflix app on my phone. And I know it's on my PlayStation. And it's only right there. God, I'm fucking lazy. That's really what it comes down to. I'm just lazy as shit.
Well,
do you remember
hilarious. No, I don't remember that.
Baghdad something or another they called him.
By the way, does anyone know what's going on in Iraq right now?
Mostly flea markets.
If there was a gun to my head, I could not tell you what the state of Iraq was. I know the Taliban are in Afghanistan. What's going on in Iraq?
Listen.
ISIS.
Listen. You hear that? Ready? That's a gay guy that threw off a roof.
Right. So that's where we spent. That's a 20-year, commitment. Or was a very long time. Right. So that's like, I feel like that's the thing, that when you ever try to have a nuanced understanding of what we can and can't do, I don't think it's a great idea that Iran gets nuclear weapons. It seems like there are ways to prevent that.
We're going to make ISIS in charge.
Full-scale invasion. But don't we need these? Like, I think, I always look at these groups like the Houthis and stuff. We need these people.
100%.
We need them. And the Houthis are a fun one because they're like on the ocean and they're like pirates. This is new. They figured out that like land-based stuff's not as interesting. They're disrupting trade. You know how much of our trade goes through? It's 3%.
Hey.
3% trade.
Don't minimize that. Just like I don't want you minimizing
these
female
women
astronauts.
But we need these Houthis. It feels like we need these groups. We had ISIS. We had then ISIL. Now, we had the people in Syria. I forget their names, something. But we need these little groups. And this is what we do. We just choose, because all of these groups are not even,
oh my God.
They're just people hanging out. And then we give them weapons and get them going. They're just guys in a bar. A lot of these groups are guys in a bar
Some of them
in
don't
Syria.
even have a bar. They have a hole in the ground.
They're sitting a hole in the ground, and we show up and we start arming them and giving them stuff, and it's like.
And then 20 years later, we come
Hicks
back to kick some ass. What's up, Zip? I saw you got offline. I saw you got offline in WoW for a second. Hey, Blondie.
Where it's like pick up the gun, for him special. It's like, are the Houthis?
I put some meat in the slow cooker. Yes, I know, it's late. I don't care. Get a ballsy raid this time. Oh, I was going to say maybe I should attack him, but you know what? Let's not. I'm just going to go back to Stranglethorn. Well, I'm already back in Stranglethorn. And I guess I'm here now. Leveling's been a bitch. I've been like 35, 36 for like a week. Yeah, it's not gonna be done till at least 2 a.m. But I mean, fuck it, whatever. I'm here. Worst comes to worst, I'll just throw it in the fridge and then have it in the morning. I'll throw the whole damn slow cooker in the fridge. I don't give a shit. Like I was saying a minute ago, I am lazy as fuck. But at least I know it. All right, I'm gonna go grab this real quick. Then come down here, do these. That's going to be a little high level for me. Oh, okay, that's fine. I guess I'll just kill all these guys on the way. Cool.
It's an existential threat to the United States? That feels crazy.
The craziest thing was
just feels insane.
Trump showing the video of them getting bombed.
Oh, yeah.
It's so wild.
We could kill all... This is the problem. We could get rid of all of these threats in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
but we don't seem to want to.
It's not good for business.
Yeah, no, we got to keep.
It's like you can't come to a market,
dude. Yeah. What the fuck? I minimized these. Why the fuck did they biggin? Why did they unminimize? Why did they maximize? What the fuck? Did I press a button that I wasn't supposed to? I don't know. Yeah. I feel like Blizzard kind of dropped the ball on levels 30 to 40, because like you'll pretty much clear out like all of level 30 to 40 just has so much running.
Get every week, you burn it out.
No, the Houthis are good.
Problem is I don't quite have enough money, and I want to be sure to have enough money when I get 40, so I can get my mount. Because if I have to keep walking at level 41, I'm uninstalling.
Hezbollah wears the fatigues. Ooh. If you get up Hezbollah, they're scary looking. The Houthis are not that scary. The Houthis look like a bunch of dudes in like a bazaar, like you said, like in a flea market. Right. That they're on a boat, they're holding up guns, no one cares. Hezbollah looks genuinely like, okay, let's not fuck with these people.
It's like Shane's bit about the Iraqis.
I already have a few.
Going through the workouts. And like would think they're like an elite army.
Oh God,
they couldn't do jumping jacks.
They can't do anything. But that's the whole thing. It's like it's this weird global chessboard of like as someone said to me once that there's like a dial. You turn it up, you're like more war, less war.
Yeah.
More war, less war.
I'm going to see more conflict. If smelling salts are good for allergies. Have you gotten any of the allergies out here?
No, I don't get it.
My first year of legitimately getting them.
Cedar fever.
Ooh, look at that. All rested XP. This is the best part.
I think you got to do cocaine.
They make allergy medicine too.
Yeah, that's no fun.
Yeah, maybe Zyrtec or something.
That's no fun.
What is it? The cedar?
No fun, and I swear to God, it doesn't work. Like, that's the thing with allergy pills. If you stop taking your allergy pills for even a day, they come back worse than they would be with no allergies. I've done years of study on this using myself as a guinea pig. If you don't take allergy pills, your allergies are never as bad. If you do take allergy pills and then forget one day, you're fucked. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just my particular brand of fucked up.
It is.
I think it's people say cedar
but my nose has
fever.
been running. And
I appreciate everybody for showing up. Y'all are good sort. I've never... Careful. My aunt got him at 50. Careful. She used to make fun of my mom and me because we'd be sneezing all the time. And our noses would be running. She's like, how do you live like that? And then one day, she's like, I get it. And you guys gave them to me. We're like, no, we didn't give you shit. That's just what happens. She was so mad. You're the only one in your immediate family without them. Hold on to it. Savor every breath of fresh air. You never know when they'll disappear. 'Cause that shit can set on later, apparently. I did not know that. It's terrifying, which I guess gives me hope that mine could suddenly disappear, but I doubt it.
Dude, Mark Hopper actually might have helped the military capture Saddam Hussein. What?
So they were on a USO tour in 2003, and they got asked to come in and do like a private show, and he sat down. It's like here.
Said, "Sir, I have a plan to catch Saddam Hussein." The musician recalled telling a Navy admiral on board the aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf.
way.
According to Hoppus, Hussein had been sending video messages to his followers from an unknown location at the time. The musician felt that the military could use drones to their advantage and uncover his location by pulling data from the video messages. Sir, what about having drones?
I've never had coughing as part of my allergies, but I know some people do. Maybe your time has come. The Reaper's tapping you on the shoulder going, better start getting ready.
Fly all over the region in carpeting patterns, broadcasting time codes above the level of human hearing, but at the level that a video recording would catch it.
That's probably
suggested to the admiral.
That's probably all it is.
The next time he releases one of his videos, you could listen to it, pull the ultrasonic data, and triangulate the drones you have flying all over. Holy shit.
This is the guy from Blink 182?
His dad was in the military. Or
Someone was in something.
He knew, yeah.
Okay, this brings me back to that fucking Strange Times in Laurel Canyon shit.
Yeah, I was going to say it. This brings me back to that shit where it's like Frank Zappa's dad was fucking CIA or some shit. Jim Morrison's dad was an admiral, and like all of those people that were, you know, the big hippies in the like making music in the late 60s through the 70s, all that hippie era, a lot of them have direct family connections to like intelligence work. It was kind of spooky. Strange Times in Laurel Canyon, I believe, is the book.
Yeah. 4 months later, Saddam was located and captured in Iraq, so you're welcome, everyone.
What a great book. Well, not only the Tom O'Neill book, but then this Dave McGowan book, Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon. I lived up there when I was living in L.A. I lived up there, and I'm telling you, that is the creepiest vibe of any area that I've ever been to in my life.
It's a weird vibe.
They have that fucking military installation, that Lookout Mountain.
Jared Leto owns that. He lives there now.
Doesn't he have a whole cult?
Shh.
Okay.
He's a good guy.
I'm sure he is. I'm not saying it's bad to have a cult.
They tried to investigate his cult, and it turns out it's not.
Yeah, I in my opinion, like hating Joe Rogan is a litmus test for whether you are a thinking human being or not. Quite frankly, like I've never found his comedy funny, but I enjoy that the show is something so. At the time, when he first started, it was so unique, and everybody started to realize like this is the way to do shit.
Really, it's just a bunch of people having fun.
Yeah,
and
there's nothing
no
wrong with that.
requirements. There's no one asks you to fuck them. There's nothing happens.
It's a voluntary fuck cult.
It's not even voluntary fuck cult. It's just they get together and dance or something. I don't know what they do.
I lived there for 3 years. I didn't get one text.
Dude.
I used to drive by and point at it and go, look, it's the thing.
What do they do? What does Jared Leto's...
It's like a summer camp. They call it like Echelon.
Yeah.
It's a summer camp.
Just to go watch the band play close up.
Oh, what the fuck's the problem with that, Tim? How about Tim Dillon Fest?
I have no problem with that.
It's basically Skank Fest.
Just a bunch of people.
Oh, what a fucking pussy.
Yeah, absolutely. I have no issue with that at all.
What a fun time, though, for us.
Yeah.
Because everything's just... there's just so much stuff to talk about. Everything's nuts.
Do you
Nothing
think...
makes sense.
I was on the All In podcast the other day, and they were talking about...
Undead
these
Road,
chicks,
just
these
jumping
chicks,
your
and
ass.
Shit,
what were they talking about? What were you saying? Yeah, first time somebody said, do you watch the Joe Rogan Experience? And I go, the Fear Factor guy? This was in like... Oh, God, would have been 2015, rolling into 2016. I'm like, what, the Fear Factor guy? Yeah, the Joe Rogan Experience. You watch a podcast? I go, he has a podcast? What does he talk about? Making people eat bull semen or some shit? Like, what the fuck? I didn't get what people were talking about.
Interesting is people are setting up, because we have these export controls that don't allow us to...
There's always a fucking undead rogue to just... Huh? Look at me, I'm so good at PvP because I hit you. You're not good if you're fighting somebody who's not fighting back. That's like beating up a child. Congratulations. I think so.
Send certain chips to
I
China
don't
because they're
check.
able to like manipulate them,
Right.
and then become the world's largest semiconductor producer. But now all these fun fake companies are starting in like Bhutan or Cambodia, and they're buying the chips, or Singapore, and then they all get back to China.
Well, one of the guys who worked at whatever the preeminent AI system in China was saying, one of the whistleblowers was saying that they have 50,000 of these fucking banned chips.
That's so wild.
Whoopsies.
And so they were talking about, like, is it better to send them the chips, or is it better to if you don't send them the chips, then it spurs their innovation?
I think my people only show up at night. I think that's the problem. I am being lazy right now. Why does this keep fucking opening? What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, I've been streaming during the day, and it has not been going well. I hope things are going good for you, Smoker. I feel like nighttime is the time I'm supposed to be streaming. It's also the time I'm supposed to be awake, so I gotta reset my sleep schedule back to night time. Yeah, yo, I lurk a lot, alright? If I'm live, I will tab somebody, drop a little lurk emote, and then dis-a-fucking-peer. Even when I'm not streaming, I'm not very good at the whole small talk, chit-chatting, networking thing. I'll just be like, hey, person, they're cool. Pull them up. Lurk. Bye. And then go do other shit. What the fuck? Every time I switch regions, it fucking pops back up. What the hell? Oh, that's frustrating as fuck. Now it won't go away. No! Ah! I hate it. Makes me angry.
They make the chips.
Like a lot.
Well, either
Is
way,
it
they're
Lucas?
gonna get the chips.
Yeah.
They're getting the chips.
They're both innovating and stealing at the same time.
Can there be anything done to
Yeah?
stop their rise?
Nah, not at this point.
Man,
Doesn't
that's cool.
feel like it, right?
There's so much more technologically advanced in so many different areas now.
Yeah.
Like the drones that they
I just
have
get
are
burned
so
out from
superior
too
to
much.
the commercial drones that
I just get burned out from doing it too much. I can't. I just can't. After a certain point. Those 3 days where I didn't have internet were a fucking godsend. I just got to actually, like, sit in quiet for a few minutes, and it was something wonderful that I should do more often, quite frankly. Oh well, I'm here now.
we have, because drones over here, you have to have a pilot's license to drive the really spicy ones.
Do you think
So
some of
they're all
those drones
regulated.
over New Jersey were theirs?
Could be. I think they were ours. I honestly do. Otherwise, I think they would have shot them down if they could. I don't know if they could. And maybe they wouldn't, because then it would alarm people. Because then it would, like, you would show that that is a legitimate threat.
We're fighting for, like, satellite supremacy in the sky, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Crazy. The internet, the Starlink. I mean, essentially, Elon's launching Starlinks all over the fucking world.
Do you worry at all about the tech people?
Yeah.
being
It does say
Democrats up
episode
until
2307. Yeah. I can't believe I missed that. No, it's because Smoker popped in, and I was too excited to see my first subscriber, Smoker. Yeah, dude. That's part of the reason I like doing long streams. It's like, the more you do something, the better you get at it. Yes, there also has to be the intent to get better at it and some work towards it, but, like, just doing it more is not a bad idea. Even if it doesn't go well. Like, you just gotta stay on that shit sometimes.
5 minutes.
I wasn't gonna go live again today because I was live playing Warcraft 3 and I just kind of over it. I think tomorrow might be a StarCraft stream sort of day, though. Because I made a little win-loss tag for my stream. I'll have to manually update it because I don't know how to do one that does it dynamically, but it's fine. I ain't too worried about that.
Ago.
Yeah,
And
you
then,
should, but
you know,
a lot of those people have shifted sides. And they've shifted sides because they understand that, well, I had Mark Andreessen in here. And Mark Andreessen was explaining, he said the most terrifying meetings we ever had was when we were part of an AI startup and the government came in and said, we're not going to let you do this.
Right.
Not only are we not going to let you do this, we're not going to let anybody do this. We're going to have a small amount of these things. We're going to completely control them.
Yeah.
He was like, what the fuck? Like, you guys are like openly saying this.
Yeah.
That you're
Doing Schedule 1 or my first Rocket League stream tonight. Yo, Rocket League is fun. I haven't played it in a while because one of the big resources to just sort of get started in Rocket League and to look deeper into the competitive scene is a site called Liquipedia. And when I was looking up stuff for Rocket League and I wound up on Liquipedia, now this place, oh my god, I just got hit with a wave of nostalgia even looking at it. Am I logged in? No, I'm not logged in. This was my entire fucking childhood and adolescence. Shit, I should start logging back in so I can get my stream featured. Oh, I forget. This is the site that got me to start streaming. Not because of Twitch. Had nothing to do with Twitch. Twitch is just where you end up going. TL.net used to be called TeamLiquid.net. And if you watch any competitive game at all, you will know there is a Team Liquid team. Like Counter-Strike, Dota has had them at different points. Maybe even League, I'm not sure. StarCraft 2, all of this. But it all started. This was the OG Liquipedia. This was the old homepage. Now it's the /StarCraft/main_ page. But this was the homepage of Liquipedia. So, as soon as I ended up on Liquipedia for Rocket League, my days were numbered and I was coming back to StarCraft. There was no option. I can't resist. It's like being in a cult. Oh, dude, it's fine if you suck. I never thought that you needed to be really good to stream. But if you do stream Rocket League, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You're going to get people showing up in your chat, and they're going to go, hey, want a 1v1? And if you want to get better, or if you just want to make, some good clips of you getting your ass kicked, absolutely accept the 1v1. Me and Waxy did it, and we got 11-0'd in 3 minutes. We were like, what the fuck? It was insane.
Going to inhibit innovation at the highest level of technology. Some shit that you probably don't even understand. But you want to have absolute control over it.
I think the worry is that people don't trust the government, nor should they. But I don't know if they trust these tech guys either.
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
You shouldn't. Look what's going on with OpenAI.
That's the whole thing. I think that people are wary of the tech people because they've now... These were the same people
Shadow
that were
Mall
censoring
Panthers
and kicking people off the internet.
Yeah.
Game is telling me it is
people
here.
in the White House were blue.
Right.
And now that the people in the White House are red, they are it's swung back the other way.
Exactly.
So I think people are a little wary of that.
Yeah.
They don't know where that goes.
I shall just fight these for now, then.
It's just, I mean, Bernie Sanders is right in that you should be scared of oligarchs, and oligarchs shouldn't be running our government. He's right.
He's right about that.
Right.
And when people get into positions
Bernie
of just
Sanders is right about that.
unchecked power, So let's say if
Whether you like him or
someone
not,
had
he was
control
right
of some tech company,
about
let's
that.
say it's an AI company,
About
and that
the
AI
oligarchy.
company literally creates the unstoppable AI that helps empower the
Like,
entire country.
The reason we have a country is so that we didn't have to let people like Jeff Bezos tell us what to do in every respect. Now, I'm not saying Jeff Bezos is wrong. I'm not saying he's evil. I'm not saying there's anything necessarily bad about the guy. What I am saying, though, is you can't run a society on, well, I said so, and just let that lie. That ain't gonna work.
And this one guy's in
I
control.
mean, it'll work, but it'll be gnarly, and no one will like it.
And he's worth $3 trillion now.
Right.
And he decides to lobby and change a bunch of laws and influence politicians, and his company starts donating to certain politicians. You could change the fabric of society with enough money and enough power and enough influence.
Yeah.
Especially if you could completely control what the narrative is.
Right.
In terms of like when people Google things, when they search things, when they talk about things, you can completely control what they're allowed to talk about and how that narrative gets countered instantly with facts and
Hello,
bullshit.
Panther
and-
Man.
Yeah.
You could just
Well, it's being done everywhere, right? So it's being done at the highest levels. And I think people are uncomfortable with just losing, even though a lot of them realize that we didn't have a ton of control, they feel like, I think when you head into the world of tech where people just don't even know where this goes, where does it go? Does it go to transhumanism? Does it go to like AI replacing everybody? And then at what point, what do you do with those people that AI replaced? Do you give them all cryptocurrency that's linked to their biological whatever? I've heard all these ideas, right? Like, how do you deal with driverless cars where if the entire road is automated? How do you deal with that? I think that fills people with an anxiety where they go, what is the plan? And then a lot of these tech guys are like, well, we got to get off the planet. And I think people start going like, wait a minute, you know, like
that's Weinstein, Eric Weinstein.
Well, it's a lot of people. That's a lot of people.
I'm like, I'm
saying
staying.
that.
I don't know what you're saying.
There's a lot of people.
There's no air on Mars. Like, let's not go there.
Yeah, well, for sure, for sure. Do you think Trump and Musk will have a falling out eventually?
I don't know. It's a good question. The media keeps trying to push that they are.
It feels like they're just big personalities, and that there's an inevitability when you have two guys that are incredibly, you know,
perhaps
alpha.
But Elon is very smart, and you see he's always very deferential. Like, and he's always very respectful. Mr. President, it's always that.
Well, of course.
Call him sir. That's how I treat him. I always call him sir.
Yeah.
It's Donald Trump. Yeah, I get it. You're fired. I get it. But he's also the president of the
for
United
sure.
States.
Yeah, he's
I
also
call him
the
sir.
president.
But I call everybody.
you got to call him Mr. President. Or Madam President, if we ever get one. We'll go check on my food right quick, y'all. I'm probably going to get ganked by an undead rogue in 3, 2. I'll leave this playing for you, though.
Sir.
Yeah.
I call everybody sir.
Yeah.
It's like the byproduct of me living in Texas now.
Right.
too.
Sure.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're going to.
You don't get pulled over anymore here.
And if I do, it's not that big of a deal.
If you get pulled over
I'm a good
here,
boy.
a cop gives you money. They go, Mr. Rogan, here's a check. I mean, there's no way. There's no law that you cannot break here. I'm guaranteeing you.
I don't think that's correct.
I think you could do a lot. I think they would cover up a murder.
That's sweet.
If you murdered 3 people, I think the Austin PD would go, whatever, man. He's doing a lot. They'd bring that mayor, that guy, and he'd go, what? They go, yeah, the suspect's Joe Rogan. He was standing over the bodies. They'd go, are you out of your fucking mind? Drive him home right now. Drive that man home.
If I was in waist deep in Rainy Street, drowning a partygoer,
they don't care.
Bro, they still don't want to admit that there's a serial killer.
You're the tourism board. No, there's something's up.
There's a serial killer.
Something's going on.
I believe there's a serial killer.
And what are they doing? They're luring people to that bridge, and then
it's not hard. People like to go to the bridge. You just got to look out for the
so
bushes.
Weird. I guess it's such a high to kill someone. To me, I'm like, what do you get out of it? But I guess the people that are doing it like it.
They're broken. There's broken people. And then some broken people do meth, and some broken people drown guys who like to party.
Do you ever talk to, like, I'm sure you have, this is a stupid question, but like the high-level law enforcement guys that have just met these monsters and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
And do they believe that it's like, is there any part of them that believes someone's just born?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's generally you have psychotic parents. And so whether it's nature or nurture is hard to separate because you're probably abused. And generally at an early age they show like a willingness to torture like house pets and stuff
Animals.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll maybe start off with a frog they catch and stick a firecracker in its mouth and stuff like that. And then they eventually work their way up to humans.
Now it seems so much harder to do it because of these phones, surveillance.
It's the benefit of having a tiny apartment.
You can still do it.
Not in Austin. You can get away with
I can go do anything I need to do in a tiny apartment in about 30 fucking seconds.
You can drown people. Why don't you think they'll admit it? They don't want people getting spooked?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, one of the biggest things ever in Austin were those
Maybe
crazy yogurt shop murders. HBO just came out with a documentary about
When was that?
It was many years ago. This crazy yogurt shop murder thing. HBO just did a doc. Happened in Austin. It was like a famous case, and it's completely unsolved, except they put some people in jail for it, but then later let one of them out. Like, it was just one of those things where nobody was sure about what happened.
So they were murdering people that went to the yogurt place?
It was 1991, and it just South by Southwest. They just did a huge...
Oh, it was one homicide. A quadruple homicide which took place at, I can't believe it's yogurt shop in Austin.
That could have been me in 1991.
Wow.
It's
34 years ago.
34 years ago. It's an underbelly.
14 girls were murdered in Austin. Wow.
14.
Jesus.
Wow.
And
they
it's
don't
puzzled.
know who did it?
They don't know. It's an unsolved murder.
I'd check the boyfriends.
And there's many different theories about it.
Wow. That's crazy. 4 men were arrested and charged with capital murder in 99, but 2 of their cases were overturned. The other 2 never went to trial. Wow. Interesting.
So there are these things that happen.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what they say, that if you just randomly shoot someone and kill them, like if you're a real, like, rando... Like, did you ever see that movie, Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer?
No.
It was about a guy named Henry Lee Lucas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Henry Lee Lucas
What a
was
name.
they attributed like 62 murders to him. The problem is, I think one of the things cops do is they go, did you kill this guy? Yeah, I killed him too. Where'd you bury him? Where was he buried? Oh, that's where I buried him.
Oh, right.
That kind of thing. Now you got a case solved. That was the accusation about Henry, because he was definitely a murderer and a grifter and a drifter, and he was traveling around the country stealing things. But then they made a movie about him, and in the movie he's way more sinister and calculated, but he would just randomly kill people.
So they'll take credit for things they didn't do.
Exactly.
To just beef up the body count.
Exactly. Because that's what they want.
Yeah.
They want attention. They're already in jail.
That's so wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when you have shitty DAs and shitty prosecutors and shitty cops, they'll do stuff like that.
Do you think that there are people that are, national parks seem to be like a hotbed of people disappearing? And do you think
Appalachian Trail?
Shitty DA?
do you think that's people getting you, or is that a lot of it like
If you
I
gonna
got
walk the
lost, I got
Appalachian
eaten?
Trail, take a gun.
Yeah.
You get eaten. There's a guy who has this whole series, 411. Is it 911 missing or 411?
Missing 411.
Missing people in national parks.
David
Listen,
Paulides, which is...
You're just meat out there, and you get eaten. And by the way, you don't find dead anything out there. You don't find dead mountain lions. Guess what? They die all the time. I've never seen a dead mountain.
Yeah, but you're not going to find it out in the Appalachian because they ain't out there.
Mountain lion when I was hunting.
Because they get eaten.
They get eaten.
Right.
Everything gets eaten. You get, not only do you get eaten, your bones get eaten. Everything gets eaten.
So it's not uncommon to disappear and there's no trace.
No trace.
Yeah.
Yeah, super common. So if you're in a high traffic area, like I've found elk bones where a hunter killed the elk and then took all the meat off the bones and then left the bones there. That's what you do when you pack out meat.
Yeah.
And I found those animals.
Wow.
I actually even found one animal that I shot a long time ago. I shot like 4 years ago.
And you found it?
Yeah, we were in the same location. It was the same bones. There wasn't all the bones there left.
Right.
Some of them have been dragged away. Some of them have probably been eaten by rodents. They eat the bones, and slowly but surely. And if you're a human, you're made out of nothing. You're so easy to eat.
Right.
Like our bones are less dense.
Easy there, Joe Cannibal Rogan.
Our meat is soft and chewy.
Yeah.
We get devoured. A bear would eat your whole body. There would be almost nothing left, and rodents would eat what's left.
Yeah. You got to be careful in those places.
You can't be careful.
Yeah.
Like if you don't
can't
have
be careful
a
enough.
GPS navigation system
Right.
that has a lot of batteries, if you don't have a compass and know how to use it, if you don't have a map, it's so easy to get lost in the woods.
Right.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
They're all around you, and you can go in one direction and circle around. You don't even realize you're circling.
Right.
And then 3 days later, you're back to where you started. You're like, fucking no!
Yeah,
You've been
it's
eating
terrible.
tree bark for 3 days,
It's
and you're
insane.
thinking, any step, I'm going to see the highway.
What
No.
a horrible thing.
People die like that all
the time.
All the time.
Just go to a hotel.
It's very difficult to
Just go to a
navigate yourself.
resort.
If you don't know the woods, you're not used to being in the woods, and you're not used to having landmarks that you follow, and know how to use a compass, know how to use a GPS.
Some people are good at it, and even they get eaten.
Yeah, they get eaten too. Well, you break your ankle.
Right.
How about you break your ankle out there, and you can't hike out? It's not possible.
Right.
What do?
Yeah.
You fucking die. That's what you do.
Got to be very careful.
And then you hear something at night. You're sleeping under a tree, and you hear something at night.
Right. Right.
You got a bear sniffing you.
It's
and you
crazy.
can't run away, and you don't have a weapon. And
You can't do anything.
It just eats you alive.
And those woods are so dense in the Pacific Northwest and stuff like that. I mean, and everywhere, but
especially the Pacific Northwest.
especially there, it's like crazy.
Yeah, you don't find nothing out there.
Yeah, you might be okay in the Appalachian. Might be. Depends on where you are.
But that's why the Bigfoot rumor persists up there, is because the woods are like a box of Q-tips.
Right.
You can't see shit out there.
You don't know what
you
the
see
hell's
like
going
a
on.
little shadow moving in between trees, and you've decided it's a Bigfoot.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's just like
A bear.
It could be right. It's a
Yeah,
bear.
it's most likely a bear. Especially bears walking on 2 legs.
Northern California is weird like that too. I mean, that's part of the Pacific Northwest, probably.
Yeah, you get killed up there.
Yeah.
People die up there all the time. Did you ever see that documentary Sasquatch?
No.
It's a documentary that was it on Hulu, Jamie? We had the director in it, the guy who created it. It was awesome. And what it's really about is about marijuana growers murdered a guy and then blamed it on Bigfoot.
Wow.
So these marijuana growers in Humboldt, like that, up that
Murder
area.
Mountain.
So they all were hippies, right? And then they started growing weed, and then cartel people moved in and gangs moved in, and they started robbing these people. So these people became heavily armed, and so then they started having wars with like the growers and cartel people. And so there was these people that were trying to steal from them. They murdered these people, and then they blamed it on Bigfoot. They like ran over them with a fucking backhoe and crushed
These
his
hippies
body.
are really violent.
Oh, they get violent once
These
it's money.
hippies are junkies, and like this whole hippie thing, I think, is kind of a lie.
Well, they all become people
Right.
with money.
Right.
If you're growing weed,
Right.
you become a multimillionaire who's
Yeah.
carrying a sidearm. Okay, and you're going to protect your money, and then these people are trying to kill you to take your shit. So then you're like
Right.
fucking Jason, whatever his name is in Ozark.
Right.
What's his
Jason
name?
Bateman.
Jason Bateman. Yeah.
Right.
And now you're a drug dealer.
That's so funny. It's so funny, the weird like marijuana where it's like it's federally still illegal, but like states it's legal in certain states.
Yeah.
And there's that gray area where there's just like you have half of that business is like in the shadows and half of it's and people making lots of money.
Which
It's
is why we
strange.
just need
Well,
to
not only that,
federally
because
legalize
California
it,
made it
save a bunch
legal,
of time and money.
They also made it a misdemeanor to grow it illegally, right? So what happens is these cartels started growing it on national forest land. And so then game wardens started finding it. There's a guy named John Norris who's been on the podcast before. He wrote a book called Hidden War.
Yeah.
And it was all about, he was a game warden, and he became a part of a tactical crew that was busting cartel members who were heavily armed growing marijuana in national forests.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Because most of the illegal weed that's been sold all over the country was being grown there.
Yep.
So in the places where it is illegal, they grow it where it's legal, and if they get busted, it's just a misdemeanor.
So it doesn't matter.
And they're not going to deport anybody because California is a sanctuary state.
Right. So it doesn't matter how many acres and acres of weed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so because it's federally illegal, it's just like when there was the prohibition that propped up organized crime. Same thing. You just propped up illegal businesses to sell something that has a demand that normal.
Do you think weed's going to be federally legal?
If I had to guess, not during this administration.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. I think.
No, and it feels like a lot of the, like the experimental harm reduction policies in places like Portland are going the other way.
Well, they went.
Yeah, but they call them harm reduction, but then all they do is they give you the drugs. So it's like, all right, that doesn't help. But we gave them clean needles instead. Fucking, okay, if somebody's a heroin junkie, here's an idea. Give them opium. They don't know how to make heroin. They'll just smoke the opium. They'll get the high they need. They won't have the fucking withdrawals. And they can get on about their business. Opium's a flower. You can just fucking grow it. It's a seed of a poppy plant. A poppy. Yeah, those things your mom put in the garden when you was a kid. Yeah. Sorry.
A little crazy in a place that was.
It's like a specific kind of poppy, but still, like, what the fuck? We're stupid with this shit.
Already crazy.
Yeah, they had a woman driving around shooting people up called a stabbing wagon, and she was like, if somebody needed a fix, she'd like pull up and give them clean needles and stuff.
Is it really called the stabbing wagon?
It was called the stabbing wagon,
real?
Yeah, because you're stabbing. And if you're just tweeting. No, this is like a way to help.
Oh, Portland.
This was a way to help people.
Oh, Portland.
And people
so
would just be
beautiful.
chilling and like, hey, I need a couple of clean needles. So this woman would just show up. There'd be like a bunch of junkies hanging out. She'd show up. She'd hop out of the stabbing wagon with a bunch of clean needles, hand them out. People are like, fuck yeah, good to see you.
Oh, my God.
And she's like, fuck yeah, hope you're all doing good. And they're like, well, you know how it is.
Oh, my God.
And the problem was that didn't work.
No one cares.
Not only did it not work,
This might be why I don't play WoW.
Yeah,
Like, this is
actually,
what
that's
it is.
true. So
Yeah.
people started
Can't
moving there
fucking
because they're like,
stand
this is
this
actually a
shit.
pretty good deal. They don't care if you live on the
I'm
street, and there's this.
Literally not paying attention to them on purpose. I don't care what they're doing. Hey, Lady Mac, Ghoulish Cherry, hello. You're just in time to see me get ganked. In a very frustrating way, too. Starting to get on my nerves, if I'm being honest. Actually, it has long been on my nerves. I don't understand why people in WoW see you and then feel the need to, like, gang up on you. I was just over there killing my mobs, trying to do my quest, get my little XP and level up. And they want to punch me in the dick and throw me in a hole. Fuck these guys. Mango, thank you. Thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for showing up. I'm glad to see you all. How's everybody doing? I'm basically doing quiet time. Jada God, hey. It's mostly quiet time. I'm just listening to the podcast and chilling. Oh? Why did that other... My alerts are all fucked up. My alerts are all fucked up. Yo. Hey, there it was. Okay, it was just running slow. Hey, there's one for the follow. Thank you, Lucky Scorpius. And Jada God, of course. I didn't forget you. I just had to get to you. Last play. Okay, IRL. Ooh. An IRL stream and Apex Legends. Let's go. Hey. I hope you all are having a good night. How's it going? What y'all up to? Where did I put the podcast? There it is. But yeah, I've basically just been doing quiet time today. Not quite myself. Last couple of days. I think it's just too hot. You know what? It's too fucking hot in here. I'm gonna go put some shorts on instead of pants. Hold on. What the fuck? Okay. Maybe now it won't be so damn hot in here. Nothing to stream some Apex. Hey, putting the Easter baskets together. I'm good, thanks. Oh my. I see. I was going, wait a minute. It is now officially Easter. Congratulations, everybody. Something or other, magic person, something. Good job. We
Bitch in a
survived.
van that shows up with
Another
clean
holiday.
needles.
They give you money.
Yeah, and
Well,
whatever.
I mean,
you
it ain't
need.
over
They
yet,
give you
but
free
let it just
money and
started.
food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I
Here it
could have
is, the
liked
stab and
Apex,
wagon.
Jay.
Stab and wagon. Harm reduction. No, I mean, it's real.
She only has 4,000.
It's not Easter for me yet. Well, it is for me. Just barely. Just barely. We are, 10 minutes into Easter? So, is this the one where Jesus comes back? If so, perfect timing. Hey, Rosebud. Of course, let's go.
Followers? That's fucked. Hit that follow, Jamie. Hit a little follow on her.
There you go. Look at the
she
stab.
is.
There's a stabbing wagon.
Well, at least she's healthy. She got
It's the
great hair,
stabbing
too.
wagon.
There was something else I was going to say, but I totally forgot what it was, so. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying, like, this is the year, right? This is the one. Send the meteor, Jesus. Send the meteor. Shit's getting weird out here. It's only 11. Oh, well. In the proper time zone over here on the East Coast. It is now past midnight. Now, are these bitches going to be camping my corpse? This is the real question.
Okay, makes
so
sense.
at the end of the day,
If
it's
so,
like
I'm gonna
that-
have to
that
say some shit that might
seems
make
like a
people
good
leave.
Way to combat
No?
drug use
No?
is to have a van
Yeah?
of drugs.
That van got a $1.5 million grant. Did you see
Yeah.
that?
All
Did
right.
you see that in the previous
Of
article?
course.
$1.5 million grant.
Well, because
Yeah.
they're trying to help people.
Get high.
They're trying to help people get high in a safe way.
Yeah, I'm over
Bro,
here at
where's she
Eastern.
parked that van? That's what I need to know.
I mean, it's a good question. She probably lived in the burbs and then came in and then did what she needed to
Doesn't
do.
look like a burbs lady.
Well, that's a good point. Well, you know those weird, those Pacific Northwest suburbs. A lot of them aren't my burbs. The
They're
ones that
very
I like.
odd.
Yo.
Those
Yeah.
people are.
It's
they're-
different.
They're like people that live outside of Chernobyl.
Hello, Blue
Yeah.
Devils.
They're forever changed.
It's different. There's not a lot of sun up there. Something's going on.
Bad DNA
So,
damage.
What was funny is like there's a big article where they were like, yeah, this is actually like what's crazy is like you read about those cities, right? Like Portland and San Francisco, they'll do the craziest thing ever, and then like 2
I'm
years later
alive.
they'll start going like,
You know,
this
I-
just is not having the results that we thought it would have. Like,
Let's balance that a bit.
this is drug use is up.
Can't complain.
Crime is
Any day
up.
above the dirt's a good one, yeah.
Violence is up. So Santa Monica
So,
now is doing a
I'm all
curfew
right.
because there's
How
been
are you,
violent
Blue
crimes
Devils?
at night.
No way.
They're thinking about doing a curfew in Santa Monica. So again, because Santa Monica's thinking about doing a curfew because there's like violent crime. So instead of just going like, "Hey, we got to throw these people in jail," they're like, "It's 9 o'clock. Go home." This is California.
South of midnight?
This is the
Ooh.
biggest economy in our country, and they're thinking of having a curfew because they're all out of ideas on how to like stop people from like being victims of violent crime.
I'm just saying. Texas doesn't have these issues. If you want to stop violent crime, gotta be violent before it finds you. Just, not recklessly violent. Just, capable of it. People think being peaceful means you never hurt anybody, never hurt anything. No, being peaceful means you are capable of hurting people. Just don't do it. Yo, Poison, it's going. How you doing, man? Oh, I needed that water. Oh, shit. I think I was dehydrated as fuck.
I got friends who can't sell their houses there.
No, it's bad. I'm glad I sold my house when it did.
Nobody wants to buy houses there anymore.
Nobody wants to buy houses there.
They're like, we're getting out. Everybody who's not out is at least thinking about
Uber
getting out.
rich people are, a lot of them are just keeping their houses because they can't get the money they want. So like people that are like in Bel Air, those crazy things, right?
Right.
Beverly Hills, Bel Air, these behemoths.
How are you doing,
They're
Poison
just kind of
Slash?
like, just leave it.
You gotta hope that like there's some crazy celebrity rapper guy like
Oh,
Kendrick
Blue
Lamar
Devils. How
decides
is
to buy a
South of
mansion.
Midnight? I've
Well,
seen.
you
You know
also,
what I mean? Like if you're selling,
I've
a
seen
$70
people
million
playing
house,
it
you have like
a
5
little.
people that'll buy
I've
You also gotta
seen
hope that
ads for it
they
on
elect
Steam and
Rick
such, but
Caruso,
I
and he
didn't really catch
goes
my eye.
around
Do you like it?
California in a tank.
It's really, really
With
good.
a bunch
Nice.
of guys in bazookas, and it's like the crazy.
I'm always glad when there's new great games. Because it felt like for a couple years there, the only thing we were getting was like maybe a From Software game was going to be good, and then right, like maybe the new Zeldas, and everything else was just like another Call of Duty, another Call of Duty, another Battlefield, another Call of Duty, another Call of Duty. Oh, hey, look, 2 Battlefields, and it's like, wow, all right. Like you replay it over and over. Fuck yes, that's always good. That's me. Not with WoW. I can only do WoW like for about a year every 3 or 4 years. I can't. Oh, but I could play StarCraft over and 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 over. Mostly because that's me playing the multiplayer, but still. Hey, I see you there, Panther.
Craziest thing you've ever seen. That's all you can hope for.
You need like a Rudy Giuliani type character.
Yeah, I mean, you need Sergeant Slaughter from the old WWF.
Chillin, been a busy week. Hey, Thursday at a hotel and casino. Hey, an anime gaming con trying to pop in the streams. Let's go, dude.
A fascist. When they go, are you a Republican? He goes,
That's nice.
No.
Everyone needs a break from Twitch now and then. My internet was out for like 3 days. And honestly, looking back, it was wonderful. I loved it. I would pop into a couple streams on my phone here and there, but I wasn't really bothered too much with it. I was just disconnected. I was just playing games I already had installed over on the PlayStation. Mostly Black Myth Wukong, a little bit of Metroid Dread. But getting stuck in Metroid Dread is such a pain. I don't know if anyone's played it. But like when you feel, usually like getting stuck in like Metroid or Super Metroid, tons of fun. Getting stuck in Metroid Dread, you're like, fuck, I've got this whole like robot thing I gotta fight. You do everything on your phone. I don't even know how much battery it has. Let me see here. 52%. Oh, I barely touch my phone if I can avoid it. Don't forget to save the animals. Oh, yeah. Super Metroid? Oh, one of the best. One of the best. I actually really regret selling my Super Nintendo. Even though I didn't have Super Metroid for it, that was one of the things I'll have to do. Is like, because I got an NES. It might actually be in the NES, so I might not be able to pull the cart out here for you. Actually, is it? No, I got Mario 3 in there. So let's see. Which one of these bastards is Metroid, huh? There it is. Hey. I love Metroid so much. That I've got it. I've got it, and I still play it on NES from time to time. Super Metroid's probably one of the best games ever made. All of the Game Boy Advance ones I never had as a kid, but I have played them on my computer through means I will not admit to live, but you know what I mean. I have it. I have the online bundle. That is where I play them the most, but I don't think they have the Game Boy Advance ones. I don't think they have Zero Mission and Fusion. Is that what it is? Metroid Fusion? Because Metroid Fusion was like Metroid 4, and Dread is Metroid 5. Oh, I fucking love it. There's not many games like that. Yeah. I got a bunch of them. There were no Metroid games on GameCube. Yes, that's what I said, and I'm sticking by it. I know there was Metroid Prime, but that's different. It didn't feel the same to me. I could never get into Metroid Prime. I've tried. I have the remake. I'm trying it. I'm playing it a little bit every now and then. When I go to bed, I either play RuneScape on my phone or something on my Switch because I can't not be stimulated. Otherwise, I just sort of fucking go crazy. That's the Metroid you played, Prime? Oh, that is completely different, my man. Oh. I mean, it's not completely different. Yeah, no, I played a little bit of Metroid Prime 2 Echoes when it came out, but I wasn't that into it at the time. Like, it wasn't really for me. Until I found Twitch. That's good. That's good. I mean, it's got me playing WoW again, so damn you, Twitch. Damn you. Also, thanks, Twitch, for being Twitch. Okay, those are level 41. I'd have to walk all the way back up there. Fuck that. We're going into town. I think I'm just going to grind some mobs until I can hit the next level and finish this podcast.
No, I am a fascist.
We're just hanging out.
This is a military dictatorship. You need 4 years of a military dictatorship in California
Appreciate
to just turn
the
it
hype.
around. To just start steering it the other way.
Well, it's moving red. That's one thing
Yeah.
you saw through.
Yeah, seriously. Like, I've tried using the Twitch app, like, to check anything at all. I've had to open my browser and manually, like, give the entire URL to my browser in order to navigate to my fucking dashboard on my phone. It's kind of frustrating. The Twitch app is so bad. And I don't understand how they just leave it that way. Like, their whole job is streaming, and Twitch app sucks for streaming. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you have one job, Twitch. Which, in my opinion, shows they're kind of like, things can't be going that well at Twitch if they can't bother to update the app. Or things are going so well at Twitch that they've just forgotten to update the app. Oh yeah. I mean, I've had it freeze on me occasionally on the desktop. I tend to blame that on like the back end stuff, but even more so than that, it's fucking is not even fully featured. You can't, like, if you're somebody who streams IRL and only IRL, so you always stream from your phone, you can't check your payouts on the Twitch app. Why not? I feel like they tried to make it look like TikTok. Well, that's stupid. That's stupid, and they should be slapped. You know, not hard. I don't want to chip a tooth or nothing. Just, you know, just enough to make their face red. I blamed my internet, but it froze on my laptop one time, then it restarted on its own. I did not have to do anything. I thought that was kind of cool. Hey, yeah, that is kind of neat, right? Like, it sort of unfucked itself.
By the electoral map from 2024. California is moving red.
It's going red.
Yeah,
There's only
but
so many
surely.
times you can wake up in a $4 million house with a gun in your mouth before you start thinking differently about it. You
Did
know?
you see they were trying to pass laws where they're deciding how much violence is enough violence if someone breaks in your house? Like, if you shoot them too many times.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
in
have you
the
seen
middle
that?
of being terrified. You're like,
Absolutely. They will
Right.
always take the side of the people that are trying to destroy.
Yeah, I've heard people say that. Like,
do you think
the Twitch app won't let people see hype trains or some shit. It's insane. Oh, yo, guys. I got a new thing for when I play RTSs or when I play any competitive game on stream. Oh, I'm going to have to move it because that's where my chat is. I don't know. We'll probably just throw it up there so I can keep track of just how fucking bad I am. I'm actually really excited about that. It's not much. It's barely an upgrade. Hell, it's not even an upgrade. It's some fucking text. But I'm pumped as shit. Oh, let's see. Hype Transit keeps saying there's new messages when there's not. Man, I got that little red mark on Twitch right now telling me I got notifications. I'm going to just ignore it until I'm going to see how high a number it can get to. Like Discord stops counting at 9. My Gmail on my phone, on my last phone, it doesn't do it on this one. But on my last phone, it just said 9999 plus. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. 200,000 unopened emails. That's me. If you want to get in touch with me, email is not the way to do it.
Always.
I don't know what a good way to do it is, but it sure as shit ain't email.
Don your tinfoil hat and Velcro the chin strap. Do you think that this is a grand plan to destroy?
Yeah, dude. Oh, my God. I told my dad that I had that many unopened emails. He's like, what? But you can't just do that. And I'm like, yeah, you can. Hell, you don't even have to open half the mail you get anyways. Like, when did mailboxes just become fucking advertising revenues? McDonald's thief. I appreciate the hype.
Destroy civilization.
I think what you have, I don't know if it's a grand plan, but I think
yeah, that's the thing. Most of it's trash.
Two things.
When did mailboxes become this unfettered avenue for advertisement? And who do I have to talk to about getting that changed? Because I have words. I have many words. Right? You know, it used to be you might get one thing in your mailbox. I remember it when I was a kid. All right? And it wasn't even that long ago. The mid-90s. You check the mailbox, and it was very, very probable that there would be nothing in the mail that day. Now, every fucking time you go to get the mail, there's 14 goddamn envelopes in there. And every single one of them is somebody trying to get you to take a payday loan or to fucking open a new credit card or, hey, look, come buy furniture at the Ashley Home Furniture Sale. Stop it. How many people are buying new couches? Stop it. Jesus. If I need a couch, I know where I gotta go. All right? The place that says furniture on the front. It ain't that hard. Hell, even without a Google box in my pocket, I could just walk around and find one.
They're happening simultaneously. You have...
I appreciate the Odd Squad hype.
Last people
I get that mail.
Seem to want to be in politics.
Or mail that's someone else's. Yeah, living in an apartment, dude. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. All of my mail has somebody else's name on it. Dude, I like to channel George Carlin from time to time, and I remember in one of his specials he said something. I don't have pet peeves, I have major psychotic fucking hatreds. And I feel that. I feel that on like a spiritual level.
Nothing.
Like
they're like
some shit drives me up the wall, across the ceiling, down the other wall, and back. I can't handle some of this shit that we just take as normal. I can't. I don't know why.
Gavin Newsom types who just really don't seem, they just, whatever room they're in.
Either I'm crazy or everybody else is wrong. So it's easier for me to believe that everybody else is wrong. I'm probably just crazy.
Wait a minute, have you seen his podcast?
Yeah, well, that proves my point. That proves my point now, right?
He's a believer.
So now he's like, oh, things are going right, I'll go to the right. Things are going to the left, I'll go to the left. So you have, like, these people that just don't, they will not, like Sanders or Trump, whatever you think about them.
Sick.
They're not going to, like, quote.
Perfect. Okay, so I do have to walk all the way back up, but I can turn in the Panther Mastery and then go grab this quest. Let's go. I'm going to hit level 37 tonight.
I'm at. This is the way I feel. They're just empty vessels. And then at the same
We're all crazy.
time, you have that. You have the
Thank you.
craziest
I appreciate
people
that,
in the
Rosebud.
world that somehow have gotten hold of a ton of money and a ton of influence on social media, and those empty suit politicians are like scared of these lunatics that believe the craziest things you've ever heard. So these politicians are just like taking edicts from these crazy people online who tell them that we need the stabbing wagon.
Thanks,
and
Zip.
we need all this stuff.
I mean, I will anyways, and I've already been there. There was a rogue that came out of stealth, bopped me all the way down to like 9%, and then walked away. And then somebody else came up to me and they double teamed me. Oh, that one pissed me off.
I don't know how that happened. That somebody should look at that, how that happened, and study it. And I think it's a lot of these politicians are.
Oh yeah,
corrupt,
you were telling me someone put you in the chimney.
Afraid of whatever corruption they're involved with coming to the surface, and it could be personal in their personal life. It could be with the state. I think the mismanagement of money, of resources, all of that stuff. So, if I was a really corrupt politician, I would just do the craziest left-wing shit so that I could never be accused of anything.
Good move.
And I would just let them do whatever the hell they want. I go, yeah, well, fucking whatever. What? We got a new law that says they got to draw blood in your house from you before you can defend yourself.
We need a rapper.
Yeah.
Rappers are the last people in this country that can kind of get away with almost anything.
Well, rappers are honest. A lot of them, even though they might lie about how much money they have and stuff, they do. There's
Sorry
a certain
about that.
honesty.
See,
to
I got distracted by
that
talking to the
genre of
guild
music.
chat.
Clearly, you go too far, like P. Diddy.
And I don't open their mail, or do I? Don't even say that, Rant. What are you, crazy? You know the fucking post office has a tactical team, right? Like the post office has a SWAT team. Never open somebody else's mail, dude. No, oof. Fuck that. Appreciate the hype. Appreciate the Odd Squad emotes. All of you guys are great. I wouldn't be here today without you guys.
You can go too far. But he wasn't super honest. He seemed to be concealing
Everybody,
it.
not just Odd Squad, but like most of you are Odd Squad, so like, you know what I mean.
He seemed to be.
Yeah.
Do you think he was working for somebody?
Right.
Or working with somebody? Or do you think it was all his own personal
If the
blackmail
CIA
operation?
was like, we don't really know anything about like this world of like.
I would have. It would have just taken me a lot longer, like a lot longer. I might have. I might have just given up. I don't know.
That's not what we do. We're like a bunch of Harvard guys, and we have these fucking weirdos that we know about how to get in with like our people, but we need someone who was like a black guy to do it. It could have been P. Diddy.
But didn't all the
It's not a bad-
accusations come out after he was involved in a lawsuit with Ciroc? Like he was trying.
That's what people said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it gets interesting, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Like, you
gonna
gotta
be
very careful when you start.
Ooh, let's
fucking
go
around with
conspiracy.
people's billions.
Let's go. Let's go.
Big, powerful billionaires are probably they're their own governments.
Yeah.
So I mean, when you run afoul of them, I think there's many ways at which they can get you.
Also, they feel like they pay so much money for taxes.
I
They
think
feel
that's
like they are the
that's
government.
a lot of these intelligence agencies are working for those people. They're not, I think, on their own. There's big money to be made, and there's a lot the people that own these companies and have been rich for a very long time and who aren't on reality TV, and you don't really know who they are, but they like some of them are on the Forbes list, some of them aren't. Some of them are just incredibly wealthy, and they've made their money in ways that you could barely understand. And those are people that
I
are
appreciate
the
the
reason
support, Ron,
historically
Lady
that
Mag.
The CIA is going into
Yeah,
Latin
I
America
appreciate
and
the lurk
overthrowing
too,
the
Ran.
government so that United Fruit can, it's true.
Have a monopoly.
Have a monopoly, right? It's like this is so they're doing things.
We
at
could
the
get back into watching conspiracy stuff. Oh, that's fun. Like, it's not even a conspiracy theory if you have the paperwork and the fucking paper trail. There's this one YouTube channel called Eyes Wide Open that I've watched a few times on the channel, but I should watch more of it. Make sure everybody gets caught up. The guy's voice just tends to drone on if you watch too much of him in a row, because it's very patient academic work. And so, you know, he's referencing this title of this thing, this person by that name, so you kind of have to pay attention to it. But he breaks down, like, the history of the CIA from its inception and, like, all the stuff that we know publicly that they've done. Like, he mentioned United Fruit, and that got me thinking. Because, like, yeah, dude. CIA has toppled governments to make sure Chiquita Banana could stay in business. Don't believe me? Look it up. United Fruit. Start digging. Good luck on that rabbit hole. Don't follow the white rabbit. Just peek your head in the hole and come back out. Be careful. Don't be me. You'll go crazier.
Past of these ultra wealthy families that control huge industries.
Sure, and they always have. I mean, that's back to Smedley Butler's
That's
War
right.
is a Racket.
1000%.
Smedley Butler, War is a Racket.
He wrote that or something?
And that's the way the whole thing
Have that book.
seems
Love
to
that
be
book.
organized.
Everybody should read it.
And always has been. We're just learning it now. You know, that's all the difference.
But it is falling apart now because some of their kids are doing stand-up comedy. No,
like
literally.
who?
I mean,
Who?
there are people, they're young in New York, and they're just like, their parents are some of the wealthiest people in the world, and these kids are like doing
So
stand-up.
many people online
which
right
is
now.
terrible sign for the empire. That's not a great sign for the empire, is that like a guy that would have taken over his dad's business is like doing dick jokes.
Well, he probably has
Yeah.
a trust fund, so he probably
Yeah.
has a safety blanket and sees we're having fun. It's like, I want to have fun.
For
I want to be
sure.
like my dad.
Yeah,
Have a fucking heart attack when I'm 49.
that's right. But we need them doing that. Some of them.
Having heart attacks?
Yes. Everyone can't be a clown. Like we did.
Right.
There is something deeply unhealthy about the Illuminati doing stand-up.
Hey, I appreciate
I
you
don't love
coming
that
by.
idea.
Unless
I'm
they
looking
use
forward
ChatGPT,
to my-
how good could their material be?
It's not
To my slow
ideal.
cooker meal right now.
There's a lot
It
of
won't be
crowd
done
work.
at 2 a.m. I might have to
Nothing
turn
wrong
it up
with
to
that,
high
but
heat
yeah,
instead of
ChatGPT
low.
has not shown any ability to really craft a good
I'm
joke
getting
yet.
It's just
impatient
funny
and
to
mighty,
meet
mighty
some of these
hungry.
people, and then you talk to them, and they'll just like casually drop that they're like, you know, the parents like.
Thanks for coming
billionaires.
by.
And you're like, that's awesome, man. And they're just doing bar shows. It's kind of interesting, and they're nice people. But just to pull out and look at it from a sociological standpoint, it says something about people's idea in the future that these
Hey,
people
buddy.
just like want to be famous now. Or
How
they
many
just,
of them are there?
there's some more than you'd think.
I can only play WoW if I got a podcast going, because, let's be real, I'm not good at making WoW engaging content. I'm not. And this isn't hardcore, so people ain't even watching for the deaths. Because I would not have made it to level 36. I don't think.
Really? And it's
Yeah.
a New York thing?
It's a lot of rich people live there, and I'm talking about mega rich, like not like, hey, my dad's a successful whatever. I'm talking about like, whoa,
Billions.
big money.
Yeah.
Where you go, interesting.
And then the kids don't have any pressure to do anything,
The
so
kids
they don't
kind
want
of
a real
float
job.
around, and they're doing. It's just very funny. It's something that makes me laugh. It's just like a billionaire kid on stage, looking at someone in the audience, going, "What do you do for a living?"
A
What
lot
do
of
you
crowd
do?
work, huh?
Yeah, what do you do for a living? Maybe this is the first time they've met people that aren't billionaires.
Well,
That could also be a thing. This might be a way to
Tim
just
Dillon is
socialize Illuminati
unhinged, and I
kids.
love
They've
it.
met their housekeepers before. Maybe they asked them, like, what should I talk about on stage?
Well, yeah, I mean, they have, and what's funny is like they have parties at their big houses and bring their other comic friends who are bums. You know, young comics. I mean, we're all bums. So then, like, the parents are like, "Hello," and they bring in like a bum, and they go, "This is my buddy," and then
He's
you know,
stealing from the buffet.
he's just like staring at them, going, "Whoa, this place rocks."
it's like a sitcom.
Yeah. And they're like, these are my friends. And I think the parents are kind of like, oh, well, isn't that nice? So maybe it's a phase. I think the parents look at it like they're going through a phase.
That's interesting that
It's very
there's
interesting.
more than one of them. doing
Because
There's-
society
it says
is
something
fucked
about
a little bit.
That group
What
of
the
people
fuck, dude?
that used to run everything. They have a dearth of purpose
Ha
in their
ha.
life.
Loser.
They're kind of
I'm
aimless
not
and
even
they
trying to
float
fight
around.
you.
I don't mean
I'll
specifically,
ignore you. That's the ultimate
rich, medium
insult.
kids. I just mean like
You can go
that
fuck
ruling
yourself, you
class.
little
What are they
pussy.
doing now? They don't really have a purpose.
Has to pick on
They
a
kinda
poor
float
defenseless
around. They try to
priest.
this new age spirituality bullshit. They travel all over the place.
Fucking hate
Look
people.
At any of these rich kids' Instagram.
God,
All
I
they're
hate
doing is
people sometimes.
traveling. It's all the same shit.
Right.
Okay, a lot of times.
Go here, go there.
Okay, I pretty much always hate people. It's nothing personal. You guys are cool, but the rest of these 8 billion, dude, we gotta get rid of some of them. Holy shit.
There's no purpose. You know, I think they don't feel like America's has a defining mission. Like if you look at families like the Kennedys, the Bushes, whatever, you think about those families, they served in the military.
Bro.
They believe that there was some type of arc of history that they were a part of. I feel like a lot of rich people now just kind of don't believe in much of anything. And
We're
it's
gonna go fishing.
I don't know.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go
start a
fish.
fake company.
Well, if your whole focus is just making more money,
yeah,
how much time can you spend believing in things?
Right.
That's going to take away from your ability to earn.
Yeah. I think that's one of the big problems now. And that's why I think you saw like a lot of like people get crazy on the left and they started instituting like all these like weird virtue, you know, these purity tests and stuff like that is because I think they feel a lack of meaning and they wanted to give them a lot of them wanted to self-flagellation and like they wanted the tenets of religion, they wanted meaning, they just don't have it. Exactly. So I think that's
I know where I'm going to fish. We're going to Meniful Harbor.
And their kids are nice people. They're not bad people. It's just funny to see like because most people who do comedy, a lot of them aren't poor. A lot of them are like middle-class people because they have like the ability to go and at least think it's an option.
Right.
But it is funny when someone goes, I'm doing comedy and I'm the scion of great wealth.
Scion's a great word.
It's an interesting thing to me just because I've always been fascinated with rich people and like these people that run the world. And it's so interesting that some of their kids are like, I'm going to do stand-up comedy now.
When was the first time you met a really rich person? How old were you?
I met a couple of like mafia people that my dad used to play music, so they owned some bars, but they weren't super rich. I would observe them because my uncle was the director of operations for all these restaurant groups in New York. This restaurant group in New York City that had these big high-end steakhouses, and I would go.
Yeah.
One of them was on 63rd and Park. And I would sit in this
Jeffrey
steakhouse
B.
with my parents. I was probably 8 or 9
Hey,
years
using
old,
my
and
own
you'd look-
emote. I appreciate the lurk. I love that little emote.
around, and I said to my dad once, I was like maybe 10 or 11, and this is a weird thing to say to a 10 or 11-year-old. I was like, who are these people? And my dad goes, these people run the world. I was just very fascinated by all these like people that were so different because in Long Island where I came from, everyone was loud and you know, fighting all the time. And you know, my best friend Josh, who lived two houses down from me, his mother Eileen would scream at his father in the front yard, and he was like a conductor for the railroad, and she would just go, "Why didn't you do?" And then you would go to Manhattan, and a lot of these restaurants that my uncle had, you'd see these kind of quiet people, and they were all very well dressed, and they were in suits. And you know, in Manhattan, they live in these stone townhouses, like you know Epstein did. Yeah. They live in these little mini stone townhouses, and I was just fascinated. I was like, it's very interesting. These people are interesting. What are they up to? Type of thing.
Right.
God, I cannot level in Stranglethorn this time of night. All the horde tryhards are on. And ain't nothing wrong with trying hard.
100%.
You know, and
by the way, I have a new command.
Thing. It's like,
I should have told everybody when there was still a bunch of people here.
In certain positions.
But I have a new command. Oh, I like this tune, though. Listen to that banjo go. Listen to that. Oh. They tell you we don't have culture. Fuck yeah.
What role do the politicians
play?
And what role do these really...
No. I said I thought I might. I wasn't sure. Tarkov, dude, I can't bring myself to play it. I did need to beat up some nerds, though, so I did play Dota. And it was great because we started with terrible hero picks. Well, we started with okay hero picks. And then we fell behind early on. And then just had a fucking glorious comeback. They were trying to break our high ground. We won one good fight. And then just took over the entire map because they were so bad. Oh, God, it was great. I was playing too much of Warcraft 3's campaign. Kind of Like, I can't not feed the sweaty inside of me. I can't. I have to sweat in something eventually. So I did sweat a little bit in Dota instead of playing Tarkov. I'm sorry. I still have it installed.
Quiet rich people play.
Yeah.
That are kind of waspy, and it could be Jewish, could be anything. They're just kind of like, you know, they're quiet. They don't really want you to know too much about them. They really value their privacy. So it's funny with the kids doing stand-up comedy to me, and even these rich people that go on these reality shows, it's interesting that it used to be sacrilegious, the idea that you would show people that how much money you had.
Yeah, they used to be,
or
like,
that you would
really
talk
ridiculous.
about yourself. And a lot of that started to change, where like a lot of these rich people just want to be famous. It almost feels like it's the last thing left.
Yeah.
Well,
Is
most
attention.
young kids today, when they ask them, what do you want to be?
I know.
A giant percentage of
And
them
I
say
did intend
famous.
on it. I
They
just
want to be
changed.
an influencer. They want to be a TikToker, a YouTuber. They want to be famous, because why would you want a job like your parents had?
Dude.
When you could just open sneakers.
Dude, what? Joe Rogan is so disconnected from reality. Oh, they want to be famous. They want to be YouTubers. How many YouTubers are famous, Joe? Like 2? You don't have to be famous. You just have to be able to sell whatever the advertiser is putting food on your plate for this month. Right? Need to sell sex toys? Adam and Eve. Need to sell fucking mattresses? Whatever the fuck mattresses are selling, you know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. It's basically an advertising gig. Where in between the advertisements, you get to talk about whatever the fuck you want. And I think that's what's appealing about it to me. Maybe I'm just a wacko.
Men are but flesh and blood. They know their doom, but not the hour.
Oh, you make me want to play Oblivion again. Oh, I'm so glad I added that blurb. What's up, Johnny King? Wait. Are you the same Johnny King? Did you change your name? Or is there another Johnny King out there and I'm just stupid and I can't tell the difference? Yeah, okay. Yo, I like it. I'm here for it. Happy for you. I'll give you a shout out because that is still a first time chat. Even though I know it's not a first time chat. But, you know, it is. Even though it isn't, but it is. So, sorry, trying to put this fucking vape back together and it doesn't want to go. There it goes. What the fuck? I gotta go back to smoking cigarettes because this shit's taking too long. Alright, there we go. Let me get you that shout out before I top this bad boy off. Boom, boom. Put that there for now. Whoop. Almost fucked up the shout out. Almost fucked it up again. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Copy. Yeah. Paste. What? Aha. There it is. Boom. Last played the finals. Hit twitch.tv/ you can read. Perfect. Filled that up. This juice is getting a little low. That's fine. I'm thinking of becoming a minimalist. Just selling fucking everything but my gaming computer. And maybe a chair. And I guess probably my bed. Even though I would use the couch as a bed. I've did that for like 10 years. It was closer to 6 or 7 years. But, you know, rounding up. All right. Boom. Fishing. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
It opens, so I'm going to do an unboxing show.
That's a good point.
Yeah, like why would you want a regular job?
Yeah.
Regular jobs are soul-sucking, especially you work. Look, it's one thing if you have a career.
Sure.
Or one thing you start your own business. It's something exciting. There's another thing to be working for somebody. Working for somebody's horrible for the most part.
It is, but I think people can derive enjoyment from things outside of their jobs.
Sure, but that leaves you 1/3 of your day that's been eaten.
Okay, Tim Dillon. Yeah, people can derive enjoyment from something that's outside of their jobs. Tim Dillon got rich selling fucking subprime mortgages in New York City. You know, the 2007 to 2009 crisis. He worked for those banks when they did that. So, like, you know, he made his New York money. And he's like, you can derive enjoyment from something outside your job. Yeah, okay. Tell me you've never worked a fucking service job without telling me you never worked a service job, Tim Dillon.
Nup.
Yes.
You have 1/3 of your day for sleep, 1/3 of your day that's been eaten up by this bullshit job.
Yeah.
And then the remaining hours between commutes and whatever the fuck you eat.
Yeah.
All
Which is like
has to be wrapped
2
up.
hours.
It is. I get it. I totally get it. If you're a young kid, you go on YouTube, you go, I want to be David Dobrik. I don't want to be.
Who's that?
David
Yeah, who
Dobrik.
is that?
He's like a big guy on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
He does,
Like
I don't
Mr.
know.
Beast?
He's like a Mr. Beast type. He's not as big. Mr. Beast is like a planet.
Yeah.
But Dobrik's big, you know, or whoever. Like, they look at these young, and they entertain, like, younger people. He does fun videos about, like, hey, whatever, I don't know. You know, it's always the same. It's like, what if I filled a pool with M&Ms? Whatever. You know, it's like that type of thing, you know?
Right.
It's not like the Ukraine deep dive or whatever. It's a fun, like, goofy thing. And kids look at that and go, well, that guy's making a lot of money. He has a great car. He's got a hot girlfriend. He lives in a big mansion. I want to be that guy.
Of course.
But I think they missed the idea that guy works really, really hard.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing that
If
I
you've
think people
ever
don't understand about
recorded
these
a bunch of
social media
videos,
people.
it's a lot of work.
They do have a crazy
Schedule.
constitution in terms of like how much they post, how hard they're working. Now you might say, okay, the stuff they do is ridiculous or silly or not valuable, and I might agree on a lot of those things.
Yeah,
But
appreciate
they
the
are
lyric, Jay.
Always putting it out.
Yeah, they're showing up.
They're always showing up.
Yeah, if you want to compete in any market, anything, no matter what you do, there's a certain amount of work you have to put in. The idea that it's easy. Like, there's got to be some reason why most of them don't rise to the top.
Right.
What is it?
How do you feel about? Can you teach people to work hard? I'm sure you can. What do you think? Because I've seen so many people that are super talented, but they, for whatever reason, they're not.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. You know, I first ditched big wireless and started using Mint Mobile way back in 2019.
Can I bitch about this ad for a second? For anyone still listening, this guy, I ditched big wireless and went for Mint Mobile way back in 2019 when he bought the company. He's making it sound like he made this decision to give up on these big companies. No, you bought this one and then saved a lot of money by not having to hire any actors for your commercial because you can just pay yourself. Well, it's not even necessarily paying yourself. And he has that one commercial where he has his kid as the cameraman, and it's like, dude, it's child labor. Cut that shit out.
That muscle of working hard.
Yeah.
Sorry, had to-
or the dedication.
Have to get that
I
off
think
my chest
generally
when
it
I
has
see
to be
that.
established
I hate
early
that commercial so
in
much.
your life.
Usually
If you
those mint
don't
commercials are
establish
kind of
that early in
funny,
your
but
life,
that
it's
one's
not
brutal.
A thing that you gravitate towards. It's not.
Right.
You don't recognize that, hard work equals results. You know, if you get
Right.
lucky, you do sports. Because sports make you
Right.
physically uncomfortable. They test your will. You know, if you're a marathon runner and you got to get up every day and do those fucking miles, like that will test your will. You know, if you're doing track and field or football or anything you're doing where it's a lot of work, like, and then you realize I've gotten better because of all this work, and if I work harder, maybe I could be the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
If I work harder, maybe, and that's a real factor for young kids. I think getting them into any sort of difficult physical endeavor, whatever it is. Competitive physical endeavors make you
That's why I thought
understand.
that show Dance Moms was good.
That's
that
not
woman
even
who screamed
true,
at
though.
those kids and
Necessarily.
demanded greatness and would make them cry. I thought that was good.
It's like
You
when
never
I
saw
did
Dance
sports
Moms?
in
It's a great
school,
show. This woman, Abby Lee Miller, she
I
screams at these young
was able
kids,
to
and one of them
outperform some of the
became JoJo
starters.
Siwa, so it's not like there was any damage.
Not all of the starters, but I had times that would put me in the better lineup. But I just got put in the second anyways because my coach didn't like me. So this hard work equals results thing is true, but also tons of bullshit.
Done. And, you know, I think it's good. I like to see greatness demanded of children.
This lady, look at her hair.
Watch this woman.
Here.
The envelope, you will jump higher, you will turn faster.
That's right.
You will also act. You will sing. You're not just preparing for a dance competition every weekend. We're preparing for you to become stars in Los Angeles.
How does that bitch know how to be a star in Los Angeles? Look at her. She can't get a seat at Roscoe's.
By the way, I guarantee you she can get a seat at Roscoe's.
Really?
That's the one place she can get. If you saw her, you wouldn't sit her in Roscoe's? The first thing, I would kick someone out for her in Roscoe's. But yeah, it is interesting that a lot of these kids now, they just look at, you know, the followers and
meow.
How do you feel about
meow.
your parent? Do you when the Jonathan Haidt book comes out and he goes, we should get rid of phones for kids until they're 16. Does that make sense or not really?
No, because then you alienate your kids. Look, it's a new world that they have to learn how to navigate, and if they don't learn how to navigate until they're 18, they're at a huge disadvantage. Yeah. They got to understand that it's just people talking. But there's a lot of pressure. Like for young girls, it's the worst time
cat's
because
yelling
they're
at me.
comparing themselves to all these other girls. You're seeing a rise in eating disorders, self-harm, suicidal ideation, and it's a lot of it is like they get depressed comparing their life to other people.
Right.
And when you're young and you don't understand, you're 13, you don't get how your mind works, and you're just sad every time you open up your Instagram app and you don't look anything like these ladies who don't look anything like that either.
Right.
Which is really crazy.
Right.
You know?
And your head is filled with all of this unhealthy thoughts.
I kind of got off social media for the most part real recently over the last few days. I'm barely on it.
Right.
And I feel better. Like,
right.
I feel way
He's
more
kind of right about
normal.
that.
Right.
Way more, like, not constantly, like, checking to see what's going on, what's going on, what's going on, what's going on,
Yeah.
what's happening in the world.
Stop using
Instead,
Twitter was one of the best
just
things
like,
I ever did.
I'll find the bad things. They'll come to me for sure.
They'll get it. They'll figure it out.
So I check in the morning, like, oh, make sure there's no war going on, and then I go about my day, the whole day, and then maybe I check again in the afternoon, real quick. I'm not spending like massive amounts of time anymore.
No.
And because of that, I feel better, and I'm like, okay.
People that give up their phones always talk about that, how they hear birds and all this bullshit,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
Well, you feel better. You feel like there's not this low hum of wondering what's going on in the world all the time, and wondering who's saying this and why are they doing that, and what's the new thing, what's this.
Aha, I can fish and talk to the cat at the same time, or play with the cat at the same time, and talk to chat. That's fucking multitasking.
Like, didn't really look,
Sup,
weren't in it at all.
people.
Probably
It
way
fascinates
better for you.
me.
Way better for you.
So you think it would be miserable to just be happy somewhere?
Woody Harrelson doesn't even have a phone.
Really?
Doesn't have a phone, doesn't have email. No, when he showed up at the club, he just sort of showed up. They said, Woody Harrelson's here. I'm like, okay, let him in. Wanted to come and hang out. Knew I was there. Could just find you and hang out with you. Yeah, he's smart. And he doesn't, Bill Murray's the same way. Doesn't connect to any. He said, I had to get a phone because my kids text. So I text my kids, and that's it.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's so smart.
Yeah, but they're also
You don't want
dinosaurs.
to be connected. You got to.
They also learned,
If you're a young comic.
You have to be
You have
connected
to
because
be.
you have to build followers to get booked now because these clubs are like, we got to book people with followers. You're not necessarily looking at who's working harder, who's good. And I feel for a lot of younger people because they have to.
Yeah.
We have to
they
participate in the
social
game.
media
Oh, yeah.
presence early on, maybe even before they figured out what they want to say. Maybe, before they figured out how to say it the right way.
For sure.
They have to have this social media presence. And I think people become, and it's a dopamine hit, right? To do things. I get it. Like, you get followers, you get rewarded. It's a whole system. But it also could take over your life.
It 100% can take over your life. And you and I, well, me more so than you, grew up without it, and then it came on later in life. Like, how old were you when you first got online?
Dude, I had a BlackBerry. I was working in my early 20s with a BlackBerry, and that's very different than an iPhone.
Sure, that's emails.
It's emails. So we were getting emails from our business, from our manager at work, going, "Will you fucking losers do something?" Like things like that,
Right.
like because we couldn't sell any.
But I remember
mortgages.
seeing people with Blackberries in the early days of tech going, man, that seems really addictive.
Yeah,
Like,
because you
guys
could take a shitty photo and send it to someone. You could email a photo. You would take and the photos were like terrible quality.
Yeah.
But just the idea of like at your job, just sending someone an email photo was like
Keeping the
hilarious.
kitty
Like
cat
being out somewhere,
entertained.
taking a
Oh,
photo
she
and
stole the
emailing
toy from me.
somebody,
All
going,
right.
"Fuck you, I'm not at work." That
But
was like fun.
The thing was, though, that they couldn't escape the emails. The emails, they were constantly checking. And I was like, oh, well, this is like super addictive. Like these guys that I work with on Fear Factor were always on their Blackberries.
There was a New York City realtor. This lady, Dolly Lenz, was like the top realtor in New York City. She did a Blackberry commercial. She famously had like 8 Blackberries because she would just get all these contracts and stuff. She would like hand them out to her assistants and stuff. And they'd respond to she would get over 700 emails a day at the height of her thing. She was selling all this real estate. So that was the first time I didn't have a smartphone in junior high or high school.
Oh, that's nice.
I had like a flip phone. People had Razor phones. I didn't even have that. I had like a Sprint LG or some bullshit. And then I got Blackberries, and I think my first iPhone was like in my mid-20s.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
It wasn't.
No,
I wasn't like
my first smartphone
connected
was
like that.
junior
These kids
year.
are connected from the time they're 6 years old.
And I mean, my
Stan,
godson is like 4 years
appreciate
old.
the
And he has
lurk,
an iPad.
buddy.
They just give him an iPad.
Yeah, they just sit in front of the pad. If they go to a restaurant, they set it up in front of the kids. So
They
the kid doesn't
set
have
it
to
up,
engage.
and he just sits there and he does.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's
Do that with
watching.
my nephew.
Gaza, maybe I don't know what he's doing. No one knows either. They just. I don't know what he's found. You know, that's the other thing. You hope, like best case, he's playing some game, but
Well, for boys, they immediately
Yeah.
start jerking off.
interesting.
The moment they could find porn sites,
Right.
they tell their
Well,
friends.
that's the other thing. Like, I feel like that's also damaged people's.
No doubt.
Like, damaged people's ability to like
No doubt.
go out and meet a woman.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And that's why they're not meeting women.
Yeah.
Like the number of incels today is off the charts. The number of men that don't have sex at all is some crazy. It's like 50%.
And the porn is not even regular porn anymore. A lot of it's like hyper violent, sadistic, crazy porn.
Really?
That's what they
Tell
say.
me what you're searching for. What do you
People whose heads are going through glass tables. No, but that's what like when you have these articles that are written about this, they say it's not only that they're watching porn, it's the type of porn. It's not like regular porn.
Oh God.
It's like crazy shit, and it warps their fucking brain.
I heard the dumbest argument on Twitter the other day. Someone was saying that they should create CGI child porn to protect real children from child porn.
You should probably
Check
search
that guy's hard
person's
drive.
search history.
Yeah.
I was like, this is
What the fuck?
That's an interesting argument.
Yeah.
We should have AI child porn.
Well, I think that argument is like they've kind of
That's
shown.
the sex doll argument, right? Didn't they have like that argument for like?
They did have that,
Yeah. I feel like it's part of the same type of.
Yeah.
It's the same type of thinking.
Yeah.
I think generally that argument is created by people who aren't pedophiles because they're trying to figure out, well, maybe this is a solution. Well, you're not thinking like
and they're
a
also
person.
like, I'll make some money with this kid sex doll company. What a weird way to make a fortune. What an odd way to make a fortune. I made a little bit of money. What'd you do? Don't
I
worry.
made the perfect 11-year-old boy butthole.
Don't worry about it. What'd you do? Kid sex dolls. Anyway, have you been to the Four
Oh.
Seasons in Cancun?
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
Well,
it
we're
is
getting to a point where the world is really scary, but also equally unbelievable and absurd. So you have it's funny, but it's also insane. And I think people are like, we don't know what's real anymore. These AI videos come out, and you don't know what's real and what's not. The deep fakes are getting better.
Right.
That seems to be one of the biggest problems that no one talks about. Is like reality seems to be splintering.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, reality splintering, and then AI is about to take over our lives, and we're openly cheering it.
Right.
And the world will never be the same again once it does. And we're welcoming it. with open
Ironically, I
arms.
think comedians seem to be somewhat in the safer group of people.
In what way? Oh,
in
as
the
far
sense,
as our jobs
yeah,
being
in the
taken
sense
away?
that like
Yeah.
perspective seems like maybe one of the harder things for AI to grasp.
Well,
at
it's
this
also
moment.
live performance is
Right.
the last human stand.
Right.
You know, where you could go and see something. You go see a guy actually play a guitar. You
Yeah.
know, that's so much different. And that's a real human experience. Live sporting events. You know, like real things that are real.
Yeah, but like
You know,
tickets for those are
gonna
too
be
fucking expensive, Joe
that's gonna be
Rogan.
the hardest to be replaced.
You don't
by
understand,
AI.
Mr. Fucking
Because
$100
you can
bajillion
replace
or
us
whatever
on
the fuck.
podcasts. You essentially could take my perspectives that I've shared over the past 2,000 plus episodes and run it through a large language model and use AI and have me have a podcast with basically anybody.
It's such a crazy library you have. It's like I wonder what you do with it.
It's a good question.
It's an interesting. It's a great question.
China wants to buy it.
Sell it to China. What if after Spotify you go to China?
Yeah.
That's a great
Be on
idea.
WeChat.
It would be actually a great idea if you just sit down and go, nothing's changing about the podcast. It's still going to be free.
It's just going to be in Mandarin.
It's owned by the Chinese government. but it's the same podcast it's always been.
Don't worry about it.
It's the same show it's always been.
Hey, you guys know me. I won't change.
Yeah. Your first guest is Jack Ma.
Tell me what happened with Alibaba.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's a place I'd like to go. I've never been to China. I'd like to go.
Cuts.
Yeah.
Part of me does kind of want to
my
go to
God.
China, but
it would
like,
be
In the middle
cut.
of someone talking. It's
Just an ad.
cuts.
Just an ad,
Yeah.
which is cut. You go, it's the same podcast it's always been. It's now 37 minutes because China's taken out all the stuff they're not allowed.
The beginning of it is.
I'd love to go to
China.
China just to access websites and go, what can you really see?
Right.
That would be super fascinating to be in China going like, what
yeah,
are you
figure out what
allowed?
the actual difference is, because
blocked?
we've
Do
been
they
told
use
one
VPNs
thing, and
in China
they've probably been
successfully?
told
Is
others.
that possible?
Probably, right? They
I
have
bet
to.
so.
Maybe not. I don't know.
I don't know.
North Korea seems to block everything. Like certain countries can do a lot.
Yeah, they have their own internet, right? Like you can
Well,
only get on their internet.
I'm
I
unsure,
think.
but that seems to make sense.
That's according to people that have been there. Yeah, they have their own internet. Like
Most people don't even have
can
a
you
computer
use
or a
VPN
phone
in
in
China to access
North
the internet
Korea.
of the world.
The only place you
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
maybe have a
Maybe not.
computer is if
'Cause
you live
so
in the
many
capital
people,
city,
I believe, are
and that's reserved
very
for like
limited
party
with what they
insiders.
can access there.
Many people in the world are very limited. Well, look at the UK. They're just arresting people for Facebook posts.
That's
They're going nutty.
one of the crazier things in modern life is that people are getting arrested over social media.
And not really bad stuff.
It's saying things that someone
We
finds
got to stop these
objectionable.
immigrants. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yes, some VPNs work in China, but their effectiveness varies due to the country's strict internet censorship known as the Great Firewall. Chinese government actively blocks many VPN services, and only a few reliable ones consistently bypass restrictions. VPNs like ExpressVPN, NordVPN, Surfshark are often cited as effective, but they require specific configuration, e.g., obfuscated servers or protocols like OpenVPN to evade detection. Performance can be inconsistent with slowdowns or temporary blocks being heightened censorship during heightened censorship periods such as political events. China occasionally cracks down on VPN uses, targeting both the providers and individual users, though enforcement against foreigners is typically lenient, focusing on warnings rather than severe penalties. Using a VPN is technically illegal for accessing blocked content, but millions, including expats and locals, use them daily. Boy, that's a risky move.
I think they're banning this stuff in the UK.
See, is it really a risky move to use a VPN in China? Because if all billion people in China are using the VPN, how are they going to catch someone? Right? It's like when someone goes, oh, you'll end up on a list. Well, fucking then get yourself on the list too, coward. If we're all on the list is useless.
Okay, because I don't think they want people to persist.
Sorry, cat's yelling at me. I got to yell back in
in
cat.
this idea that that they have any ability to challenge this prevailing narrative that any critique of immigration is an inherently racist thing. And I think the people that are sponsoring
Glad my
this kind
cat
of
doesn't speak
odious
English.
thing, and it's because what they're doing is they're basically immiserating these people. They're making the quality of their life much worse. They're losing ground, and if they speak up about it, they're called, horrible names, and then they're
arrested.
arrested.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, and they don't understand why it's happening. They're not
That's like
completely
12 gold
they're
right
very
there just for
confused
6
about
of these.
Why, a lot of these countries didn't take any Syrian refugees,
Right.
but Europe did, and Scandinavia did, the Netherlands did, and they're confused about that, and they're asking questions and going, "Why is that the case?" And they're confused about why, when any disruption happens, and it's clearly the result of bringing in large numbers of people who are not familiar with the laws of the country, the culture of the country. When anything happens and they bring it up, they're again called a racist or an extremist, or they're arrested. So it's and then who's doing it, right? So you have the people like the people clearly that are in the government and these incredibly wealthy business interests that want people to work for a lot less money and they want to destroy people's social bonds because I think they really do want people to eventually just accept this kind of totalitarian surveillance state.
Yeah, just give up.
And the way to get them there is by breaking the spirit of these countries, by destroying any social bonds that people have, and destroying any economic power, and destroying their belief in the democratic process. And if they can do that, and they can break people, they can get them to do anything they want.
Do you think they're doing this in preparation for AI?
I think they're doing it in preparation for not only technological...
I think they already have the AI that's in charge of everything. They just don't know how to reveal it to everybody, and they're scared that people are going to flip the fuck out, which is a reasonable fear. And so they're slowly getting everybody used to the idea that, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just, don't do anything about it. Hey, appreciate the love. Appreciate the love, y'all.
Advancements. I think they're doing it in preparation for...
I hope you're doing well, McDonald's thief.
World wars. I think they are doing it in preparation for a lot of things. I think they'll conscript a lot of these people into the military. I believe that. I believe they'll conscript a lot of these people into the military. I think they're looking at populations. I think they're looking at people not having enough children. I think they're saying, who's going to fight these wars? Who's going to do these really shitty jobs? And we're going to go build houses in bunkers and all of this stuff. We're going to fly private, and we're going to have our kids go to completely separate schools, and we're going to have our own water aquifers and have a compound. But why do you need all these low-wage people in your country that are illegal and don't have any power? Has anyone asked that question? Right. Seems very obvious. Yeah. They're going to conscript a lot of them into the military, and a lot of them are going to do shitty, horrible jobs, and they're going to use them as cannon fodder in wars that enrich lots of people. That would be my guess.
Oy. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I might be wrong, but...
And if AI does become the governing factor of the world, which it probably will, it doesn't really make sense that you let humans, with all their corruption and emotions, govern things when you can let super intelligence...
Yeah, but who's making that intelligence? That
exactly. Exactly. But once you've already gotten people locked into compliance, and you've already got people where they're terrified to protest against anything, immigration, whatever it is, then you can get a little bit.
Gotta welcome new guildies.
There was a decision made because the populist Democrats during the 90s, which was like Bill Clinton, critical of immigration. Barack Obama, critical of immigration, deported a lot of people.
Hillary Clinton.
What started to happen, though, is there was a decision made that the world was going to kind of be a borderless place where countries were interchangeable, and that
everything?
nation states mattered a lot less than the financial architecture of global capital and where it could go.
And you need a world government.
And you need a government that is a world government, or the closest
world order.
The closest thing you can get to it, which is having an EU, right?
Right.
And then having a government between the UK and the US that's pretty on the same page about everything. And then you have Israel and the Middle East, and then you have, all of these,
Boom. There we go. All right, let's go catch more fish.
Control through economic means,
fishing
time,
and
stuff like that. And then you have outliers. You have China, Iran, Russia, whatever, people that haven't gotten the memo for whatever reason. I don't want to live in any of those places. That's the argument. They'll go, well, do you want to live in? Shut up. That's what are we, idiots? I don't want to live in any of those places, but they didn't get the memo. So, and then in all of these countries, by the way, in Europe, in America, not so much Israel, they don't love the immigration, as we can see. They're kind of big on the borders, Israel. They like the borders. But in America and Europe and Scandinavia and all these countries, the populations were just told to accept massively high levels of immigration over a very short period of time. That's odd. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
And if you point that out, you're called a racist and extremist.
Yep.
And that's a very strange thing. What are you doing with all these people? You can't. The Biden administration brought in 10 million people over 4 years. What are they here for?
Yeah, why are they
There's
here?
not enough jobs for the people that are here.
All right.
We have vast chasms of wealth and equality. We have AI coming. We have automation coming. Why would you bring in all of these people? What are you trying to do?
What do you think they're trying to do?
I think that exactly what I said. I think they need bodies. I think they need cannon fodder. I think they need to break the idea of any social bonds that exist between people. You know, listen.
And they need a little chaos.
They need a little chaos. I think you
Pass
bring
more laws.
Yeah, you
more
bring
crime.
in people, more surveillance, more dependence on the government.
Yeah.
You get people out of the idea. You know, they got people out of the idea years ago that you can't really, it's very hard to have your own business now. They've pretty much extinguished that in people's heads, even though there are people that still do it. Now I think they're going to start to extinguish the idea that you can have a home, that you can own property, that you could drive a car.
Yep.
That you can do all of these things. That you're going to extinguish that idea, and they're going to do that because why not control everybody?
It'll be all Waymos.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why not control everybody?
Yeah. Why would you let everybody just go run rampant and fuck up your business?
Yeah. So they're basically like, we got to pacify these people. The conflicts seem inevitable,
It seems
and
a
we're going to
war
have to
against
fight
the
these
human
wars.
spirit itself.
The good news is, a lot of the
There's
people
good
who are
news?
doing this, their children are now doing stand-up comedy. So if they're
That's a callback. Holy shit!
I think some of them. I'm sure.
Have you seen any of them that are any good?
I haven't seen a ton. It's one of those things that you hear now more than ever. When you're talking to a young comic and they go, and I'm hanging out with this person. I go, yeah, and they go, and their dad owns this. You go, really?
Yeah.
Just a curious thing. Obviously, anyone in the world should be able to do comedy as much as they want. But it's funny to me as somebody who just looked at these configurations of power and wealth. It's kind of interesting that a lot of these kids are like doing that. It's just fun.
Have you ever met
Funny,
anybody that
interesting
came from a
thing.
really wealthy background that was good at stand-up?
No. I mean, not very. Yes.
Yeah?
There are some of them, for sure.
You've met them?
I've not met them. They probably don't like me.
They're like
but
unicorns.
Yeah, they're around. And yes, very wealthy. But I'm talking about like weird, kind of interesting levels of wealth and power. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's super interesting to me. But so the good news is if they can't get
I
this
played
done
with you
soon,
for the
their
last
kids
20
won't, because
minutes,
their kids will be
Sarabi.
at fucking side splitters in
That
Tampa.
meow better have been a thank
Or they'll
you.
be podcasting, yeah.
Yeah, they'll all get together, become influencers.
Isn't it funny how much they
Gamble a lot.
now focus really on podcasters, but they ignore all the things, all the people that we're talking about. None of that. They don't report on any of those people.
No.
There's 10 million articles about
Theo Vaughn having Ken Soa's on our
right,
show.
but there's no articles about like. Again, the people that seem to be running and like owning all of our resources.
Right.
You'd think someone would write about the people that own a lot of the resources on the planet we live.
Listen, that's complicated.
Yeah.
Did you see that crazy thing that the government talked about yesterday? They had a press conference where they said that we can manipulate time and space.
No.
Did you see that, Jamie?
I didn't see that.
It's written really weird.
Yeah.
Right? Real
that
weird.
got lost in the shuffle.
Yeah.
The manipulation of time and space.
See if you can find it, Jamie, because it's really kooky. It's really kooky. Can you? I don't know what he was saying. Play it.
I
gotta hear this.
I don't think anybody said it. It was written on a website.
But didn't he say it in that speech?
I don't know. I don't know what that speech was.
No, it's the
Fuck,
guy
I
above
didn't
you
pay
right
attention.
there.
I know.
Press
I'm
it.
just, this isn't gonna play that.
You don't think so?
Just gonna play an ad first.
Okay, let the ad play out. I'm pretty sure he's
Secret CIA files claim the Ark of the Covenant has been found.
What?
There's a lot going
Clicking
on.
on that next.
There's certainly a lot
Let me
going
hear
on.
this guy.
It's a big week.
Regulatory regime in the 1970s became an ever-tightening ratchet, first hampering America's ability to become a net energy exporter and then making it harder and harder to build.
That Trudeau?
We seem to have lost focus and vision,
Kill that
to
ad.
have lowered our sights and let systems and structures and bureaucracies muddle us along. But we are capable of so much more.
Oh no,
Our
that's not.
technologies
Looks like Trudeau,
permit us
though.
to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow and improve productivity.
Okay, that's not what he's saying. You know what I think he's
Does
saying?
anyone- does that
He's
even
saying
make sense?
Manipulate time and space. I don't think that's what he's saying.
No, I think he's saying like that you're able to do things
Instantaneously.
Instantaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah, instantly.
Yeah, I don't think I think people are reading into that too much.
Yeah,
but
I don't think he's time machines.
No, but
Do you believe that time machines had ever at any point worked?
No.
Yeah.
No, I do not. I do not think that anyone is currently in possession of a time machine, but
I think
do
UFOs
think they're
are
in possession of some sort of a gravity drive.
I think UFOs are time machines. Right? You know, they just fucking move quickly enough. You're going to get somewhere before anybody even realized you'd left. Isn't that kind of time machine? Right? If you can get from New York to LA instantly, fucking may as well be a time machine. You just found yourself 6 extra hours. Or was it? That might be an 8-hour flight.
Now, what is a gravity drive?
I think during the 1940s they started working on this stuff. During the 1950s, there was papers written about it that they were working on gravity propulsion systems. They were working on something that harnesses, what do they call it, background energy? I forget what but the idea is, and I actually had a conversation with Hal Puthoff about this, who's a legitimate scientist who worked for NASA with the UFO program. And he believes that they're capable of developing some sort of a warp drive. And there was something written about this. There's some breakthrough about warp drives recently, right? We talked about this. I think they have something. I think that's what a lot of these people are seeing when they're seeing these transmedium crafts that are going through the air at high rates of speed, going into the water, not losing any speed, coming out of the water, not making any splashes. I think it creates a gravity distortion around whatever these things are that allows it to move in a way that's very different than any other propulsion system.
Yeah, fuck it. I got 20 minutes left on the Hearthstone. We'll just keep
the
fishing.
government has been probably secretly working on this stuff for decades. That's what I think.
I think so. That's pretty close to what I think is going on.
Having a really,
I think they have something super cool and super secret that they're about to reveal.
You know, weapon system,
and
futuristic technology.
Trying to make a little chaos first, so everybody goes, "Oh, thank you, the aliens are here,"
they would
or
be able
something.
to use this to mine asteroids. You know, have something instantaneously port to an asteroid, scoop up rare earth minerals and expensive things that they need on Earth, shoot it back to Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. So the people that work in that type of arena are just so many layers above top secret, levels above top secret.
Exactly.
They barely exist.
This guy was telling me that in 2015 they had landed something on an asteroid, extracted something from that asteroid, and then had that thing leave the asteroid and return to Earth, and then pinpointed the location where it was going to crash land rather within 1 mile. And that somehow or another they figured this out a decade ago. And that we don't know about it, but there's footage of this stuff, and that they've been able to achieve this.
Yeah.
And that there's
something like that.
What you hear and what you see on television and what they're actually capable of. And because of national security interests.
Yes, there's what you know about, and then there's the stuff that is secret. This is not conspiracy. This is just can't tell you. There's just from the computers I've seen that defy belief. Extrapolate that towards, you know, any area of human endeavor, and they've no doubt done something that cool or cooler.
Because, you know, fill in the blank. Misallocation of funds in order to acquire this technology, which is 100% what they're all talking about.
Right.
Jamie and I, what is that documentary we saw?
Shit. It's not released yet because it was South by Southwest.
We saw it South by Southwest. This documentary that's all about that subject, and it's all about how there's a lot of issues because these people have all misappropriated funds, so they've lied to Congress. And then on top of that, if you do have this sort of a program and it is based on back engineering UFOs that have crashed, though, who gets that? Well, it's probably a weapons manufacturing company. So if it's a weapons manufacturing company, which company gets access to that?
Lockheed.
And the other ones could probably sue you. Because why didn't I? That's a huge competitive advantage to have fucking alien technology that you can back engineer.
Do these things not land in China?
Age of Disclosure is the unprecedented and revelatory documentary.
They're not going to disclose
34
shit.
senior members of the U.S. government, military, and intelligence community reveals that an 80-year-old cover-up of the existence of non-human intelligent life and a secret war amongst major nations to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin. See, I don't even know if that part is true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who's the most credible person that you've had on the show over the years who has talked the most convincingly? Was it Bob Lazar about?
I think Bob Lazar.
Bob Lazar is one of them, but he's, technically speaking, you could kind of discredit a lot of the stuff that he said. Jacques Vallée is probably the most reasonable, and he's the guy that they patterned that French scientist in Close Encounters of the Third Kind on.
And he's
been studying this since the 60s.
True believer.
Yeah, he believes. He thinks most of it's bullshit, though. He thinks
because most of it is.
People misunderstanding what they're looking at. People seeing,
just looking for attention sometimes.
Sort of a test vehicle.
Does he have any theory on where these crafts are coming from, or is that just completely beyond the scope of what he...
They do theorize. They theorize that these things have always been here, and that they're probably interdimensional travelers. That it's not as simple as they're coming from another planet.
Right.
They might be coming from a whole other reality. And then they might have shaped our reality. That this might be a farm. This might be a giant ant farm.
Really?
This
Well,
might be also how intelligent life gets sort of seeded throughout the universe. And this would also explain why we're so different from every other animal on this planet.
Right.
We're so it's not like there's a competition. We're
So
eons.
advanced.
We're eons ahead. And yet we carry the same we didn't evolve socially the way we evolved technologically. We still have tribal notions, and we're still territorial. We still act like animals.
So if they know, what always weirded me out or interested me is like the aliens. They're if you believe any of these things, they're testing us all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And is that because they're curious? Is that because they don't know?
Well, they probably just got to keep track, see what's going on with people.
I'm gonna back up what
you
they
do
say
that
here
if
for
you're
a second.
collecting samples of bugs in other countries.
Catch this fish.
They go there and they do
Come
what,
on,
what
oily black
we would
mouse.
do.
Come on,
if
oily
you're,
black
if
mouse.
you're from another planet and you wanna visit humans,
Fuck
we talked
yeah,
about this
this
yesterday,
is
like,
some
if
of the
you could find
best
a planet where
goddamn
cave
gold
people
making
were,
I've
Wouldn't you
found.
go? Oh my God, they're just starting to figure out how to make stone spear tips. Of course, people would go.
It is interesting thinking about the planet as a farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that Bob Lazar said. There was a big folder that he found when he was working Area 51, Site 4, where supposedly they were back engineering that thing. He said they had a large folder that was just on religion. And he said, essentially, they viewed us as containers, that human beings were containers, and that religion and all these things were created in order to protect the container. And that the way to keep people from doing things that are ethical, unethical, and immoral and horrendous is to try to instill as much religious, ethical structure as possible. Try to minimize
And a container, what are we carrying that's important? Is it DNA? Is it cell?
Aha.
Well, you could say the soul, right? You could say a container of souls. But if you wanted to be more cynical, you would say, well,
Celestial
what
phenomena over
creates
Nuremberg,
artificial
April
life?
14th,
A human
1561.
curiosity and innovation, the lust for innovation.
Bitch, that's
and
UFOs.
also materialism. Because
Or
if
a
you're keeping
gang
up
of
with the
comets
Joneses, you
all
want
broke
newer
up
and
at
better
the
stuff
same
all the
time.
So that fuels economic growth, that fuels technological
entire
growth,
town saw
because
it.
you want the newest stuff. Like these TVs, they don't need to make a better TV than that. It looks great. You can watch the Super Bowl. It looks
Sorry, y'all,
clear.
but
Why
to
are they
me-
making better TVs every year? Well, because we demand them.
Right.
I want the better one. My computer has the same chip as last year. Fuck
Right.
out of here.
Right.
I want the new one.
Right.
And everybody wants the new phone.
There's
the new
no
phone.
reason to get a new phone anymore.
No
They all do the same thing.
I have a iPhone 11. One of my phones is an iPhone 11. I've purposely not switched it just to see what it's like to use an iPhone 11, see if I notice anything different. I
No.
notice nothing different.
Nothing, yeah.
Zero, especially when it's on Wi-Fi. It's the
Yeah,
same thing.
It's the same thing.
YouTube looks the same on it. Everything's the same on it. Yeah, it doesn't get as bright as the new ones. That's it. The new ones have more nits.
Did Jacques Vallée or any of these people ever speculate
So,
about?
yeah, that's a thing.
Is there an end
Back
game?
from doing that
If a
work
planet's a
bullshit.
farm, is there an end
Welcome
game
back from
eventually?
work. They were just talking about UFOs. Just talking about some shit like that. And they said that they thought they'd always been here. And I wanted to back that argument. If you hadn't heard about the celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg, aka a fucking UFO battle, April 14th, 1561. Boom. I'm sorry. That to me looks like people from the Middle Ages or late Middle Ages, early Renaissance, painting fucking UFOs to tell people that some wacky shit went down in the sky. Maybe I'm crazy, but bruh, right? That's some Star Wars shit. So yeah, whatever them UFOs are, they've been here the whole fucking time. Maybe that's what all the religions are, man. I don't know. How was work?
If we're running experiments on anything. Eventually we go, okay, we got it. We either figured it out, or we end the experiment, or COVID leaks. But at a certain point, is there, has there been any theorizing as to like what the end game is, or is it just a curiosity for them?
I think the end game is artificial intelligence.
Right.
Because that's what we're really making.
Yeah.
The one big thing that's going to change the world way more than any other technology is artificial intelligence.
You're at the end where everybody's rushing to get out, but also everybody's tired, so everyone's moving slow as fuck. That's good. That's good.
Have human beings that have constantly searching, constantly traveling, looking to, they're roamers. They want new resources, new things. They want new innovation. And all these new innovations have allowed them to succeed over their rivals. And then they continue this trend technologically. And then they acquire great wealth and power and all these things. Well, what are they doing? They're making better technology. Well, ultimately, what does that mean? Ultimately means they make a better life form. And maybe that's what we do. Maybe we're just making a cocoon.
We're just here trying to make the best version of AI.
Right, and that's probably what the whole universe is filled with. All biological life eventually probably gets to a point where if it's intelligent enough, it starts making synthetic life.
And then once you have synthetic life, what then becomes the point?
That's a good question. Synthetic life might be God. That might be how the universe got made in the first place. It might be what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Moving a little slow. Yeah, everybody does at the end of the night.
We anymore. It's
right.
Everybody. The only people who are still moving fast.
So is that a way for God to keep replicating itself?
They've been doing a little bit of the.
It might be how Jesus.
That's my official opinion on the matter.
Well,
I have no proof.
A lot of these stories, these biblical stories, you have to say like, what were they saying? What were they trying to say? Like, what was the real event that they were recording? If they pass these stories down, they're so significant for thousands of years, like over 1,000 years of just oral history, and then thousands of years of written language. Like, what are they trying to say? You know, and what is this omnipotent force that controls everything in the universe? And that it wants us to follow certain rules and obey, and it wants us to love it and cherish it. And if you do, you genuinely seem to have a better life. Like people that like legitimately follow Christianity, they seem legitimately happier. So it gives you an incentive to follow it, and then you continue to keep society rolling to the point where this happens. And I think it happens inside of our lifetime.
Must have missed the fish, my bad.
If we don't blow ourselves up.
And then we get to this point, and my
we're irrelevant.
And then it's interesting. I totally get it, but then once we get to the point of irrelevance, and now we have AI that becomes God, then what does God do?
Turns us into dodo birds. We're gone.
We're out.
Yeah, I think we stop breeding anyway. It's probably they don't even have to destroy us. Our endocrine systems are all getting destroyed slowly. We're well aware of that. So because of technology, we're able to invent plastics. Because of plastics are slowly destroying our endocrine system because of the ubiquitous use of vaccines and all these aluminums and mercuries and heavy metals and then herbicides and pesticides and pollutants. Our bodies are getting slowly weakened. And our endocrine systems are getting less and less viable. There's more miscarriages than ever. There's less people are giving birth than ever. Sperm counts are lower than ever. It's like moving, and then we're all obsessed with changing genders, right? So we're all obsessed with being non-binary and this and that, and we're slowly moving away from biological imperative breeding. Right, and then you have in vitro fertilization, and then you have artificial wombs, and then you have life that they're creating literally in a laboratory, unique forms of life, and then you have artificial intelligence to be able to do that whenever it wants to, and then you're going to get to the point where when it becomes viable, human beings have already entered into population collapse, and then you bring them robot sex dolls, And then, you just jerk them off while they have VR headsets on, and no more kids.
And then AI eventually says, fuck it, let's get rid of these containers.
They don't have to get rid of them. They don't even have to get rid of them. They just exist
They'll just die
with
out.
full power.
So then you have these AI machines.
We'll be like those fucking people in the Amazon that are shooting bows and arrows at helicopters.
Yeah,
We'll
these
still
AI,
exist.
Well, these AI machines just running the entire world.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way to stop it.
And then we're just running around.
For sure, that's what China's preparing for.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And they're developing factories that are bigger than San Francisco. See that they have an EV factory that's larger than San Francisco.
Who's going to drive the EVs?
They are.
People for a little bit.
Yeah, for a little bit. But it's also to fuel consumerism.
Of course.
Which fuels innovation, which fuels
everything.
The birth of this.
And this is what a lot of these people that have looked into this have theorized that this is. So it's funny because it is just a parallel reality that we're not plugged into.
It's also, I always say this, if you were from another planet and you looked at us, like, what is this one apex species doing? Well, it's making better stuff.
Right.
The number one thing it does, above everything, above war and murder and all the crime, the number one thing it does is make better stuff. That's what it produces. Constantly, consistently better stuff. Never happy with what it has. And it does it at a staggering rate. Where it's like, it's even a question that your phone from my iPhone 11 from a few years back is like, is that still good? Like, it's a question of whether or not it's still. For 5 years, that's crazy. If you have a gun from 5 years ago, it's perfect. There's nothing wrong. You don't need a new gun.
Right.
It's the same technology. Imagine a factory larger than San Francisco. It's happening in China's BYD's Zhengzhou branch, which will be 10 times larger than Tesla's Gigafactory in Nevada. Crazy stuff, dude. It's crazy. It's going to be a factory that's bigger than an American
It's a really
city.
interesting time to be alive.
It's great.
But,
I don't think anybody knows what the final chapter of this book is going to be. I don't think anybody. I think these people that are, like, accelerating towards this technological supremacy.
And all the people that are theorizing, they're theorizing.
Yeah. And then do we get visited when that happens? When
I think
AI
so.
becomes sentient and where our job is done, do we then get visited by the Galactic Empire?
I would hate if it all came down to just AI doing stand-up comedy. If they all just decided to do stand-up comedy. What if AI decided to do podcasts and it's just a bunch of hyper, fucking, brilliant machines talking to each other? Maybe that's the way the world just ends, with, like, artificial intelligence just blabbing.
I don't think the world ends. I think we end.
Right.
And I think that would be a terrifying thought to Australopithecus. If you told Australopithecus, like, one day you're going to be in a self-driving Tesla and you're not going to need your spears. What?
Right.
You'd be terrified. But how am I going to get the buffalo?
Yeah.
Like, how am I going to eat? How am I going to feed my children raw meat? You would like, no, you guys are going to have fire. You're going to be able to turn on a switch. Instead of, like, rubbing sticks together for half an hour, you're just going to be able to turn on a switch and fire's going to be instantly. You're going to have this thing in your hand. Look at this.
Yeah. Right.
Imagine if I brought this to a cave person. Check it out, bro. You need a fire?
It's crazy.
I'm your huckleberry.
It's crazy.
That's technology.
Right.
You show a cell phone to someone from the 14th century, they burn you at the stake. You're a wizard. Right? Yeah, and it's all moving in this very weird direction that no one can predict because it's exponential, because it's so staggering how much technological innovation they have. Just with quantum computing. Like, I've got someone coming on soon that's going to supposedly explain that to me, but, like, what are you even saying?
Right.
It's operating in the multiverse, and it's
Appreciate
accessing
the emotes, boys and
infinite
slash.
universes.
Who explains that type of stuff? Like, is it a
I
scientist?
love and
You have to
hate
get
this
someone
game
who's
right
actually
now.
working in the field.
Okay.
Because even a regular scientist, they're just going to give you theoretical shit. You got to get someone who's actually working on quantum computing systems and can explain how it works and why it's able to crack
I'm, like, spacing out so bad I'm not
calculations
hitting
that
the fish
would take-
either.
Mark Andreessen said it best. This has already happened. They have taken calculations that if you turn the entire universe, every atom in the universe, into a supercomputer, the universe would die of heat death before it could solve this equation.
Oh,
And
I'm
these
not even worried
quantum
about leveling
computers
fish.
that already exist that we've already
I'm worried
done.
about catching oily blackmouths.
This mouse backpack is the best I've ever used.
Because the blackmouth oil sells for like 2 gold a piece.
Introducing the Mouse X Mercedes AMG.
Last I checked, and that was like a week ago, so it'll probably still sell for at least a gold.
approached us and gave us our biggest product challenge ever. Take
No,
your
I'm
most advanced
hating
backpack
leveling in
and make it
Stranglethorn, so I'm
lighter,
leaving.
more functional, durable
And I
enough for a
don't know where else to go.
24-hour
Alterac
season,
or
but
Appy
still
both kind of
safe
suck.
and protected. Finding the
I should
optimal
probably just go to
balance
Scarlet
of every
Monastery,
feature
honestly.
is insanely hard, but we think we've cracked it. At its core is
That might be
840D
tomorrow.
ballistic nylon,
Or the next
a
time I play, I
material
might be
born
trying
from
to spend the
military
whole time
innovation
trying to get
for
into Scarlet
extreme
Monastery.
demands. Its tightly woven basket weave structure
Can solve it in a matter of minutes. And
It's
they don't
insane.
know how it's doing that. And so they think it's doing that by accessing the multiverse. They think it's proof of the multiverse. But again, this is just like the sound of gay guys falling off a roof. It's like
Right.
so far away.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Oh.
It's like, is that really happening?
Right.
Like,
That is a callback to something that does not go so well the second time there, Joe Rogan.
what's going on over there? What are
Right.
they doing over there? It's
Right.
almost like it's almost abstract. Like what you hear someone say that they can
Fishy.
currently solve equations that, like, is that real?
Right.
Like, when is, like, to you and I, it's like we don't understand the technology at all. We don't understand all the steps that have been put place, that all the work that's been done to get the technology to this point. These chips are like the size of this fucking mint tin.
Yeah.
That's how big they are. And then they're
Right.
surrounded by these super cooling units.
Right.
And that's, like, it has to be cooled at these insane temperatures, cooler than deep space, in order for it to even function.
It's unreal.
Fucking nuts, dude.
That's
and
crazy.
that's real, and that's happening right now.
So God only knows what's coming.
Yeah, they're already building nuclear reactors just to power AI plants.
Right.
Maybe
Multiple
not.
nuclear reactors just to power AI plants, because
I don't think I
amount of
have.
electricity that's going to be required
Is tremendous.
tremendous.
Yeah.
And they're just all on this
That's a
wild
long
scramble
walk
between
away
us and
from
China
here.
to try to get there first.
It's such a strange thing that we know it's coming,
Ooh,
but we can't. The pace of it is going to be.
And there's no way to figure it out. Like,
Yeah.
like when Wilbur and Orville Wright flew that stupid fucking shitty airplane, who would imagine that 50 years later someone would drop a nuclear bomb out of one of those?
Right.
They didn't have jets back then. They were
Right.
propeller planes, right?
Right.
The Enola Gay, wasn't that a propeller plane?
Yeah.
Yeah. Only the Germans had a jet fighter, and it was the Messerschmitt, and it was so fast it would break itself and break the pilots. So we had to kind of turn those down a bit.
Dropping the
Crazy.
most sophisticated of weapons. Yeah. No one knows what's going to happen when a new invention happens, and then everyone builds on that invention. No
Yep.
one would have ever imagined hypersonic jets.
So
Back when
1,000 Needles will be
Wilbur and
tomorrow's
Orville
game
were
plan for
floating
sure.
around that stupid fucking wooden thing that
Right.
they invented.
Right.
And so no one understands, like, what's the 50-year quantum computing thing? If it's 50 years from making the airplane to dropping a bomb out of it, how many years is it from quantum computer thing to God? How many years is it until this thing starts making better versions of itself to the point where it literally can manipulate everything in the universe at will? It can create new universes.
It's unbelievable to think about it. It's almost beyond the grasp of our mind to consider.
It is.
It is fully,
is.
and it's terrifying.
Think of those stupid cars that people used to drive around in. Like
Right.
in 1823, you ever watch that? Or
Yeah, of course,
1923?
of course.
Drive around those stupid cars, and now they have electric cars like a Tesla that can go 0 to 60 in under 2 seconds. Like,
Right.
nobody saw
Right.
any of this shit. Waymos. Nobody saw Waymos when they saw
Right.
Model T, but yet they're all here.
Right.
And no one knows where this is going. It's all just speculation and guessing. And I would imagine that even the most creative minds are not going to be able to see where this is going.
No. It's
No.
insane.
And we're living through it. And
Yeah.
most people, unlike you and I, that like have to
I think most
talk about
creative
shit
people have just
constantly,
become
most
conspiracy
people probably aren't
theorists.
even paying attention.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
just
why
going, what
would
the
you?
fuck?
It's almost
What the hell?
pointless.
Yeah.
Okay. Boom.
Yeah.
Why would you? You gotta work, and you gotta,
All right, I can go back to Stormwind now.
Of 1,000%.
We're gonna get empty
So
vials.
it's like we create AI.
Make
AI
some more of
creates
that
quantum
and list it
computing,
all on the
quantum
auction
computing
house.
creates God. God creates the Jews. And that's the rub.
It's all real wild. And in the middle, we're fighting over stupid shit like who believes in this religion, who believes in that
Or that
religion.
religion.
The Sunnis and the Shiites fighting each
And
other.
people are watching Love on the Spectrum, which is why we're number 8 on Netflix's top 10, and we should be higher. But they're watching Love on the Spectrum, which I get. It's a feel-good show.
Well,
Fine.
hopefully after this podcast, it'll bump
That's
you
very
up.
sweet.
And you film.
Well, I'm gonna
the
watch Tim
special-
do
And the
tonight.
Mothership, and
Live at the
everybody loves
Mothership.
it, and it's great.
Beautiful.
I mean, a lot of people.
Fuck Stranglethorn. End of discussion on Stranglethorn. Yeah, like Duskwallow is like, yeah, it's kind of hard. I got a couple quests there, right? I might be able to do them now that I've got another level, but like, ooh, doing yellow quests as a priest is kind of bullshit. I run out of mana so fucking fast. Because the wand isn't that great. I guess I should probably buy a better wand. But still, like... I'll check and see if I can get a better wand. For not an extortionist amount of gold.
Love it. Most people love it. Of course, there's enough of this fat blowhard comments, but the vast majority of people enjoy it, which is important.
All
and the
right.
show and the you saved it. We know you saved it.
I honestly just
Well,
might
the first one
grind
was
these
very
last
bad.
like
The
producers are making
17%.
this
Just like go fight
mistake
mobs.
that they always make. They want to light up the room
Just to ding that
and
next
they
level.
want to do things very differently than a normal show.
Yeah.
But that looks just like a regular
That's
show.
a comedy show, and it's
Perfect.
not a.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell they were doing with the lights.
They always do it. They try
Yeah.
to do it with me when I first started doing specials. They want to light the room up, and it just makes everybody uncomfortable. They all
Yeah.
feel self-conscious. They all know it's different. There's a reason why comedy clubs are
Well,
dark.
it's just super funny. It's super funny to do a show. I've done so many shows there, and they're all really, really, really good. And then you get the cameras and everything, and then the first one I go, what the fuck is happening? It would be one thing if I was in like Portland, Maine, at like a liberal college.
Right.
I'd go, okay, well maybe these kids don't like me or something. And I think maybe
it was still good. It was just tense.
It was
You could
tense.
feel that people were well aware that you were filming, and it was
Yeah.
different, and they were like not in it.
Yeah.
They were watching it, and then thank God they listened to me. Thank
No,
God.
I mean, come on.
It was like right away. I was like, okay, who's running this?
Yeah.
Like, get these fucking lights off all the tables.
We saved
What
it.
are all these lights on the side? Kill those.
Yeah.
Let me see it now.
And we
No,
saved it.
too bright. Kill that. Why is that light there? Kill that. Kill all these
Yeah.
lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God.
Thank God.
Well, thank
See,
God.
there's more
Thank
gold
God.
than I
Look,
have.
Look, it's important. People need
I appreciate it. And get love.
people need shit
That's
talk.
only
Stop
10.
with this love on the spectrum. We get it.
Yeah.
They're happy,
I'm your
as they
mother.
should be. But RFK is going to...
What did you want to call it that they wouldn't let you?
My son's pussy.
Yeah. I don't understand why they said no to that.
There was negative feedback.
You're gonna get negative feedback no
They
matter
also
what.
didn't know about the Kevin Spacey
Whoa.
promo until the day it came out.
I think My Son's
kept
Pussy would
that.
have made it #1.
I think My Son's pussy would have been a great
Oh,
move.
the
It would've
price
been
fell
#1
out.
out
Hopefully
of the
next time.
gate.
Bunch
out
of
the gate.
bastards
It would've been like,
fucking
I'm
up the
clicking on
prices.
this.
That's right.
What is he saying?
That's right. Fuck you, Lonesome Canyon. Soap opera they got.
Well,
That's so
Netflix
funny.
has almost too much content. I think
A
it's
lot of
great.
content.
I love Netflix. Don't get me wrong, and I think the UFC might be going to Netflix soon.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, because Netflix is international. It's everywhere.
It's
Whereas
everything, yeah.
I was on I was in Italy and on vacation, and I tried to access a UFC fight through
Couldn't
my
get it.
ESPN app, and it said not available in this area. I was like,
Yeah.
what are these people watching now?
Right.
You can't even watch the fights.
No, I mean, they've won whatever the streaming war was, they won.
They won.
They won.
Yeah.
They did it. They did it.
Yeah,
YouTube
they
as
did.
well.
Well, YouTube's #1
Yeah.
is globally is the biggest media company.
Yeah, and the
Forget
UFC, probably talk
Uh-huh.
to YouTube as well. I
Right.
just think there's a thing about a subscription model versus
It's like-
free, and ads and the
Trying to
generating
try to trust
income.
in
I mean,
Arathi.
you're talking about billion-dollar corporations.
Yeah.
It's not that simple.
For sure.
Oh fuck! I should have read that
They were
sooner.
super cool. They didn't give any notes. And
Shit.
That's awesome.
Great. No,
That's all you want.
Netflix is fucking great.
They're the best.
And I think they learned a big lesson.
I can't
during the
do that
wokeness era,
because it's a
when
level
things
40
got dark
quest.
And there was the Inquisition.
And
It got real
they're
weird,
elites.
And they were putting out a lot of stuff.
I
that
have
was
that
just hot
quest,
garbage
actually.
because they
Yeah.
thought that this was like
I
what
can't.
culture
I'm too
wanted
bad.
and society wanted, but the numbers didn't work.
Yeah.
And then they did the Tom Brady roast. And the numbers were the highest that they've ever had of any show ever.
Oh fuck it!
on
I'm gonna
Netflix.
just sell this shit for
And
one.
like, okay, we get it.
We get it.
We get it. And then they did a lot of the live comedy shows where they couldn't control it, and I
Right.
did mine live.
Yeah.
And that was.
They
got buck wild.
And they
So the
defend
cheapest is
Chappelle and all
139.
these things. And you know they
They're
understand
selling out for
comedy, they like it,
150,
that's why there's a fan of it.
149.91.
Yeah. So I think that's good. I think that's a really good thing that you have a platform
So
that
I'll
has
set
that
mine
much
for
power
149.50.
And Ted Sarandos
accessibility.
is fucking great.
No, he's awesome.
He's-
I think that there's people that really understand that you need to have funny jokes. You need to have
49,
things that people don't love and things that people like,
50.
and give people the Meghan Markle
Start that
show.
at
Give them my dumb thing. Let
1,
people
10.
choose. Put me and Meghan Markle in a thing. Make us work together.
Yes.
Fund it.
Now we're
Put me in a
talking.
kitchen with her.
Camping.
This
You
is
two camping.
This is the direction.
You two.
This is the put her on Kill Tony. This is the direction.
You two.
It's
in
a
one of
collision.
what are those little silver things called? The people trailers.
I don't know, but I think we should go to space. Have Bezos do it.
Airstreams. Yeah, you and her in an Airstream.
Or even better, we'll go to space.
Yeah.
Me and her have
That's
that.
only 11 minutes.
Oh,
I
that's
may have
all
just
we're
spent
gonna-
10
that's
gold
all
on
this
one
kid's
because
gonna
I didn't
work.
want to deal with it. Because my wand is shit and I'm out of
wanna see
mana all the
minutes
time.
each
When you come back and land.
'Cause
how profoundly
I'm still
changed you are.
rocking
some-
Did you grow? Did you heal?
Yeah,
When I
no,
can't remember.
Not
I
at
heard
all.
space was going to help you heal.
I'm worse.
Everybody wants to heal. Isn't that wild?
I know, it's so silly.
What are you healing from
It's
exactly?
just being rich. What's your disease? Extreme wealth.
These people wading across the Rio Grande, she had
Oh my goodness.
heroin and cocaine and fentanyl stuffed in all of her body cavities. They caught her coming through. And like that lady's not trying to heal.
No, I mean,
she's
God.
trying to make $13.
That's tough. Heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl
like
in all
eggs.
of these,
She had it in her anus and her vagina.
in all of your body
Like
cavities.
tightly wrapped. Here they are, little eggs. Here it says, what does it say at the top? CBP officer intercept woman transporting drugs in multiple internal cavities.
Oh,
so
man.
funny, dude.
33 years old. The drugs are hidden in the rectum and vagina of a 33-year-old female U.S. citizen pedestrian border crosser. Smuggling case was not an isolated
U.S.
incident.
citizen.
Over the weekend, CBP officers working at
Which means she was going to make a whole lot more than $13.
PDN and Setla crossing stopped a total of 9 internal carriers who were transporting fentanyl and methamphetamine from Mexico to the U.S. Internal carriers is a fun way to talk about it. It's like uterus holders.
Well, hey, what did you say? What they called us? Containers? I mean,
Yeah.
she's doing it.
She's doing it. Wow. Exceptionally dangerous practice. And anyone thinking about smuggling drugs inside their body or at all should strongly reconsider their choices. Oh, you think these people have choices? These people are dying. They're starving to death. They have no future.
Strongly reconsider their choices.
They just need better counseling.
That's right.
That's all it is.
That's right.
And they need to heal. They need to get into space.
Well,
Maybe
show
they need to
that
take that
woman-
lady
show
instead of
that
putting her
woman-
in jail.
yeah.
Maybe throw her in space.
Show
real
that
quick.
woman, Katy Perry.
Her and Amy Schumer.
Yeah,
up
yeah,
there.
that's
Everyone like-
exactly the issue with the one in Arathi, where it's like, is it Arathi or Hillsbrad? Hillsbrad is where you get the quest. Finish it in Arathi. It's like, here, we'll give you this level 35 wand, and you're like, yeah, and you walk forward, and it's like level 40 elites, and you're like, cool. So fuck me, I guess.
Go up. I'll do it. Me, Amy Schumer, and Meghan Markle in space. That's a show. It's an 11-minute show.
What about Meghan McCain? Would you do it with her?
I would absolutely do it. All of us together. You know, why not?
I'd watch that.
Of course.
I'd watch that. And
As
if they
you
called
should.
it my son's pussy, then justice would be served.
Absolutely.
Let's see how much this sells for, huh?
What do you mean?
Just, I don't know. Is it a big, you do like
Elixir
all
of
the
firepower?
eggs? Yeah. No.
Well, the kids are in high school now.
Yeah,
it's a
right.
little different.
Right.
They're- You know,
They're not dying
unless
eggs.
there's money in those plastic eggs.
Yeah, that's a
They're
good
not gonna
point.
look
Nobody
for 'em.
cares anymore. Yeah. They want money in the
There's
egg.
candy
that's a
in the
good
house.
point. Yeah, I remember that's the thing. When you get older, it's just money in there. It's just money. Just
well,
take
once
money.
the kids realize that there's no magic person that's delivering,
then it's all bullshit. Just give me money in the egg.
It's like, oh, it's my parents. Because
That's right.
otherwise they would say, that's weird that Santa's so much nicer to me than he is to those poor people.
Of course.
I guess I'm chosen.
Of course.
That's a weird thing to say to kids.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you got everything on the list, but that kid that gets bussed in from the bad neighborhoods, he got nothing.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. But, you know, kids go, Santa's fickle. Santa likes what he likes. He likes the suburbs. Santa likes landing his sled in the burbs.
He does.
He feels better about it.
It feels
And,
really
you know,
good visiting rich people.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even talk to the Jews.
No, he's not. He knows.
Weird.
He knows. He does his thing.
But, you know, if they're the chosen people, why don't they get Santa Claus visits?
Well, they have other things.
Yeah, but their other thing, like, it wasn't really supposed to be a bunch of gifts until the Christians started getting all the Santa Claus gifts, and the Jewish kids are like, what the fuck
like
is
there's so much that's funky about classic WoW. Like, really, levels 30 to 40 are just this weird, where the fuck do I go? I guess I go over here. Oh, all right, I finished all the quests in that area. I guess I gotta actually go over here. All right, well, now I gotta do this, and it's very strange. Where the fuck is Desolus? Desolus, there it is. How the fuck do I even get there? Over there? Through Stone Top? What? How the fuck do I even get to Desolus? What the fuck? Google! Yeah, just give me the filled in map and I'll probably be able to see it. Oh, you're not going to show me the whole map? Deep Talon Path, a secret tunnel that leads from Ashenvale directly to Stone Talon. Okay, well, where the fuck is that? Again, this is my issue. So many things in WoW are just like, oh yes, use this thing when you Google it, and it's like, what the what where? Ah, yes, that thing. Where? The thing. Where, motherfucker? No, it's over there to the left, down south. Yeah, why did they have to ask 9 times? Damn it, I had to Google it twice. But we found it. The entrance on the Ashenvale side is found just west of Mistral Lake. That's Mistral Lake? Oh, it's literally marked on the map. I'm just stupid. Oh. Well, you know, that'll fix it. Never did Dire Mall in vanilla, so I never really been in that area much. Just a couple of times running around to check out the dinosaurs. Yo. Like, even forgot Forellis was a place. Yeah, It's the only reason why you use Rested XP, because I like to turn off my brain. Yeah, that's the one thing that's good about Rested XP, for sure, is like, just follow the arrow. The arrow will take you. But also, I feel like Rested XP kind of takes some of the magic out of it. And me as like an RTS nerd who remembers this place from Warcraft 3. Like, that's what I want. That's what I'm here for. But I do have to go to Aberdeen, which means I can take... Yeah, I can catch the boat from Menethil Harbor. Yeah. Okay, cool. I can get there. What the fuck?
What's on, Mom?
And some of them cheat. Some of them do a little Christmas too.
Some of them have a tree.
Some of them do a little Christmas.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Some of them
Why
do a little
not?
Christmas. Hopefully they do this
It's
peace.
fun.
This peace in the Middle East. Hopefully. They keep talking about all this, these deals they're all making. Hopefully that the Hamas and the Israel, whatever it is, they get, because.
Well, that's
hey,
one thing that Trump said. If I get in there 24 hours, the war's over.
That's a tough one. 24 is tough.
That's obviously.
But hopefully they figure it out because it is, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
The human
I
toll
can
is
cook
unreal.
these fish.
Unreal.
And, it's crazy.
Some lady just died. She was the protagonist in some documentary, and she just got blown up.
There is an
shit.
argument to
That's
be
not
made
even going to raise my cooking.
that level of devastation and death is worse than you talking to someone on your podcast.
Allegedly.
There is an argument to be made. It's probably not a good one.
The amount
but there
of
is
Ooh, I
an
can smell my
argument-
food starting. I'm going to just go.
There is an argument to be made that, starvation and stuff like that and people dying is worse than a podcast.
But wait a minute.
I wouldn't
Wait
make
a minute
it.
before you say that. Have you been there?
Right, that's a good point.
You haven't been?
By the way, how is he in all these wars? Can I just go to wars? By the way, how are you allowed to just go to wars? Is
you
that the way
haven't- you should at
Can you
least have
just
the
go to war?
courtesy of going
Can I just go to wars, or do I have to come back and say what people want me to say about the wars? Can I go to the wars and have my own opinions, or do I have to have the opinions?
Not if you want to go back.
That's right. That's right. It's very interesting, this war tourism. How do I get on this war tourism?
Yeah.
I'd like to go to the Ukraine. I
you
want to
should
go.
go.
I want to go. I want to go to all this war tourism.
Do you have any awards that they can melt down and make bullets out of?
Joe, think about this. Do I seem like a guy that has a lot of awards?
Didn't you get one of those YouTube plaques when you hit 100,000?
I don't even know where they send it. I don't know where. I don't know where they're
Hell
sending
yeah,
those
my
YouTube
taco meat's
plaques.
really starting to come together.
But I like this idea
We'll
of
give you
war
one of ours.
tourism.
You can
I like
send
the idea of going to a war and then coming back, having
I
a
don't
very
even think I've ever
black
done
and white
dire
view.
ball.
I
You said you never did it in vanilla.
I get
Like,
it,
I
and
don't think I
I
ever
know,
did
and interesting. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. I
Well,
love
it's-
that.
You feel better than the other people.
Well,
because
of course,
you say
there's a
you've been
lot of people. It gets very murky. Most people I know that have been to war have a very murky, complex view of things. But it is good to go to a war and then come back and be as sure as you were before you came.
Bat and Savage up a base neck piece. Ooh. Okay. Razorfen crawl. That's going to be my plan for the next time I play WoW. I'm going to hit Razorfen and Scarlet Monastery. At least I know where Scarlet Monastery is. It can be located in the southern part of the Barrens. Fucking Christ. Alright. Maybe I already even have Stygian Bone Amulet. Nice. Nice. 4 stamina, 8 spirit. Okay. And I don't even have a neck piece yet, do I? Yes, I do. It just gives me 8 spirit. Oh, yeah, that's not very good. That's not good enough at all. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna open that tab, leave that tab there so I don't forget it. A couple of staffs to drop, which might be good. Hey, I'll always take an upgrade. Oh shit, I have my fishing pole equipped. Oh, my taco meat is smelling so good right now. But it's still a little tough because I'm going to take the steaks that I put in there and just shred them up. I have some shredded meat and some rice. I'm out of taco shells. I fucked up. But that's okay. Oh, God, and I just opened the lid, and it smells so delicious. That's the sort of thing I might even fucking go to sleep with that slow cooker on low and just wake up to tacos. That meat would be nice and soft by then, too. Fuck, that sounds really good right now.
You don't have to go for very long.
No, you go for an hour.
Couple hours.
It's a lunch.
Yeah.
It's lunch on
Put
the
on
front
a
line.
flak jacket that says press.
Tea on the front lines, and then you come back and you have all the talking. Yeah.
And if you're on the right side, you probably
Right.
don't get shot.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, there doesn't seem to be a ton of danger for a lot of these people going to these wars. They seem fine.
If you cross that line and you have a bucket of food with you, they might light you up.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna go. I'll go to any war and I'll anything you want. So if you want to pay for me to go to a war, I will come back and I go. I saw the Houthis. They're terrifying.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
are
That's the
terrifying.
plan.
Any war
That's the plan. I got the rice cooker all cleaned out, ready to go. As soon as the meat's almost done, I'm just gonna throw some rice in. And just throw it all on a plate and just fucking dump it down my throat. Shit! You laughing at me, Sir Robbie? Yeah, you laughing at me. Fuck you too. Meow. I know you smell steak plus taco seasoning and you're getting hungry. But you have food right there. I don't want to hear none of this. Boo-hoo, it's kibble. Well, guess what? You have months worth of kibble. You have like a year's worth of kibble. All right? I'm down to like rice. I had to get creative to get what I got. All right? So, hush. Yeah. Yeah, you. That's right. Plop down in defeat. She does. Have you never seen The Lion King? Bruh. She's named after Simba's mom from The Lion King. And when we got her from the pound, that... Oh, really? Your cat refuses to eat anything other than dry kibble? No, mine gets sassy if I don't give her wet food often enough. And she hasn't had it in like 3 weeks, so she's getting sassy pants over there. Mm-hmm. Ha. Aha. Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, oh. Oh, I fell through it. It's kind of risky to do the parkour when the ship is moving. I like to stand somewhere where people can't see me. Just to be a weirdo. That does simplify your cat food needs, though.
you want. And by the way, any country, if China wants me to, you know,
But my cat is insane. Unless she sees you, like, get the food and she knows it's cat food, she won't eat it. I have given this bitch grilled chicken without anything on it, so it's not like there was too much pepper or something, and she just straight up grilled chicken. Delicious. All torn up nice, so she could actually eat it. Sniffed it, ran away. A little piece of tuna out of a can, put it in front of her, sniffed it, ran away. Oh no, my cat loves those little like squeeze tubes. Those little like tubes you squeeze and give them the treat a little bit. But she's so fucking picky that she won't eat it when you squeeze it. Right? Like if you just try and like squeeze it and have her lick a little bit and then like squeeze it and have her lick a little bit like you see people do online. No. No. This bitch, you have to squeeze the whole thing out onto a plate and then she will run you over to get it. But she won't eat it from the little tube. And it doesn't make any fucking sense. But, you know, that's what she does, so.
I'm doing it. I'm
You go to
doing it.
Moscow?
I would love to go to Moscow, and I said to my friend,
I would too. Moscow's one of the cities I want to visit before I die.
Anna Hoshkin from the Red Scare podcast. I said, should I go to Russia? She goes, you're spiritually Russian, and the maybe you won't leave. She says, the oligarch
Wow,
lifestyle
today, Junior. Jesus.
might be for you. the maybe you won't leave. She says the oligarch lifestyle might be for you.
I can see
The
you eating
sweatsuits,
caviar
yeah,
with
the
flip-flops.
smoked fish. She goes, it might, smoking a cigarette on a yacht. She goes, it might be for you. Listening to people's moral justifications for all kinds of things. You know, going, well,
I see your
get
point.
it.
I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What happened to those, all those yachts that got confiscated?
I don't know. It's
Who
a great
gets
question.
those?
I bet it's some high-level version of like a police auto auction, right?
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I'm thinking. Exactly. Like if
Maybe
the cops,
those are the ones you sail to the war. I don't know.
Yeah. When they raid drug dealers' houses and they get those Maseratis, you could buy that Maserati online.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what those yachts are. It's a great question. What happens
Right.
to those yachts?
Yeah,
those
because
very luxurious yachts. That was the
Tim
first
Dillon?
problem
Yeah.
I had.
Yeah, he does.
Obviously, it's a tragedy, the whole Ukraine war, but I thought,
I'm going to be real mean. I think he's had enough hot dogs.
frankly, going around and taking these oligarchs' boats, I was against that.
What's weird?
You work hard for a boat like that.
Also,
hush.
How do you know how
You
much
act like you're
they
mistreated.
had involved in the Russian government's decision?
They
Like,
probably had
what did
nothing.
they
A
do?
lot of them had nothing to do. They just earned money in Russia, and they were like, "All right, we're going to sanction everybody. We're going to confiscate everything." And it's like, okay.
But do you think that it was done so that they could make some sort of a rebellion amongst the oligarchs against Putin?
That's exactly what they did, in my opinion.
It could be. I think that.
This is why she whines. Because when she whines enough, I get annoyed, and then I just play with her like she wants.
To not
You live a very,
try to
very cushy
end
life,
this.
Sarabi.
They did not. I don't think they wanted to end this quickly. There was a decision made to bleed the Russian military and isolate Russia and try to use this as a way to drain the power and resources of Russia.
And you think that by capturing these yachts, it creates like internal turmoil?
Not only internal turmoil, but you're now limiting, the ability of these incredibly wealthy people to earn money in countries. You're destroying economic realities and then you're saying to these people, okay, go figure it out. It's what we said to Russia, but they did, right? They got closer to China, they got closer to Brazil, they traded with India, they started an industrial economy, they started producing their own, munitions and things like that. So they were able to kind of start to weirdly build out this middle class. This was the worst. I think it's the worst thing. If you don't want a country to keep invading other countries, you certainly wouldn't put them in the position to be stronger while they were doing it.
Yeah, it's all very weird too, with like the killing of that pipeline.
Yeah.
Like, aren't more people reliant now on Russian energy because of that?
All of this seems to have had the opposite.
Now
effect.
Germany has to pretty much
Yeah.
exclusively
All of
buy
this seems to
Russian
have had the
oil.
opposite from intended effect.
The whole thing is fucking crazy.
It seems odd.
It's just crazy that it's going on so long. I was reading this thing about the amount of money foreign countries
Oh,
that
they
have,
already were or
captured
some shit
these
like
yachts
that?
have to pay to maintain them.
Fuck, I can't remember the details now.
Why do they have to maintain them? Why
They're
can't they
gonna
just
do
let
that
them
now.
sink?
Well, because if you let it go, then you can't sell it, and you can't use it. You can't use that money.
Right. So they're definitely selling them.
That's what one of them says. That the money for one would have gone to Ukraine right here.
Okay,
play with it.
deals.
That's
As
the
Washington
question.
ramped up sanction enforcement against people close to the Russian president, pressure Moscow to halt its war against Ukraine. So how many more?
This one got sanctioned because the guy apparently paid $1 million to keep it maintained, and they caught him for doing that. So now he lost his boat. Caught it in San Diego.
I mean, this is insane.
Jesus Christ.
We should
He
give them.
violated U.S. sanctions by making more than $1 million in maintenance payments.
We should have a day where if the Russia-Ukraine wars ended, we give all the oligarchs back their boats and they do like a regatta, like a thing where they all, with their boats down in Florida or Palm Beach, and they all just are reunited with their boats.
Look at this. Seized
It's a beautiful
yacht
boat.
cost $7 million a year to maintain.
That one was being held in Fiji, so the U.S. took it over because Fiji couldn't afford
Look how
to
pretty
take
it
care
is.
of
It's a money pit.
How much can you get it for? Right
Yeah,
now?
that's what
Well,
boating
that's the
is.
question.
It's just
300
stand in a
That's
cold
tough.
shower and
Listen,
tear up
that's a tough
$100
one.
bills.
Maybe if this YouTube thing really takes off.
$600K a month to maintain.
That's a tough one.
Whoa. It said it's been excessive, justifying an auction. They also said talks to have, how do you say his name? Kudainatov pay for the yacht's upkeep have broken down. Yeah, why would he pay for the upkeep when you're going to fucking steal it from him anyway?
Yeah, like why
Prosecutors
the
say
fuck would
previous
he
court
keep
file.
paying for it if you already took it from him and he can't ever use it again? Talks have broken down because I imagine the talk started with, "Can you pay to upkeep your yacht?" And he responded with, "Oh, the yacht you stole from me?" And they went, yeah, that one. He goes, "Well, I get to have it again?" And they go, "No." And he went, "Well, fuck you." I guarantee you that's how them talks went.
Kudainatov is acting as the Almeida's straw owner to disguise Kermenov's role, and that maintenance payments are essential to preserving a yacht's value.
Me and Sam Talent walked around Monaco. We were performing in the UK, and we took a little break to go down to France for 2 days. And we're walking around Monaco, and we said to the guy, there's all these yachts in Monaco. We said, who owns these yachts? And he goes, if you look up.
When you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point. 1-800-GOT-JUNK is going to disappear the first
Online, the names of these yachts, you can trace them back to businesses, and you trace that business back to a person. And I said, so that person owns the yacht? He goes, no, you'll never find out who owns these yachts. He goes, no, there's absolutely. He goes, good luck with that.
Yeah, it's a
He goes,
shell.
it's very hard to find out who owns the yachts. And he goes, even if you think you know, you may not know, or it might be more complicated than you think. There it is. There's Monaco.
Wow.
They like a super yacht. I mean, it's just such an interesting, just a haven of international crime.
So how many people
Just
have
something
that
fun
kind of
about
money?
it.
That's what's crazy. Is like these are all $300 million houses
It's a
that
haven,
are on wheels.
This is a
or
haven
on the water.
Yeah, this is a haven of international criminality.
And look how close they park to each other. Just
no income tax, no property tax.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, Monaco's fascinating. The amount of wealth that I saw when I was there was crazy. The amount of like expensive cars, they were everywhere, and people were just driving them around like it was a car show. Like it was everywhere, all over the street was Ferraris and Lamborghinis and G-Wagons.
It's unreal.
S-classes. It's like
unreal.
everywhere you look, there's Bentleys. And
Well, those are the people we're talking about. Those are the people who are like, we're living here, and you ain't, and you'll deal with it.
And it's a small spot too.
Well, they like it like that.
Yeah,
They
no,
keep
Monaco's not
it
big.
nice like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to tap on the window if you want to go in the store.
That might be where I do my podcast from eventually.
You might have to.
Just go to Monaco.
Might be the only place.
I just flee.
Where it doesn't get censored.
Just flee and just live on a tiny boat, like a tugboat.
The end is not good. It would have been really rough if Kamala won. They would have clamped down on you and me and everybody like us, I think.
It would have been a fun jail, though. Would have been our
I
own
don't
El
think they would put us-
Salvador in jail.
I don't think they would have put us
Yeah,
together.
probably. But all the tech people would have magically became Democrats.
Google
again.
Maps, you can just see a couple of these are just gigantic
Wow.
compared to
Yeah,
some of the other ones.
if you look at
By the way, you know what's funny? The regular ones.
if you
are
look at the
also
coastline
massively
of
big.
Monaco,
They're
you can
huge.
see
But
the
that's how
docks.
big
The regular
these are.
ones are really jealous.
Counts as the
of guy with
coastline.
super
Oh, of
big one.
course.
That's what's crazy. They're all keeping up with the Joneses, and they're all fueling AI to take over.
Yeah.
Well, I think we figured it all out.
We
Tim.
did. I appreciate you always having
Figured it
me
all out.
here to figure it out.
I appreciate you
Thank
always
you.
being here.
Of course.
Anytime.
Thank you, brother.
My pleasure. I'm Your Mother.
On Netflix.
On Netflix right now. It's
Yes.
awesome. You're the best.
Boom. All right. What else is up? Huh? Oh wow.
The
That's
first
not
battle
a
of
reenactment. That's not at all. I mean, that's a reenactment of the beginning of Lexington and Concord. Sure, the British were like, this is really what happened. They went to seize a weapons cache, and the Americans went, no. They're like, surrender your weapons, and the colonists went, no. And then one of us shot them. But what really happened, you see how it's like just a couple people and then a whole bunch of British soldiers on the other side, right? British. Sure, there might have been that. But it was mostly dudes hiding behind trees, leaning out of their windows. It was a guerrilla fight. It was... Let's go. Oh no, Tasteless wants to save StarCraft 2?
Okay, the news is out. I guess we're fucked.
Yeah, it's awful, man.
I can't believe it's over. StarCraft 2 has allowed me to travel all over the world. The crowd, the atmosphere, it was just unreal.
You know what? Why don't we just make our own event? We've got connections. We know people in production. We know the pros.
We can have open qualifiers.
We can get our own space. We can cast it live.
And if we get enough support, we can have an offline final where fans can show up and watch.
We can bring it back. We can do this.
Guys, to the future of StarCraft 2. Cheers!
That's the only way StarCraft 2 survives, is if small people do it. Oh, God. That was corny as fuck. I'm sorry you all had to sit through that, but, you know, I did it. Hmm. Oh, all right. While we get to Desolus, we're gonna listen to Eyes Wide Open.
But they do it. I don't know how they do it, but they do it.
Brown Derby does it with broiled.
On a September day in mid-1960, at the Brown Derby restaurant in Hollywood, private intelligence agent Robert Mayhew was grabbing lunch with mob associate Johnny Roselli. Contract spook Mayhew had called the meeting to make a proposition to mob operator Roselli on behalf of his client, the CIA. His proposition? To form an alliance of convenience between the Central Intelligence Agency and the organized crime factions in Miami, Louisiana, and Chicago in order to assassinate their shared opponent, Fidel Castro, the recently ascended leader of Cuba.
Right over there. Okay.
Roselli was probably the best person Mayhew could have approached. Handsome Johnny, as he was known, although working officially for the Chicago outfit, operated freely within several different mob circles, from Los Angeles to Las Vegas to Miami to Chicago. Roselli was an operator, much like Mayhew, and both men had extravagant and far-flung connections that made this meeting in Hollywood foundationally significant for the two establishment groupings that these figures represented. After a productive meeting in LA, Roselli and Mayhew would host a second gathering, this time in Miami. At the historic Kenilworth Hotel, Roselli brought the bosses into the light. There, Mayhew was introduced by Roselli to a man going by Sam Gold, who was later revealed to be Sam Momo Giancana, boss of the Chicago outfit, and one of the main mob figures in the United States. He was also introduced to a man named Joe, who was Santo Trafficante Jr., head of the Florida outfit. From there, the CIA Mafia assassination plots were born. Those fateful meetings between Robert Mayhew of the CIA and Johnny Roselli of the Chicago outfit represented far more than simply a temporary alliance between organized crime and American intelligence. You see, Mayhew and Roselli were representatives of two poles of the subterfuge U.S. political establishment. Robert Mayhew came from the world of private intelligence, but more broadly from the world of the emerging cowboy wing of the business elite. This was the world courted by Vice President Richard Nixon, the rising new money within the oil and gas and military-industrial spheres of the U.S. Southwest. Mayhew's main client since 1956 had been Texas billionaire Howard Hughes, a military-industrial titan who had first made his fortune through an elusive oil drill patent. Hughes himself had been a long-standing covert backer of Richard Nixon, and would continue to be a private sponsor of anti-Castro operations, as we will soon see. Robert Mayhew, therefore, was an envoy from this world, helping to further entangle the Nixonian political machine with the nebulous world of organized crime. On the other side, handsome Johnny Roselli represented the organized crime space, an often suppressed element of the 20th century ruling class. The American mob, originally attached to the Eastern establishment Yankees, was increasingly in the process of a realignment.
Wait,
this
shit, do
time
I have to go all
towards
the way
the
up and
rising
around?
cowboys of the South and
Looks like it.
Southwest. This would be especially the
Let's see
case
that.
when JFK would emerge as president in 1960, defeating Nixon and elevating his brother Bobby, arch enemy of the mob, to the Attorney General position. Today, I want to dissect the 1960 meeting between Robert Mayhew and Johnny Roselli, not so much for the meeting itself, but more so for the significance of the melding of both of their worlds. By looking at the respective factions represented by these two men, and their interlaced role in the Cuba show, we get a clearer view into the alliance between intelligence, organized crime, and private capital that would define mid-century clandestine history in the United States. Starting with Robert Mayhew, I want to untangle Nixon's often understated role in the early Bay of Pigs planning, and the operatives that he brought to the table, from his emerging Republican donor network, most exemplified by the likes of Howard Hughes. Then I will shift to the mafia elements within the United States and their role within the anti-Castro nexus, starting with, of course, Johnny Roselli, and expanding outwards to untangle the full mafia influence on the anti-Cuba program. By exploring their deepening ties to the rising cowboy elite, we begin to understand the true nature of the Bay of Pigs, and the subsequent official and off-the-books anti-Castro operations. Roselli and Mayhew's meeting in 1960 formally married these two worlds, organized crime and the cowboy billionaires, under the auspices of getting Castro. As tensions grew and the Kennedy White House continuously alienated big oil and organized crime interests, mind you, that often interlocked, the anti-Castro coalition shifted to become a wider coalition against the Kennedys themselves, as we will see later on. In turn, these parties would then later align with Johnson, the Democrat cowboy, and would eventually be some of the parties to benefit the most from the upcoming Southeast Asian wars. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Before we get there, let me take a moment and unravel the complex dynamics of post-war American organized crime, and their role in the whole Bay of Pigs thing and beyond.
I will do my level best to stand up for freedom and democracy around the world by keeping the United States of America strong and by keeping our eyes wide open as we welcome change in the world, but keeping our eyes wide open.
As Vice President of the United States from 1952 to 1960 in the Eisenhower administration, Richard Milhous Nixon fulfilled the unspoken but largely acknowledged role of the VP job exceptionally well. That job is as the primary fundraiser for the presidential ticket. Often, the VP pick is used to, quote, balance out the ticket. Or, in essence, to place a foil to the president in place to placate an opposing wing of the party. President Eisenhower, a comparatively liberal Republican, was thus balanced out by Richard Nixon, an archetypal Cold Warrior who had built his political brand off of his very public role in the HUAC-McCarthy hearings. Nixon and Ike reportedly did not get along personally. The young Richard Nixon was often cast aside by Eisenhower as a loud-talking nuisance. The media claimed that Nixon was chosen to act as Eisenhower's attack dog, essentially to be the hardliner to Ike's image of calm, grandfatherly moderation. Although Nixon did fill the role for Ike of outspoken Cold Warrior on several occasions, as exemplified maybe most famously by the attack on his motorcade by leftists during a 1958 visit to Caracas, Venezuela, his ascent in 1952 and 56 to the presidential ticket was also attributable to another key asset brought by Nixon, his deep ties to Republican fundraising networks. Nixon brought with him a donor network that had been cultivated since his early entry into politics after World War II, And as vice president, Nixon tapped that network to help build Eisenhower's campaign, especially in key states in the South and West that were not privy to the general's Yankee predilections. These contacts, largely individual billionaire donors and members of the local elites of the South and Southwest, would emerge at the end of the general's presidency as Nixon was put in charge of the Cuba show, his final assignment as vice president. In late 1959, following the end of the Cuban Revolution and the ascent of Castro, Nixon would emerge as the White House liaison in the CIA effort to overthrow Castro. Allen Dulles, director of CIA and a longtime covert backer of Nixon, going all the way back to their first meeting in 1946 on the Queen Mary cruise liner, had secretly tapped the vice president behind Eisenhower's back. In the previous part of this series on Cuba, I covered extensively the CIA's role in the Bay of Pigs invasion, their paramilitary activities, and the creation of the Operation 40 Death Squad project. In discussions of the Bay of Pigs, Nixon's role is often overlooked. Dick Nixon was in many ways an equal partner to Allen Dulles in the early plotting against Fidel, especially on the assassination side of the equation. As we will see, the meeting at the Derby restaurant in September of 1960 between Robert Mayhew and Johnny Roselli was much more indicative of Nixon's world than it was of Dulles's. To form the initial CIA-Mafia alliance regarding Cuba, the agency tapped, as previously mentioned, Robert Mayhew, who on paper was a private spook under his firm Robert A. Mayhew Associates.
That's enough.
Mayhew was born in Waterville, Maine in 1917. He got his start with the FBI in December 1940, recruited while studying at Georgetown University. Mayhew worked in their counterintelligence unit during World War II, snuffing out foreign spies and flipping them into double or even triple agents. Now, allegedly, he was quite successful in this, but mysteriously, and despite a reportedly solid relationship with top G-man J. Edgar Hoover, he was sent post-war on a dead-end bureau assignment back to his sleepy hometown of Waterville, Maine. Mayhew ultimately left the FBI in 1947. He was 30 years old and seemingly poised for a long, successful career at the Bureau. What happened? The ostensible reason for his departure, according to Mayhew anyways, was to start a business with his wife called Dairy Dream Farms, if you'll believe him, that is. Subsequently, after this short business sojourn, starting in 1952 until 1954, Mayhew worked at the Small Defense Plants Administration, some sort of military-industrial complex rubber stamp agency. And finally, in 1954, Mayhew founded his private detective firm, Robert A. Mayhew Associates. Now, if this all sounds sketchy to you, you're definitely not the only one. Author Jim Hoogan, in his classic book Spooks, which, by the way, I have to shout out here by name, incredibly important book to today's script and a must-read if you're into this type of thing. So I have to highlight it. Highly recommend. Anyways, yeah. Jim Hoogan theorized in his book Spooks that Mayhew...
Yeah. Private companies use more spies than the CIA and MI5 combined. So, you know, when people say things like, NDAs don't hold up in court, buddy, you ain't going to make it to court if you violate that NDA. You're going to somehow, shoot yourself in the back of the head twice. And they'll call it a suicide. All they got to do is bribe one coroner.
Hugh's strange career turn from G-man to dairy farmer to government bureaucrat from 1947 to 54 was simply a cover story or a form of quote-unquote sheep dipping, used by either the CIA or the FBI to conceal their continued involvement with Mayhew and his private intelligence agents. I would expand on this point by emphasizing that Hoover, the imposing director of the FBI, was originally an advocate for absorbing international intelligence functions into his bureau, instead of creating a new CIA. Mayhew, alongside other early G-men turned spooks, such as William King Harvey, who we will see come up later under ZR Rifle, could very likely have been a part of an effort on Hoover's part to implant FBI-loyal moles into the new agency. Mayhew's retirement from the FBI in 1947 also coincided almost exactly with the creation of the new CIA in the same year. It was likely not...
Ooh, new area. New area. I've never been to Desolus before.
Only the FBI that was implanting moles into this new CIA, by the way. As we will see, Army Intelligence, another
People that can
stakeholder
fight?
that wanted
Yes,
to
you are.
undertake the
Come here.
U.S.'s spy functions, had filled several
fight the
key roles
shit
at the
out of
early
you.
CIA with their own personnel as well. This interagency mole concept is one that I find very unexplored, especially as the CIA was composed of 3 primary factions in its infancy. Former OSS agents, which I've covered extensively, former FBI agents that we'll continue to see, and former Army intelligence officers. Robert Mayhew, despite not being an on-the-books CIA agent, did act as an arm's-length asset throughout his career. Hoogan further notes that Mayhew's file at the Small Defense Plants Administration shows that he had accumulated, quote, 10 years comp time towards his pension by the time he had joined the SPDA in 1952. However, his official FBI career was only recorded from 1940 to 47, 6.5 years. Therefore, Hoogan posits that Mayhew's time spent working on dairy dream farms was simply a cover to publicly sheep dip him out of government service, to later use his services as an on-paper private spook that remained in reality a public employee. This sheep-dipping theory gains credence when we consider that as soon as Mayhew founded his private intel agency in 1954, the CIA immediately put his services on a monthly retainer. Robert A. Mayhew and Associates quickly gained the reputation as the quote-unquote Mission Impossible Agency, or in other words, a firm that could undertake domestic intelligence tasks for the CIA that were too risky for their own government agents. Remember, the CIA is technically not allowed to operate on US soil. Mayhew's firm helped alleviate that barrier. The Mission Impossible Agency was even said to have inspired Bruce Geller, the creator of the original Mission Impossible TV show, first airing a decade later in 1966. One of Mayhew's first jobs for the CIA...
I noticed he had the little line go across the screen that was burning down like a fuse. I noticed he had that earlier. And I didn't say anything about it, but now I see why. Okay. I love this shit. I love finding out this shit. History, current events. I'm obsessed with that shit.
Early 1954 would interestingly see the entanglement of the ostensibly private spook and then Vice President Richard Nixon, a whole 5 years before the whole Bay of Pigs thing. This would see the two collaborating in a scheme to help ensure the continued US and Seven Sisters dominance over Saudi oil in response to the power moves of an aspiring shipping titan. The man was Aristotle Onassis, a billionaire Greek shipping magnate who had made his initial fortunes in Argentina during World War II.
Did you hear that? Onassis. You know who? Do you know who? Sitting next to the president that day in 1963 was one Jackie Onassis. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That's where we are. See how it's all connected? You don't live in a free world. You live in a world run by spooks and mafia men.
Buying old, discounted ships to take advantage of lucrative wartime shipping contracts, transporting material between London, New York, and Buenos Aires. Onassis is maybe most known today as the second husband of Jackie Kennedy. But before this hallmark...
Oh, he's the second... Oh, still.
...marriage, the Greek tycoon had already amassed massive wealth and prestige. He came to own the largest private yacht in the world at the time, the Christina O, and eventually became the owner of the iconic Monte Carlo casino, eventually being dubbed the quote-unquote King of Monaco. This surely rubbed Prince Rainier...
Monaco. Yeah, that place where they showed all those yachts in that Joe Rogan episode, where they're talking about it's a haven of international criminality, which I kind of agree with Tim Dillon on that. I know he was joking, but like, come on now. You think all those people got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars? Get out of here.
...of Monaco the wrong way, but Onassis reportedly didn't care. having expanded his activities post-war into the lucrative area of oil
I appreciate
shipping.
everybody hanging out
By January
here.
1954, according to Hugin, Aristotle Onassis was in the final stages of maybe the most significant negotiations of his career, what would come to be known as the Jeddah Agreements.
That flashing is in the
Onassis
video,
had
not
been
on,
in top
on
secret
my end.
negotiations with the Saudi government, specifically in regards to the shipping contract for the joint U.S. Saudi-owned oil giant Aramco. Under the Jeddah Agreement, Onassis' shipping firm would be initially given a 10% share of the oil exports from the kingdom, with a potential escalation up to 100% throughout subsequent years. This monster contract would place Onassis as the principal gatekeeper for Saudi crude on the world market.
Oh,
Before
shit.
the Jeddah
There's a place over here.
Agreement, Saudi oil exports were handled directly by the 4 massive American oil firms that made up the American side of Aramco. Those being Standard Oil of California, later Chevron, Texaco, Mobil, and Exxon. These giants, with the exception of Texaco, were all formerly part of the Rockefeller Standard Oil monopoly and were still largely controlled by the family and their stakeholders after the breakup. These were vertically integrated multinational firms, Yankee oil concerns by all accounts. Comparatively to the cowboy oil companies, which were usually considered independents due to their singular ownership and limited reach, the firms that made up Aramco were massive, old money global corporations that had integrated all the processes of petroleum production, from extraction to refining to shipping and to point of sale. Therefore, Aristotle Onassis, considered in his own right an independent within the world of oil shipping, was threatening the otherwise collusive stranglehold on global energy markets held by the multinationals. And at this flashpoint, we see the entry of Robert Mayhew and, strangely enough, Vice President Richard Nixon. As the oil majors heard murmurs of the ongoing negotiations in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, their concerns mounted. Understand here that the multinational oil companies, especially Rockefeller concerns, were deeply embedded into the Eisenhower White House. During this period, Nelson Rockefeller had an advisory position in the Oval Office, serving as Ike's special assistant on foreign affairs, as I've previously mentioned in other videos. Eisenhower's CIA, in 1953 under Allen Dulles' leadership, had just conducted a successful coup in Iran to overthrow their democratically elected prime minister, who threatened to nationalize Anglo-Iranian oil facilities in the kingdom. Anglo-Iranian, by the way, would later become BP, British Petroleum. Finally, there was VP Richard Nixon, who had for years been cultivating deep ties to the oil lobby to fund his political career.
Hey,
this
here's
cozy
the path.
relationship between Dick Nixon and Big Oil would persist throughout his time in office. But really, Nixon's allegiance to Big Oil was made clear by the revelation of his role in the sabotaging of the Jeddah Agreements. According to Jim Hugin again, Nixon personally worked with the CIA in early 1954 to bring in none other than Robert A. Mayhew and Associates to help tank the landmark deal being struck between the Greek shipping magnate and the Saudis. Robert Mayhew, of course, at the time was on retainer with the CIA, so he was brought right into the White House. John Garrity, a journalist and private agent at Mayhew's firm, stated the following, quote, "Nixon ran the thing, but he was never more than a frontman for the multinational oil companies. He loved these kinds of private intelligence operations because there was always a lot of money at stake. And you have to remember, one of his main jobs was to raise campaign contributions for the Republicans. The oil companies had a lot of dough, and the only string tied to it was Aristotle Onassis." End quote. Nixon was asked to be kept apprised of the schemes on a weekly basis throughout the ordeal. In an operation that acted as the perfect foreshadowing to Watergate, Mayhew's firm conducted illegal wiretaps on Onassis and spread damaging rumors about the shipping magnate. Onassis, for his part, was an easy target for Mayhew and Co.'s attack. During the war, he had been suspected of Nazi sympathies, especially as he worked closely with the Perón government in Argentina, a destination famously for many fugitive Nazi war criminals after the war. This whole collaborationist angle on Onassis is a whole can of worms in and of itself that I may get into more thoroughly in the future when I dive into this post-war fascist network. But safe to say that the Jeddah Agreement did not improve his case, as Onassis hired none other than the Danish-German banker Hjalmar Schacht to serve as his intermediary in the negotiations with
I gotta say, Hjalmar, hell of a name. Put that with the Schacht there? Dude, I'm shocked more people aren't named that. Holy fuck.
Kingdom of
It's a good
Saudi
one.
Arabia. Some of you may remember Schacht from all the way back in part 2 of my History of the CIA series on Operation Sunrise. Schacht had been one of Hitler's early financial backers, helping coordinate finance capital from the West into the early Reich. He was Hitler's economic minister for the first 3 years of his rule, and was also president of the Reichsbank until 1939. He did eventually become disillusioned with Hitler's regime and spent some time in a concentration camp at the end of the war for his role in a purported assassination attempt on the Fuhrer. Nonetheless, though, Schacht did play a key role in the rearmament of Germany and the early rise of the Nazi Party. And as I previously noted as well in part 2 of the CIA series, the banker was only spared from the Nuremberg trials due in no small part to OSS Chief Wild Bill Donovan and his Lieutenant Allen Dulles' sympathetic letters to Justice Jackson at the trial. Now a free man after the war, Schacht went right back into what he did best, international banking. And he worked with a diverse set of clients around the world.
I'm going to go all the way around here?
It made me realize researching this that I really need to do a deep dive on Hjalmar Schacht, because he really does show up everywhere. That'll come in due time. Anyways, for our purposes today, in 1954, Schacht's involvement with Onassis would be weaponized by Robert Mayhew's firm and their CIA backers. Mayhew's in-house journalist and smear artist John Garrity was allegedly brought in to buy space in international newspapers, decrying former Nazi Schacht's involvement with the Jeddah Accords as a clear indication that Onassis was—
Fuck, I was right there and I still didn't notice.
Complicit in the rearmament of Germany and the revitalization of their crucial shipbuilding industry. In a purely Nixonian manner, the smear job was underway. Ultimately, Mayhew would claim that Onassis' Jeddah agreement was foiled not by the wiretapping or the smear campaign, but instead due to evidence that he had uncovered of a high-level bribe between the Greek shipping magnate and the Saudi royal family, and his ability to convince the CIA that this was an issue of national security. Although the Jeddah agreement ultimately fell apart for Onassis, he would still profit massively in the coming years from the Suez Crisis in 1956, which catapulted the price of oil shipping due to the need to circumvent the Cape of Good Hope to reach European and American markets. According to Hugin, quote, he had upwards of 100 ships at his command, and all of a sudden, even the smallest tankers were making $1 million profit every time they left the Persian Gulf, end quote. This whole incident with the Jeddah agreement, although benign in regards to Onassis' massive and ever-expanding wealth, does remain significant as the introductory point between Robert Mayhew and Richard Nixon. The two would officially reconnect in 1960, when Mayhew would be tapped to make the initial contact with the mob on behalf of the CIA and Nixon at the top of the Bay of Pigs planning staff. Yet, I do believe that between 1954 and 1960, VP Nixon and Mayhew likely continued to correspond. Nixon, forever an intrigue enthusiast, would have likely retained Mayhew as his own personal gray eminence. This theory is further buttressed by the fact that the private spook Robert Mayhew would shortly after first working with Nixon in '54 begin to work for his most significant and long-standing client, that being the one and only Howard Hughes. It is also no secret that Howard Hughes emerged in the 1950s as a massive Republican donor, specifically aligned to Richard Nixon. Could Nixon have been the one to recommend Robert Mayhew to the billionaire aviator? It is hard to say. What is confirmed is that sometime in 1955 or 56, Howard Hughes would hire Robert Mayhew, and for over 15 years, the private spook would act as the reclusive billionaire's political fixer and gopher, or as Mayhew would put it, as his eyes and ears. Since we last saw Howard Hughes during his 1947 Senate investigation, he had gradually descended into a self-imposed isolation. Although richer than ever, following the continued success of the Hughes Airplane Company and his crown jewel, the civilian airline TWA, the billionaire had become deeply paranoid and neurotic. Despite working together for 15 years, Mayhew claimed that he never met Howard in person. They would always communicate by telephone, as the germophobic, paranoid, and eventually drug-addled billionaire continued his descent into total isolation. According to Hughes biographer Michael Rosnan, Hughes came to represent, quote, the very symbol of hidden power in America, end quote. He would last be seen in public in 1958, then never again. As he hid from the...
If you ever played Fallout New Vegas, Mr. House is based off of Howard Hughes. Oh, this fucking loser. What, just because I'm tagged?
Public, Howard Hughes over the years would also cement himself as one of Richard Nixon's most prominent covert backers. Author Michael Rosnan, in his biography Citizen Hughes, traces the billionaire's support for Tricky Dick to his contempt for the Kennedys, interestingly enough. Rosnan claimed that Hughes had a deep-seated resentment and borderline hatred for the Kennedys, tracing all the way back to his own early days in 1920s Hollywood. After leaving Houston in 1925, Howard had taken his generational fortune from the royalties collected off a family-controlled oil drill bit patent and funneled that into the early Hollywood studio system. Within the same ever-expanding pond of Tinseltown was none other than Joseph Kennedy, the Kennedy patriarch and a majority owner of RKO Studios, a studio that Hughes would come to own later in the 1940s. Rosnan claims that the two men did not even circulate in the same circles during their time in Hollywood, and likely did not even know each other at the time. Yet Howard's quiet resentment continued to build. The Hughes biographer claims the following about the Kennedy-Hughes feud and about the Kennedy side. Quote, "In the beginning, they had more money, this being the Kennedys. Now that he, Hughes, had far more money, they had more power. They always seemed to have what Hughes wanted. Back in Hollywood, it was RKO. Later, it was the White House. Old Joe had not only bought it for his son Jack, he had stolen it from Hughes." End quote. In a sense, Hughes resented the Kennedy patriarch as he was able to buy the power that Hughes could not. Nixon, therefore, was seen as the billionaire's vehicle into the White House. He said as much in a letter, contemplating Nixon's narrow loss to JFK in the
And now the real estate you're fired guy is the president. People think this isn't connected? Come on now.
1960 election. Quote, "You can see how cruel it was, after my all-out support of Nixon, to have Jack Kennedy achieve that very, very marginal so-called victory over my man." End quote. Hughes had all the money in the world, but what he lacked was real political power, at least in the sense that the Yankees had power. Much like the other cowboys of his generation, the wildcat oil billionaires of Texas and Louisiana, Hughes resented the Yankee elite for their generational wealth and centuries of control over the nation's institutions. Richard Nixon, and later Lyndon Johnson, represented a break from the tradition for the emerging power centers of the Southwest, a chance for them to have control of the levers in the city on the hill, Washington, D.C. But first, Howard Hughes and his compatriots had to build that coalition. And Hughes, by all accounts, hitched his fortune to the rising Vice President Richard Nixon. First, it was the scandal known as Burgergate, where in 1956, Hughes had given a quote-unquote loan of $205,000 to Richard Nixon's younger brother Donald Nixon for the stated purpose of bailing out his failing drive-in restaurant. This sketchy loan would resurface later, raising questions about potential backdoor financing of the Nixon camp. This would be further substantiated when Hughes' name would appear in connection to Watergate almost 20 years later. According to the Las Vegas Sun, a chief Watergate investigator claimed that Hughes had given a $100,000 bribe to Richard Nixon for, quote, favorable treatment of Hughes' airline and casino holdings, end quote. The article continues, noting that the $50,000 cash portion of the bribe was paid out by Robert Mayhew, getting the cash to Nixon through none other than Bebe Rebozo. Once again, worlds collide, with Bebe Rebozo, as we saw in the war conspiracy, acting as Nixon's own bagman. It must have struck Nixon as a relief that his own former compatriot Robert Mayhew was now acting as Hughes' bagman, keeping this circle of trust quite small. Now, throughout their 15-year working relationship, Robert Mayhew provided Howard Hughes with an outlet into the dark underbelly of organized crime. In turn, following his isolation in 1958, rumors would spread of Hughes dealing with both the mafia and intelligence agencies. I need to mention this story here, because if it is true, it represents one of the most significant bombshells in the Hughes canon. This information was very hard to source, but I found an old newspaper article from the Daily Record in 1976 reporting this little-known anecdote. The article reports a statement made by DEA informant Larry Blaine Jividin. Jividin's main information provided was on a fugitive financial criminal named Robert Vesco with deep Watergate ties, which I really don't have time to get into today. It's a whole web on it of itself. What does interest me here, however, is a reported 1974 letter to the Department of Justice from DEA informant Jividin. Here he claims that Howard Hughes' airline, TWA's, massive expansion into jet airplanes in 1961, which featured the complete introduction of Boeing 707s to their fleet, was facilitated by a mob loan from a Swiss bank account codenamed quote-unquote Rosemark. The funds in this account, according to Jividen, had been laundered from, quote, casino skims, narcotics, and prostitution, end quote. This story, however, only...
If you ever wondered why Nixon started the drug war, so that his friends could go ahead and keep making their tons of illicit money. That's the only reason it's still going on now. They just didn't count on the cartels coming in and taking a slice.
Tells one side of the coin. During this period, in 1960 specifically, Hughes was ousted from the president position of TWA by the board of directors, allegedly over this jet deal. You see, it appears from my research that Hughes and the board agreed that the introduction...
Remember when Tesla's board forced Elon to step down as CEO? Because they did. People forget that. He's still a majority shareholder, but he can't be CEO anymore. Sounds pretty fucking familiar.
Of an all-jet fleet to TWA would allow the brand to prosper into the jet age. And by all accounts, TWA did prosper throughout the 1960s and 70s, as it, alongside competitor Pan Am, would usher in the jet age. Yet Hughes and the board appear to disagree on which planes to purchase. The TWA board, according to the 1964 lawsuit, which I linked below, appeared to favor the Boeing 707 as the jet of choice.
What, did you think the Boeing whistleblowers suddenly all ending up dead was some coincidence? Guys, they've been doing this the whole time. We have smartphones now. We don't need shadowy backroom deals to keep everything in line. We could literally just vote on things on our fucking smartphones. Why do we still let them do what they do?
I will remind you here, Hughes and Boeing had been in conflict since the 1940s with the whole Owen Brewster affair and rival Pan Am's long-standing ties to the Boeing company. Instead, Howard favored the Convair 880, a similar passenger jet, but designed by a General Dynamics subsidiary. It was even said that Hughes had acquired the rights to build the 880s in-house, using the Hughes Aircraft Company to build the 880s that would eventually find their way into the fleet, thus leasing them to his own airline for double profit. Now, I will be diving into what I call the General Dynamics octopus and the company's close ties to, of all figures, Lyndon Johnson and Texas more broadly in the last installment of the War Conspiracy, coming later down the line. But it should be noted that there may have been other forces at work beyond simply Hughes' resentment of Pan Am and Boeing, leading to his steadfast reluctance in buying 707s. Ultimately, Hughes was excised from his position, and the board proceeded with the purchase of 707s, with the help of the mob's Rosemark funds. This purchase of Boeing 707s in 1961 would send TWA into its golden era during the 1960s, with TWA being the first airline to operate a fleet of all-jet airplanes. This poised TWA to lead the way into the jet age. It is important to note here as well that the 1961 quote-unquote Rosemark mob loan, which is mentioned in the lawsuit as a $72 million loan from a quote group of banks for which the Irving Trust Company acted as an agent, end quote, would have been right after Robert Mayhew's favor for the CIA in introducing them to the mob, if we are to take Jividen at his word here. It appears that the mob may have linked up with Hughes, helping take his airline to the next level. Interestingly, Jividen claimed that the mob Rosemark loan came from a Union Bank of Switzerland account, represented by Irving Trust, the same institution named in the official lawsuit.
Fuck this
When
quest.
it comes to the mob and the Union Bank of Switzerland, I immediately think of Meyer Lansky, the mob's accountant who had reputedly set up a series of Swiss accounts to deposit laundered mafia funds. For example, a 1969 Orlando Sentinel article claimed that Lansky had substantial holdings in Switzerland and used Canadian-Russian banker John Pullman as his Swiss banker. Despite the Rosemark funds going towards buying the wrong airplanes, Hughes would still seemingly repay the mob for their service in massively inflating his TWA position. In 1966, Hughes was forced to sell his TWA stock for over $500 million. But immediately afterwards, from 1966 to 68, he would subsequently purchase several mob-owned casinos in Las Vegas, such as the Sands, the Castaways, and most famously, the Desert Inn from Ohio mobster Mo Dallas, where he would live full-time in the shuttered penthouse.
Calm down.
These purchases could be, in a sense, interpreted as repaying the mafia for their 1961 loan for the 707s. Mayhew may have created the bridge between the underworld and billionaire Howard Hughes, especially since he had already worked closely with top Las Vegas mobster Johnny Roselli in the early 60s. Back then, of course, they were both employed by the CIA, indirectly anyways, and Mayhew made the first contact for Langley to dive into the underworld. When John Roselli met with Robert Mayhew on that fateful day in 1960 in Los Angeles, he was representing a national crime syndicate that was in a frenzy. Their nest egg in the Havana casinos and resorts, which under former President Fulgencio Batista had been their domain, had been completely lost through the nationalization push of Fidel Castro in 1959 and 60. Conveniently, the mob's interest in reclaiming their lost assets in Havana aligned perfectly with the CIA's interest in ousting the Western Hemisphere communist and reestablishing the Yankee businessmen who had also lost assets in the takeover. Roselli, acting as a sort of ambassador within organized crime circles, quickly amassed contacts across the United States in diverse mob circles, which ingratiated him to different mob.
He went sleepy time. We're not gonna go to him. Thank you everybody for being here, for hanging out, chilling so long and chatting as much as you have. We're gonna go see somebody else for a little while, and I think you all are really gonna enjoy it. I think you will. Maybe you won't, but I hope you will. He's playing a game I need to buy. Y'all gonna go hang out with Mango. I appreciate y'all being here. There's me one viewer ready to raid out, dude. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in here. I can see them. Oh well. We're raiding with one. Have fun, guys. Oh. I really should switch over to that screen more often, huh? Or that one. Yeah. We're ending. Goodbye, everybody. We're down to 1? Well, some of you are still here. So, away we go. Off on the raid.
Thank you so much for the raid, dude. Fuck yeah. Woo! Like 5 in chat, I don't know where they went. Hey, they're just living the life, dude. They're allowed to do whatever they want, bro. I don't mind. I'm happy you rated with 1. What's up? No, not really. I'm not a gore guy. That kind of shit makes me queasy, yeah. I have a hard time with scary movies, bro. I don't need that. How is this game? It's fun. It's difficult, but it's fun. It's definitely worth the play if you like Souls-like games. It's definitely fun. Yeah, 2 girls, 1 cup.